Say something, Damian. See if they can hear you.
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Damian here in a different location.
All right, and then check my YouTube and see if it's going.
Okay. I think I would get an alert.
You think you would?
No. Oh, God. Oh, that was that one. No.
Not
Let's
there?
have a look. Hang on. I'm checking. Yes, it is live. It says live near you. Yep, I see myself.
All right, cool. And then let's tweet it and Mastodon it.
You have a screwdriver?
Who are you talking to?
Handy?
I have.
iFixit kit or something? Oh, what's this? Oh, wow. Okay. Looks like something from Star Wars. My goodness. What is that?
It's a screwdriver set.
Oh, my Lord. Very nice.
It's the most extra screwdriver set ever.
I expect nothing less.
Yes, it's ridiculous. All right, cool. Hey, friends. All right, here's what's going on. We'll see if we can do this. This is a little bit extra. What we're doing is I have my coworker Damian Edwards here on Teams, and we're using OBS, and we're streaming to TikTok, and we're streaming to YouTube Live. For no other reason than we're just extra. And we were going to do this anyway, right? Like we were going to build this PC. So we're like, why not live stream it? Because why not? So here's the deal. I got all this here. We'll go through this a little bit at a time.
Yep.
And what we're going to do is you called this a table build, or what was the word you used?
Desk.
Right.
So a bench test.
A bench test. We're not going to put them into the box. We're not going to assemble this into the box. We're going to put it onto the bench. Now, here's what we're going to do. The bench is here, right? The bench is my desk. And we've got a monitor, we've got a keyboard and a mouse, we've got our HDMI cable, and we'll get it basically the skeleton, the naked skeleton of the PC set up right here. And we'll go through the process and we'll learn as much as we possibly can. In a short amount of time as possible. So why don't we do, Damian, a bit of an inventory, shall we?
Yes. So I actually just quote tweeted your tweet with a link to the parts list.
Oh, well, let's talk about that then. So let's go over to the Twitter and take a look. I have too many.
Might be easy to. Oh, there it is.
All right. Cool. So Damian is really well known for putting together these lovely PC part picker links. And you can find the link to this right now on Damian's Twitter. And what he's done here is he's put together a list of parts, and he'll do, good, better, best, small, medium, large. And this one here, I had a budget of a certain amount. So I wanted a good CPU, but not the world's best CPU. I already have a video card, so I didn't want too expensive of a video card. I did want a lot of storage, so we went a little crazy with 2 SSDs, one for the C drive, one for the D drive, one for system, one for data, right? You see this one's marked as 0 because I already have a video card, so I'm not going to buy that video card. We do have a case, really good price on that case, surprisingly.
They make, you can get very nice cases now in that sort of upper medium segment.
Yeah.
So like over $150 to $125 to $180 is very, very nice stuff these days.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful case. And then a couple of custom things that we'll actually go through in a little bit, but I was into it for $2,400. Now that's a lot of money, I want to point out. But I only do this about every 5 to 7 years. Where's the big money here? Why did this cost so much?
So the big spend, well, okay. So it's kind of spread out a little bit. So you also did 128 gig of RAM. And so you've got 2 memory kits there, 2 32 gig memory kits, which required a fair bit of research because DDR5 128 gig in 4 slots is not a particularly well supported thing right now because DDR5 is still quite new. And the manufacturers and the BIOS makers are still figuring out timings and trace lengths and all these types of crazy things. But that particular unit was supposed to be verified by that motherboard. So the motherboard vendor has a list. It says for this motherboard model, we've verified that you can put 4 DIMMs in and get this capacity. So we're hoping, fingers crossed, that those four will work together. We don't expect to get the speed that they're rated at, but we hopefully can at least get a decent speed out of them.
Yeah. And
which is fine.
To be even more clear, we've got two 64 gig sets, right?
That's right.
And they're a team, right?
Yeah, so like typically what you would want to do, best practice, is buy a single memory kit, because that means the DIMMs will be matched. So they batch them at the factory, they test them together, and you would get them all together. But you can't buy DDR5 128 gigabyte 4 DIMM kits yet, because that would require well, they just don't, as I said, because there's been so many problems in getting that configuration sort of working, because it's still early days, that it's just not a thing that they sell. And they don't have 64 gig DIMMs yet, because the other way you could do it obviously is to have 2 DIMMs of 64 gig and you buy a paired kit, but that's not a thing yet either.
Right.
So we did it this way.
So that costs extra. Yeah.
So that costs a little bit. You had to double the cost for the RAM and everything. Even though you said we're not getting the world's best CPU, we want this to last 5 years. You want it to be your daily driver for all your work, all coding, video encoding, the occasional gaming. So we want this to be a good machine, but it's not what I would consider professional workstation class, where you have like specialist hardware because you do nothing but video encoding or nothing but CAD or nothing but whatever else. And when you really need to have 32 cores or 64 cores or a video card dedicated to transcoding and that type of setup, right? We're not there. That's not your job.
Right.
And so for between $2,000 and $3,000 these days, you can get an incredibly powerful machine that's pretty much on the leading edge of what you can do as at the consumer level.
Yeah, and people spend a lot of money on laptops, and I want to point out that you can get a great computer for $1,000.
Right, and if you go and look at my PC part picker list, my saved lists, you'll see all types of price points. So I've built machines for folks at work in this price range. I've also built, I have 2 machines here. I have my gaming rig that's behind me, and then I have my work PC that I'm on right now. And they're both fairly recent, but my work PC doesn't have a 4080 in it or a 3080, right? It has a 3060 in it, video card, because I don't need gaming prowess. So it was much cheaper. So this is the top of the range Core i9 consumer chip in the 13th gen. Modulo, it's not the S variant. So Intel does this like specially binned KS, 13900 KS, which they charge you an arm and a leg for. This is the 13900K. So it's basically the best you can get without spending another $100 to $150 to have them specially select the silicon for you and overclock it for you before it leaves the factory.
Now, you know that there's a lot of religious zealotry. I personally am agnostic. I think if you have a religion, be excited about your religion. Now, the religion that I'm talking about is Intel versus AMD.
Team Blue or Team Red.
Because there's someone on this call right now who is going to be like, I've just hung up.
It's already there.
There it is.
There's someone chatting on YouTube saying, why not using a Ryzen 7950X 3D? And I can talk to that if people want to know, my opinion.
Let's hear it. Because
my gaming rig is AMD. So I have the previous generation.
By the way, to be clear, nothing here is sponsored. No one gave me anything. We're not PC builders. We're just 2 people. No one has given us any of this. It was all purchased.
Completely all bought with our own money.
Yeah.
So 5950X AMD in my gaming rig behind me, because at the time that I built that was the fastest consumer CPU you could buy. Like just no competition. And that was when Intel had not come out with their 12th gen yet. Fast forward to my work PC is a 12th gen version of what you have in your hands. It's the 12900K.
Right.
And now there's 13th gen, which is what you've got in your hands here. So AMD has just come out with their 7000 series Ryzen chips. And they've made a couple of different platform choices to Intel from the previous generation of AMD. So one is that they only support DDR5 memory, which is fine. That's what you're using today. Intel still has DDR4 and DDR5 support. DDR5 is not as expensive as it was previously, so it's not as much of a concern as it used to be. But the bigger thing is the AMD stuff has, at the moment, because it's newer and for various reasons, it's taking longer for them to get the memory stuff sorted out. So when you start wanting to run lots of memory, so in your case, the max memory that the platform supports, or run fast memory, AMD, it's harder to do that today. And with the specific chip that was mentioned in the chat here, the brand new 7950X3D, which is one of AMD's 3D cache variants. This is an innovation that they have that basically stacks cache vertically on the die. So it's much closer to the CPU cores, and it's a lot more of it, like a lot more level 1 and 2 cache than you would normally have in a CPU. And it's primarily targeted at gaming because that's mostly where you see the benefits of that type of thing. The problem with that is that it does impose other restrictions on the CPU. It can't clock as high. You typically have lower thermal headroom. You can't overclock. And in this particular case, the Ryzen chips use a chiplet design. So that chip actually has 2 core centers on the one chip.
Right.
And then only one of them has the extra cache, and then the other one doesn't. And so you need to schedule things appropriately. And so there's just, it adds all these not problems, but complexity.
There's such a funny historical context to this idea that like chips are these organic beings, and sometimes you get a great one and sometimes you don't.
Yes.
But you don't want to not sell it.
You know what we call that, right?
Back in the
called
days
the silicon lottery.
Yeah, the silicon lottery. So back in the days of the 486 SX and DX, the DX would have a coprocessor, the SX would not. And really what it was is the SX had a lousy coprocessor, and they just turned it off and sold it anyway.
It's called, and that's called binning. Which is, you know, they typically set out to make, I mean, the simplest way to think about this is when Intel goes to make a chip, they set out to make them all the best spec, and then they know that they're going to have a bunch of fabrication issues where when they, you know, basically cut a bunch of CPUs out of a big wafer of silicon, they're not all going to work. Like some of them, half of it will work, some of them like 80% of it will work, and instead of throwing those out, they'll say, during triage, they basically go, let's take that one and sell it as this part instead. We'll just disable the part that didn't work well when we fabricated it.
Yep.
That's a massive oversimplification, but that's the way you can think about it.
And then I want to pull over the machine that I'm on right now, which is an interesting thing because this is a computer that you and I built 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and it actually had an 8th or 9th gen, and we upgraded it to a 10th gen. And this is really important to me because when I put together a machine, I'm not trying to say it's the last one, but it's the bones on which I can build.
Yeah, and that's an interesting comment because there's a whole other angle there, which is one difference between this build that you're on right now and the new build that we're doing is that last build, you were using a different Intel level platform. So that was on their Core X platform. It was their enthusiast platform. I think it was the 299X chipset. And that's a SKU and a region that Intel doesn't really play in right now. Like they kind of abandoned that. That was the last generation of that you have right there. And then we've had the 11th gen, the 12th gen, and the 13th gen of their CPUs, and they didn't refresh that platform. It was the Core Extreme SKUs. They've only just released in the last 2 weeks the new Xeon architectures, Silver Rapids, whatever it's called, which includes new workstation CPUs and server CPUs. But this kind of like in between sort of market segment where it's above consumer, it's like prosumer kind of thing.
Prosumer,
they don't really have an equivalent to the old Core Extreme anymore. So the point about all this is that the Core Extreme was well regarded for the fact that it had a longevity to the platform. You could buy a motherboard with that socket, with LGA, whatever it was, an X299 chipset, and it would last more than 2 years. You could put a new CPU in it a few years from then.
I have been thrilled with I think it's an MSI LGA, and it's fantastic because I even remember it didn't have support for this chip that I'm currently using, the 10th gen. I got a BIOS update, and then I could pop a new chip in, and it gave it new life. And right now, again, 64 gigs. Right now we're at 4 gigahertz, and we've got 12 physical cores, 24 logical, and this will be a great machine that I'm going to pass forward. So let's I think we've been
the thing I want to finish the thought though, just so you're fully aware, the consumer level stuff, which is what you're using now, 2 cycles, that's it. So you have bought in at the second part of that cycle.
Right, I got lucky.
So the 13th gen is I mean, there's 2 ways of looking at it. Some people, I bought in earlier, I bought in the 12th gen. So my motherboard, I could upgrade to a 13th gen CPU and then I'm done. Yours, you can't upgrade the CPU. The motherboard you've got and the CPU you've got is as far as that motherboard will go. But because you got DDR5 RAM, you could, if you wanted to, when 15th gen comes out or whatever, 16th gen, you could likely buy a new motherboard with a new CPU and then take your RAM out of the old one, put it in the new one, and obviously every other part will work just fine.
And even for a $1,000 computer or a mid-range computer, it's that ability to bring things with you. Like you don't want to be wasteful. I'm bringing my video card with me. I've got, I still have my, actually here, if I show you this, this is the actual the hard drive. If you remember
Mm,
the Western Digital Black that I bought, I put it on a USB stick, so it's
yep,
an M.2 on an NVMe rather on a USB stick,
yep,
just in case I need that machine from before.
right,
All right, let's do a little bit of an inventory here.
yep,
We've got the chip itself, which is the
yep,
retail chip in the retail
yep,
box.
yep,
We've got two, as you said, 64 gig pairs here, and we're going to want to keep
yep.
track of those. We'll probably start with one and add a little more, and if it doesn't work out, we'll end up with 64 gigs. Got some thermal compound that I pulled out of my desk from earlier. I don't know if we need that or not.
You'll get more in the AI. That's the same brand though.
Yeah, that's the same
compound.
brand. We'll have some of
Yep.
that already. We got our system drive and
Mm-hmm.
our data drive. I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to be putting my development source code on a separate drive
Mm-hmm.
from the system. Now, what is this? This is an unusual thing, and I was surprised that we
Yeah.
bought that.
So that's a CPU mounting frame, or contact frame as they call it. So someone in the comments actually just mentioned that they didn't want to go with the 13900K because of the temperature and power consumption. And so with this 12th and 13th generation of Intel CPUs, they are incredibly fast and powerful. But the way that they do that is by being unlocked if you buy the K versions, and will basically suck down as much power. But they'll suck down as much power as the motherboard will give them. And then the big difference from the previous generations, which they had that as well, is that these are now the defaults. So when you install that in your motherboard and you boot it up for the first time, what will typically happen is when you enter the BIOS, it'll ask you what type of cooling you have. And if you say, yeah, I'm using an AIO or water cooling, it'll just turn off all the limits. And then it'll basically just throw as much power at the CPU until the CPU says, no, I'm done. I don't want any more. And in those scenarios under full load, these CPUs will draw between 250 and 350 watts
It's
of
like
power.
running a hairdryer almost.
It's like, yeah, I mean, maybe not quite that much, but a lot. And that's all heat, basically. Like that gets turned into that, basically the equivalent of heat. So you need to dissipate that. And it's not heat across the area that you can see on the CPU. A lot of that heat is in a very specific place. So even if you have incredible cooling, you may not be able to get all that heat out. And so the CPU will thermal limit itself. Now that's fine. Like it's not a problem on modern CPUs. It's very hard to kill a modern CPU. Now, the other thing the Intel CPU platform is really good for is while it does draw a lot of power when you give it a lot of load, it clocks down exceptionally well. So if it's not doing anything, it'll sip power, like absolutely sip it. Whereas the AMDs, I've noticed in my builds, they draw more power when you're doing less, but their upper power limits are much lower. So it's a bit of a trade-off.
So we got the retail one, probably because the price was right.
Yeah, it's just whatever the one.
Comes in a fancy little box.
Comes in a fancy thing that'll just go into landfill, unfortunately.
This seems even more wasteful than usual.
It's completely excessive. Like the one that I got literally came in a box this size. Like, the size is smaller than even that brown box you have there. So I don't know why they do this. It's just, like you said, it's retail packaging for the shelf at Best Buy or whatever.
Yeah. So we've got our motherboard.
Yes.
Which I know you're a fan of this one. And
I'm happy. Yes,
I like a nice motherboard. I want a motherboard that's going to stick around with me for a little while.
Yeah. So there's multiple good motherboard brands now. In my builds, I've happened to stick with MSIs just because that's the kind of the one I chose when I first got back into PC building a couple of years ago. And then of all dozen PCs I've built since then, I've pretty much used an MSI in all of them, I think, except one.
Yep.
And I've had, I've been very happy with them. I haven't had any problems with them at all, and I'm familiar with them now. So you have a particularly nice model. That's the nicest model MSI board of all the builds I've seen, actually, because you actually said that you would like it to be white. And so we actually did a little aesthetic as part of this build, and we said, if we can we get like white parts to make it look nice through the case? And so this is the first one of these that I've actually seen.
And we're going to go and build that on the board on the desk here in just a moment. Before we do that, though, let's just finish up. We've got our power supply, a little excessive. But I wanted to make sure I didn't have any
going back to the
trouble.
point you said before about the bones of the machine and carrying it forward. This is one of those areas. The more power and the higher the performance rating. So you got a platinum, so it's highly efficient. That will last you a long time, and it's 1,000 watts. So it's overpowered for your machine potentially right now. But if you ever want to upgrade your graphics card, that's an area, even though you have a 3080, a 4090 will draw probably double the power that your 3080 does, right?
And then two more things we did that might not be expected. What's this going on here? We have a custom.
So those
cable
are
kit.
custom cables. Those are white sleeved cables that we can use to make the inside look even nicer. I have actually not done a build with a full packet of those. I've only done like a single cable for one part of it, but this is like a full set. So when we run cables to the motherboard and to the GPU, we can have nice white sleeved cables. Sleeving mean they're not sleeved in plastic. They're actually like fabric. So they're much easier to route and they look a lot nicer. That nice weave.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'll be very aesthetic, as the kids say.
It's aesthetic, as the kids say. That's it.
Yeah. So we've got our aesthetic cables over here. And then I'm going to just pull this directly out because the box is so large.
Oh, this is the AIO.
People would say, hey, that's a weird looking video card, but that's not a video card.
That's the CPU cooler. So to the point about modern CPUs being power hungry, trying to air cool a 13900K, it is possible. And there has been some recent videos from some builders that I follow where they've actually done this experiment. You can air cool a 13900K, but you will be limiting it. You typically would have to run it at a reduced power draw. This is an Artic Liquid Freezer 2 AIO I've used in numerous builds. I use one in my build here. And it's a very well-regarded German-made all-in-one water cooler. That's what the AIO stands for. And this one is in particular is an RGB model, which is why the fans are translucent so that they will light up with pretty colors, again, towards the aesthetic. And the size of this one is what's called a 360 mil. So it has three 120 millimeter fans and then a very thick radiator. If you turn it on its side, Scott, and show the folks, you'll see that the radiator thickness, the radiator's the bit underneath, it's actually quite thick. Oh, there's a bit of damage there. Look at that. So that's this. See the damage on the radiator?
Oh, wow. Hang on.
That's a huge dent, mate.
What do we do? Do we torch
So, I mean, it's...
this is the one.
This is the one that had the damaged box.
So a little story time here. That's interesting. So Damian
Yeah, it's definitely damaged.
When we received this package, we commented on there was a hole in the side of the box.
Right. There it is. Now, there was another box around this box, so you couldn't see it.
Which also had a hole on it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it got damaged.
Now we're in a situation where somebody hit something there. So here's the question, though. Is that worth the hassle? So
this is what I would do personally in this situation. I would complete the bench build. I mean, you'll set it all up, you'll plug it in, and then we'll see. I'm assuming the fan and the pump will still work. The pump is in the bit that contacts the CPU. So that's fine. It's down at the end of the hoses. Yep, that's where the pump is. It's inside there.
Right. Obviously not involved.
No, not involved. And the fan, you can see there's a chip out of the side of the fan where the impact was taken. So if you look at the fan on the radiator, see there's a mark. Yep. So there was actually a very sharp. Now that's probably not damaged the fan. But it's definitely, the impact was so hard that the aluminum of the radiator was deeply impacted. So I would do the build now for today and get it working, and then I would return that.
But then I have to get this off of it, and they're going to see
doesn't
that.
Matter. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I would just say, like, yeah, I put it on, and then I noticed it afterwards.
While we've recorded this on YouTube.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, or you say, look, I had to use it, and then it was clear that it was damaged. I mean, it's up to you. Like, the thing is, you can't turn it on without a cooler on it. So
yeah, well, so that was my next question. When we're going to do a bench build here, where does that thing sit?
It just sits beside it.
Just sits beside it.
You'll mount it on top with the thermal grease and everything, and then you just sit it down on its side.
Okay, interesting.
Yep.
All right, so we start by pulling this guy out.
Motherboard first. Yep.
Set him out.
So Tim's commenting that I have way more faith in customer service than he does. He'd eject it and return ASAP.
Well, if I reject it, and then the stream is over, and we all wait for 3 weeks.
Yeah, like, so you bought that from Amazon, I think.
But I bought it from Amazon a month ago. It's been sitting in the living room. So
yeah, so that's the unfortunate part. Like, lesson learned. You inspect your boxes when you take delivery of them, and then all the rest of it. So yeah,
I'll deal with it. I'm sure it'll be manageable.
So yeah, someone said that I didn't quite finish my point about the contact frame. So while you're unboxing this, the thing about the contact frame in these CPUs is that the retention mechanism for the CPU in the motherboard, which we'll see soon, so that's the Wi-Fi antenna for your motherboard. So
I'm not going to use Wi-Fi, but that's kind of extra.
So case in point, most modern motherboards of this caliber come with built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Wi-Fi is also useful for mirrorcast.
Yeah, it's true.
And so, because while Miracast can run over wired cabling, the Discovery protocol only runs over wireless. And so you want to have Wi-Fi enabled if you can. If you want to like remote project to the TV you have on your wall from your desktop, you could.
Right. Miracast or WiDi.
Or WiDi was what it was based on originally, yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of a...
Guess it goes in there somehow.
Weird little thing. Feels cheap.
Yeah.
I think I got it backwards.
Oh, there you go.
All right, cool.
Yep.
It looks like it goes in the back of a Chrysler. All right.
So if you take it out of the bag right now, we can kind of continue this point about the CPU retention mechanism, the bracket that holds it to the motherboard, and why this contact frame is something that we might want to use for this caliber of CPU.
And you're referring specifically to
this thing. That's right.
Here, and I'm going to
so the LGA 1700 part that refers to the generation of socket. So that silver, that thing there, that's the layout. It has 1700 pins or contact points. That's what the 1700 means.
Yep.
And it's called a something grid array, lens grid array, large grid array, something like that. And it's basically an array of pins. Okay. And so there's a plastic cover on it because they're very sensitive. Like when you have to be very careful when you open that mechanism that you do not touch anything underneath it other than putting the CPU inside. That's right. Because if you bend those pins, which I've done, it's a pain in the butt to get, because they're so small, there's 1700 of them in there. It's a pain in the butt to get them aligned again so that the CPU makes good contact. So that retention mechanism, you'll see there's a little arm there that's kind of locked under a pin. Yeah, that is literally applying tension to a scissor mechanism that squashes the CPU down into the socket.
Yep.
And what they've found with this generation of Intel CPUs is that in certain cases, that tension can be so strong and slightly misaligned that you end up actually bending the CPU and the motherboard socket such that it can impact how flat the surface of the CPU is, which affects your contact for your CPU cooler. And it might steal, bad contact means not as good cooling. And so this is a replacement for that mechanism. So we literally remove the entire silver bracket there. Yep, we unscrew those four screws.
With this hex key that they've included.
Yep, and you'll lift the whole thing out. And before we do that, I'll tell you what you need to do to prepare before you start.
Of course.
And then you put the CPU in, then you put the contact frame on, and you re-screw those screws back in.
That contact frame is going to be like that.
Like that. That's correct.
And
then that ensures that we get a much flatter, because that whole contact frame is rigid. It's been basically carved. Yeah, go for it. That's been CNC'd out of a block of aluminum typically, and then anodized in this case. And we got the gray one to go with your white aesthetic here, because they come in this Thermaltake one comes in black or white. I see Brady's watching the stream. Second last machine I built was for Brady. Yeah. And I used one of these in his machine. He got the same CPU that you did. And that was by far the fastest machine I've built. It got an incredible result out of that. So I'm hoping that we won the silicon lottery in this case for you as well.
Okay.
So this is probably the first step, is we want to get that CPU mounted. And so what we'll want to do is get the CPU out of the retail box.
Okay. I'm going to just do a little bit of camera work here. Here's our incredibly shiny box, which I'm assuming opens like this.
Yep, and there should be a little plastic clamshell inside that has the CPU.
Yeah. Feel a little wasteful when I see these retail boxes. I'll have to give that to a kid that will appreciate it. And that's where the magic happens. Sorry about the glare, friends. I'm trying to be like a makeup MUA.
Yeah, I don't know if it can focus that closely. You might be better. There you go. There you go.
Intel Core i9-13900K.
There you go.
All right. So that guy is going to sit like that, and we can look for the notches and look for the direction of it.
So so they do have a little arrow on them and things. It's a little difficult. They're not as clear as they could be, honestly.
Yep.
But they do have notches, which is what you said, which does make it a little easier. So what we're going to do, and I'm just going to talk you through this before we start.
Yep.
So the little hex Allen key that you got with your CPU contact frame will go in those 4 screws that you see there. What I want you to do is before you start doing so, you want to use your fingers when you're unscrewing it, and you want to mentally register how much tension is in those screws. And I'm going to tell you, it's very little. They are not screwed in very tight at all, because what we want to make sure is we don't over tighten them when we put them back in. So you're going to just use your motor skills. When you start unscrewing, I want you just to make a note of how much pressure it took you to get the screw to move, if that makes sense.
Okay.
To unlock it.
So lefty loosey, righty tighty. I'm going to get a sense of how much I had to go left and recreate that when I go right.
Right. And so just before we start, if you flip the motherboard over, I want you to have a look at what you're screwing into. So you've got a mental sort of model for what's going on here. So behind this, there will be a bracket, a silver bracket there you can see here. That's what you're screwing in. Now, that is not held on by anything else. It's just held in by those screws. So the fact that we're going to have it down on the table means it's not going to go anywhere when we unscrew it. So that's fine. But that's something that just to make sure that you kind of have a mental model that there will be this loose thing behind it when you start unscrewing it.
Just making sure that there's no errant
metal or anything there.
Wire.
Now, if you want to be real, you can take the bag that the motherboard was in and put it down on the desk if you want to, and then sit the motherboard on top of that if you want to be really sure that you're not sitting on something that can scratch the underside of the motherboard. Because the back of the motherboard is, I would use the bag personally.
Oh, where did the bag go? The anti-static bag.
The anti-static bag, yeah. That's typically what I do. There you go. So I'll just put that underneath it.
Okay.
So the back of those motherboards is sensitive. You have to be careful about what's touching the back, especially when we start putting it in the case. Very expensive motherboards often come with an armor shield on the back. So the whole back of the motherboard has like a plate on it to protect it. But those are the motherboards that cost like 3 times the price of this one typically.
And then in the motherboard box, we've got our hard drive cables and stuff. And then a bunch of little guys, little USB, presumably for BIOS updates.
Drivers and things. And those are M.2 SSD mount or retention screws.
Yep. To hold the hard drive.
Hold your SSDs in.
Okay.
And then that I think is a locking just a bit. That last one. Yep.
All right.
All right. So you're going to have your CPU ready, because as soon as you unscrew this and take it off, you're going to have the socket exposed. And you don't want to be fumbling around with anything above the socket, because if you drop anything into it, you're going to have a bad day.
You're going to have a bad day.
Yeah.
Don't sneeze.
So,
but it's what's the process is going to be taking this whole thing off.
Yes, that's right.
Lifting it up. That other piece that's underneath is just floating at that point.
It's just going to be floating underneath there. So that's fine, because if you don't move the motherboard.
Don't move it so it doesn't laterally slide.
That's right. So I would, I'm trying to remember.
This guy's captured inside of here, to be clear.
So you'll just.
And then this guy's going to go on top of it.
That's right. So the order of operations, what we're going to do here is we're going to remove the retention mounting frame. We're going to put the CPU in the socket, and then we're going to put the contact frame over the top and then screw it in very slowly, very carefully.
And then you see this
arrow that'll go
right
in the.
Here.
So yep.
There's an arrow.
And if you look at the black plastic, yep.
Right there.
And the black plastic has an arrow on it.
This. So in fact.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
So you all can't necessarily see very well, but there is arrow, arrow, arrow. So orientation in this context matters.
Absolutely.
All right.
So the last thing we're trying to do here is I'm trying to remember when I last did this. Did I unfasten the arm before I started unscrewing?
Hang on, my son is calling me. 1 second.
No problem.
Can I help you, sir? Okay, thank you.
So I want you to unfasten the retention arm.
Okay, so we're not doing this whole thing with this
I want you to
tension
remove
here.
the tension. Yeah, so that's going to remove the tension from the
off
mechanism.
right now. So I'm going to be
so
pushing
you push
down.
it down and then just slowly let it up, and it'll just sit there.
Yeah, and this is just kind of floating.
Just
and
let it float there.
The whole thing is like this. So I pulled
correct.
tension and it came up like that.
That's right. So now there's no tension in the mechanism, so that if we unscrew it, it's not going to go twang and like disappear across the room.
Yeah, like a bear trap, like an Intel bear trap, and then it's over.
Exactly. So now you start unscrewing.
All right,
and as I said, I want you to pay very, very careful attention to how much force it took you.
Oh, there's nothing there.
It's very little. Yep.
Do I do them all? I'm 100%.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. So and then bottom right, go in diagonal pattern. Yep. And then do top right, and then do top left, and then once you've got them all unlocked, just unscrew them.
That is very significant that you pointed out how little there is there.
That's why I made a very big point of it. So some CPU contact frame kits actually come with a torque wrench. so that you can be very sure of the exact amount of torque that you're applying. But I've found in the ones I've done that if you just, like this one doesn't, you just use your fingers and you don't over tighten.
Okay.
It's like just get it enough. So a bit more needed on all four.
Yeah.
And you'll want to grab both sides of it when you pick it up.
Don't pull it up by this.
Don't just pull it up by there.
Even though it's a attractive idea to do that.
Bit more.
Not quite there. While we're doing that, folks are asking on TikTok how our cameras are so clear and how we're streaming like this.
Oh.
That is because we are aficionados of high-quality mirrorless cameras. And we're doing this work right now through OBS. This is a Logitech, so I'm afraid it's not as good as the other cameras.
Right.
Okay, that side's good. Oops.
Yep.
All right. Now I'm going to keep these screws, right?
Yeah. And so just as a point in the future, I would not carry the mechanism over the socket. I would have, with the screws in,
I see, gone straight up.
Straight down.
Because I was taking a risk there, you're right.
Right, because you literally moved where the screws were, which were now loose,
and I could
over
have
the
dropped
socket.
it onto the socket.
If the screw had fallen out, it would have gone straight into the socket.
That is a great
All right,
point.
so now grab your CPU. Very first, next, yep, we're going to put the CPU in the socket to protect those pins.
And
So don't open it over the socket if you can help yourself.
Yes,
there
sir.
you go.
This is like Indiana Jones when he's putting, Okay, so I can touch this part.
Yep, this is fine. And then just put that straight in, nice and gentle.
Being real conscious of the orientation.
And then obviously it's just gravity. There's
here.
no force here. It'll just fit in there. And then the little notches, and then just give it a little wiggle. Put your finger on the IHS. Just put your finger on top and just like wiggle it back and forth. Yep, lovely.
Even though there's now hand oil there.
That's fine. We'll clean that before we put the grease on.
A little paranoid.
You have isopropyl alcohol?
I can get some right now.
We'll do that after we've firmed it. We've actually secured it in.
Okay.
So now place the contact frame on top.
Again, being aware of orientation.
Yep. Again, it'll just sit on there. You shouldn't have to do anything. Yep. And then we screw in.
Now, what's significant about this to me is that I'm always used to these tension things, and I always thought that was the right way to do it.
Well, it is typically, but just based on what I've seen and what I've watched and what people have experienced in the community, this particular mounting mechanism, it's for whatever reason this generation has caused in some cases some bending, and I have seen it on my own builds. I literally saw the profile of the CPU. I took it out after mounting it, and it was bent. Like it literally had bent the entire CPU, and so. When the kind of respected online builders tested these products when they came out, everyone was kind of dubious, right? It's like, this is ridiculous. Why would you change it? And then to most of their surprise, they actually do help, and they do drop the temperature of the CPU quite substantially. And like at this point, like a few degrees is a lot. Centigrade is like a lot, right? That gives you more headroom for the CPU to perform higher for longer. So
right now I'm putting the screws in.
Yep.
And I have turned them, but I'm putting no tension on it at all.
Right.
No tension on it at all.
So basically you're getting all the screws seated first, making sure they're in and they're threaded, they're not cross-threaded.
And I can feel that like there's the beginning of a thread.
And then you will go
on each of them.
So remember to go diagonally across, don't go around in a circle.
Sorry. I'm just touching the thread. Just making sure that I've got metal on metal and they're not spinning and floating.
So the little trick for that is when you put it in, when you first start screwing, screw anti-clockwise very slowly until you hear it click and seat. Mm-hmm. And then you start screwing clockwise.
Yeah, so then you've fallen out.
Then you've fallen out, and then that will seat itself correctly. And that's how you avoid cross-threading. And we'll do that when we put the motherboard in the case as well. And then you'll and so now just go around around in that order, diagonal and then up and across diagonal again. And it's on you to screw it back in now at the same tension that it was basically when you took them out.
That's a lot of stress.
It is.
That's a lot of stress.
But just know that, if we boot it up and we seem to have memory issues, then we can always remount the CPU, right? You shouldn't destroy it by doing this. Yeah. The only way you end up destroying these things is by dropping things in the socket, and then you probably end up having a motherboard you can't use. But like breaking the CPU is difficult. We're not doing anything super advanced here, like delidding the CPU, which is how folks are now getting even more performance out of these. So they literally remove what's called the IHS, or the integrated heat spreader. That piece of metal on top of the CPU, they remove it through brute force.
From a cultural perspective, from a community perspective, the idea that a random person on the internet thinks that, oh, and then I put it in an aquarium with my fish. I delitted it, floated in an aquarium. It's much better performance. There's PhDs at Intel and AMD doing this stuff, but they think that the way that they did it in their basement is correct. Which is right?
They're both right. And so, because the folks at Intel need to be able to make millions of these and have them work incredibly reliably for anyone who puts them in a machine. But you have to, it's all a trade-off, right? There are concessions that have to be made to do that, and they have to make them, mechanically reliable.
All right.
For example, your GPU has a chip on it, right? Has a die on it.
Right.
It does not use an integrated heat spreader because GPUs are sold with the cooling mechanism attached already, whereas the CPUs that you're using here, they aren't. The cooling mechanism is going to be attached by you. And so the integrated heat spreader is a way to ensure, A, that they're more confident that the heat will be dissipated into that material before it makes contact with whatever you're using to cool, which means that like hot spotting and things like that is less of a problem. And then B, it has protection on it. Like it's much harder for you to destroy that CPU because it's got a big chunk of metal sitting on top of it protecting the die. But for folks who are, super enthusiast, you can buy products that will help you mechanically remove the die. Then you have to prepare the IHS. Sorry, then you have to prepare the die by cleaning it and using liquid metal, doing all this stuff. This is your retention bracket for the cooler, the CPU cooler. But we'll do that later. We're gonna move on to, let's do the SSDs.
Okay, so the SSDs. Got these guys here, our little locking
You won't
screws.
need those. You won't actually need those, I think, for two, because they'll be the slots you'll use will have them already. That's your RAM.
Our memory. Where's our SSD? Where did I put it? Oh, they're over here. Okay.
Cool.
Same one. I got the 990 Pro Samsung. I actually have a 980, I think, right now on the ones that we have.
Yeah.
Myself.
So the 990 Pro had a bit of a troublesome birth into the world recently. It's the fastest Gen 4 SSD you can buy. It has one of the fastest IOPS ratings, and not just raw throughput, but actually operations per second ratings. But they had a firmware issue on launch, which was causing the health of the drives to degrade rapidly. So the hard drives have a health score that they maintain internally,
right? And
then you can look at that score using tools like
a smart
tool. That's right. Yeah. Self-monitoring something toolbox. Yeah. And so they recently did a firmware upgrade to fix that issue. And so that's fine. So once we get Windows installed on this thing, you'll do a firmware upgrade on these drives, and there'll be no problem at all.
Samsung Magician software. It may have shipped with that firmware. It may not. These are both M.2 NVMe.
That's right.
Okay.
So we need to prepare the motherboard to accept these because we don't have the slots exposed just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be underneath one of these dealies.
Yeah, so you can see the motherboard has a whole bunch of white and silver metal basically on it there. And those are heat spreaders. They typically, the SSDs are going to mount underneath those, and then those act as heat sinks or heat spreaders for the SSD and other componentry under them. But we'll see there's more than one area on the board. And so I think your board comes with 4 M.2 slots.
I believe so. Let's find out. Yeah.
But we're only using 2. But we're going to start with 1. And the boot drive, we'll see the closer
Lightning
to the CPU.
Gen 4 M.2, Lightning Gen 4 M.2. So each of these are separate things. So we want to unseat everything, or which one do you want to look at?
I will get you to start just by unseating the one that's closest to the CPU. That one, that's right. So typically the one that is closest to the CPU. Oh, now that one, it doesn't have
video
screws.
card slot, I think.
No, that's the video card slot is exposed to the left of it.
Wonder what's under here.
So typically, you might have to get the manual out. So typically, that is the first M.2 slot location is under there. So it has a retention bracket with a button. You're pushing a button. There you go. There it is. Nice.
Interesting.
So that's new. I haven't seen that before.
Do I feel like this is a sticker that's going to come off?
So there is. So what we're looking at here, these are called thermal pads or heat contact pads, and there's one for underneath the SSD and one for above it. And so you're going to want to remove the protective film from the bottom one to start with, and then we're going to put an SSD in that slot. And this will be your primary. So when a motherboard is laid out, you have a certain number of what are called PCIe lanes, like the actual lanes that take data over the PCI Express bus. They are routed between these various slots and components in a certain way for each motherboard. And each CPU platform will support a specific number or a certain number of PCI Express lanes that go straight to the CPU. And what that means is there will literally, if you looked at the traces on the board, you would see copper being run from one of these M.2 slots straight to the CPU. And that's the one that we want to be our boot drive typically.
Two comments from friends on the chat. Of course, Najib is saying, because I assume that they came a little bit late, check your firmware on the SSD, all caps.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll do that when we boot up. And then Tobias says, would you ever replace the pads with better pads?
No. So I think the whole thermal management of SSDs things has been pretty much overblown. For good brand up to PCI Gen 4, I haven't really seen any problems. Like the Samsungs, you'll note, come with a metallic sticker over the chips on the SSD, but they don't come with a heatsink. You can buy it with a heatsink, but usually that's for installing into something like a console, which is much more thermally constrained because it's in a tight space and doesn't have the airflow in it that a big PC case has. And so you'll often see SSDs that you can buy that come with a large heatsink on them, and those are typically designed for installing in a PlayStation 5. Okay. For here, I haven't seen any problem with this. Now, the latest PCI Gen 5 ones that have just started hitting the market come with ridiculous heatsinks on them because they're pushing the flash on the flash RAM, the flash memory, sorry, on the drives to such extremes to get the speeds that heat is starting to become a real problem. But I haven't had any problem with these at all.
So we'll declare this one our primary.
Yep.
When you say it is a primary, it's because it's going to be, why does, if you have 4 places to put these, why does this one more?
Because they're not
closer?
It's physically closer, and it's wired to the CPU directly rather than being wired through the motherboard chipset.
Okay, so then remembering that I'm going to have my source code on one drive, and my C drive is my system drive. Presumably, my system drive would want to be closer, although I could decide, and then
you could. And it might, and this is different per motherboard and different per platform. Some motherboards might have 2 M.2 slots that are assigned directly to the CPU, but then that means that 8 PCIe Express lanes are being taken up just by M.2 slots.
Yep.
Because you typically can't share the lanes between different countries.
They've got a little guy here, a little rotating lock.
Yep.
I'm wondering.
That's right.
Gonna want to be rotated away.
So you'll need to rotate that to the position for install. So keep going. I think up to all the way to the top, like that. Yep. And then you'll see the contacts at the bottom. So you'll stick it in at like an angle, just like that, and then you'll just gently push it down to make contact, and then you will fiddle with that thing until it. So I should go over the top of it. So you'll need to do that again. So just let the drive come up. Let the drive come up.
Yep.
That's it, and just rotate it around.
You need to push it down harder.
No.
No. What I'm saying is, I need to get underneath that guy. And
you need to, I don't know if it's about, you need to just orient it such that you've rotated it enough so that it then gets on top of it. So rotate it to the right first. There you go. Now rotate it to the left.
Yeah, he's not going down all the way.
Because of the thermal pad, is my guess.
Nope, there it is.
There it is.
Gentle pressure.
And now rotate the other way. Is it going over the top?
It is not.
Okay. So I'll trust you because you can see it with your eyes. I can't. I've just got a bit of a blurry image. So you'll need to kind of just figure it out mechanically from first principles.
Yeah. So it's pressed in. It's touching the pad.
Yep.
It is completely down. But there's nothing. There's no underneath. There's no lip underneath that.
So that gray plastic bit that's rotating when you move it, typically that will have a profile such that when you rotate it, some part of it will go over the drive.
Right.
And it's usually the tail.
This left side.
Yeah, usually it's that bit that will slide over the drive. But again, like you'll just have to kind of look at it and do it by eye.
And the problem here is that it's just not.
Because of the thickness of the pad?
The thickness of the pad, there's no way. I've got at least 1 millimeter or 2. So if the pad were not there, it would absolutely go all the way around and it would be a nice little lock. Perhaps this being put back on top obviates the need for that.
Well, and I've certainly seen people do that where they don't even bother because you're just going to screw that thing back on. Well, in this case, it's not screwed. It just has a spring-based retention mechanism. So you probably do want to make sure that the main retention mechanism here, the little thing, is working. So the one thing you could try is unscrew that bit slightly. The top
Bring
part,
it up just a smidge.
Just see if you can lift it slightly, and if that's enough.
Yep.
To get the clearance.
Which brings us to.
Yeah, someone in the YouTube chat said, just clamp it in place with the heat spreader. It'll be fine.
People have confidence. When you only build one of these every 5 years, little paranoia never hurt. What do they say? Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not after you.
They're not after you.
So I'll just take a moment here.
So like you don't need to do much, obviously, because there won't be much thread. That'd be enough. I just start very small, just until you get enough.
It's not going to happen.
Nope.
I'm missing a millimeter and a half. If that pad wasn't there, I'd just flip it around and it would work.
Okay, so it's worth asking the manual at this point. Just double check.
The motherboard manual.
Yep. Open the motherboard manual and just check to see if they have a diagram. It might be that they want you to unscrew that one and put in one of the ones in the plastic bag. So it's unusual. I've never had to change any of the retention mechanisms on any of the boards I've done.
And the motherboard manual, of course, doesn't exist because
it's all online now.
Paper anymore.
Yeah.
So we go back to our list here.
Yep.
And this was this motherboard.
That's it.
So we'll head over here.
Yep.
And nothing for manual.
Just
I think we're
see if we can find
support
or something. Usually there'll be a link from the product page to the specs or support page.
BIOS and software, blah, 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 specs.
Or just put the word manual on the end of the search term.
Yeah, I think that's the move. And we're into support.
There we go.
These are all BIOS. Mini. Come on. I just want the manual, man.
Is that drop down at the top? What was that drop down there? Nothing. Next to the where to?
Yeah,
there you go.
There we go. 400 pages.
just a casual 476 pages.
Okay, installing into slot.
So M21 is the slot that we're using.
Yep.
And so we did that. And did that.
Oh my.
To your length. So your drive is a 2280 drive. That's the dimensions of the drive. It's 80 millimeters by 22 millimeters.
That it's not a super long one. It's the middle one. And if I
Which is the mainstream size that most drives are. So it says you don't have to change it for that.
Yep.
But okay, so we'll keep scrolling. And then we'll see what it says here. Insert your drive into it and rotate and it's just like, just do this. So we can at least see that we were correct.
Yeah.
That is, you can see that there's the little tail that should go over the top of the drive.
Well, it doesn't appear that they want it to go over the top of the drive.
No, it does. I don't know. It's hard to point out through the screen, but on the right hand.
Oh, you're right. You're talking about right here.
Yes, exactly. That bit.
So
perhaps I'm noticing they are rotating it like a long way to the right first, though. Like clockwise, it goes a long way first.
Yep.
And then, so maybe just more fiddling. Right. So go a long way to the right. Like you would think that's as far as it goes, right? Because you can see the end of it.
That is as far as it goes.
And you can't just like push it harder, push the whole drive down harder. So rather than pushing on the chip, push on the edge of the PCB, as much as you can.
Yeah, so I can come up on the side behind it.
Yeah. And see if you can just get enough to then, make an impression in the heat pad so that it seats far enough down.
Yeah, it's very much all the way down.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have to cut bait on that one.
That is super strange.
Yeah, because you would expect you just bring it back around and it would be good.
That's how it's been in every single one. You said that you're like a good millimeter or two away from that working.
Yeah,
It looks, I mean, it looks close, but the camera's not particularly great on that angle. I see. Okay.
it's really not there. And when I mean a millimeter, I mean a true millimeter. The other
So it's
option is
just,
to bring that screw up more.
yeah, to try. Yeah.
There it is.
There you go. There we go. So now just put the plastic in the right spot and then screw it down lightly again. Perfect.
And interestingly, it is slightly cantered
There you go.
this way. Maybe too much tension.
Yeah, it won't need a lot.
All right. So then we
Cool.
bring
Now
this.
we can just, yep.
this guy
And
back.
you've peeled both sides, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Making sure that these two guys here
Yep. Go in the notches down
are
there.
notched in nicely. Pulling up to get a little. There it is. Nice satisfying click there.
Very nice.
That is seated.
Lovely. Okay. So at this point, you have a choice. You can either put the second drive in now, or you can wait until after you've installed Windows. And the only reason I say that is that if you put 2 drives in now, when you're installing Windows, you'll need to pick the right drive. And it might be a little difficult when they gives you the whatever name it's going to give you for the drives before anything's on them to know which one's which.
That's a good point. Well, so I've already done this with my USB flash drive. So I've got that ready to go. I went and I downloaded Windows, flashed a drive, ready to go.
Okay, let's put the memory in.
That we're going to do a bench build here. We're going to just build this thing on the desk, and then I'm going to have to wait a week or two to get this other part.
Yeah, repaired. I mean, replaced.
Replaced. Yeah. So we're going to take our other drive here, our.
Yep, we may as well do that then.
D drive, and we'll just put it over here somewhere.
Yep, and then let's put the memory in.
All right. You want to do all of it or just 64 gigs?
I would do all of it. We may as well try and get it all booting.
Okay.
Now.
And where is that going to go? It's right here, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So you'll note, so there should be 4 what they call DIMM slots.
Yep.
So those things are called DIMMs, and then they go in DIMM slots. And this is DDR5 memory, and you can't accidentally put the wrong memory in the wrong slot. So you need to get the right generation memory for the board that you have, and then they're notched differently. So like you can't put it in backwards. You can't put it the wrong one in the wrong one. Yeah. I mean, unless anything will go into anything with enough force.
You push hard enough, it'll go in there, yeah.
Sensible force. Although I will warn you, sometimes these things take a little bit more force than you might initially think that they do take. But this should be fine.
I've been buying memory for a very, very long time. And I remember in 1990, I went and I saved up my allowance, and I wanted 4 megabytes of memory. And I went in and I bought a 4 megabyte DIMM, and I bought it with my $54 or something. And the guy who owned the shop was like, "My man, getting 4 megabytes of RAM. Good job." And he handed me the RAM, and he says, "You know, you need 2. Because it won't work on that motherboard without 2.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, 40 years later, I'm just like, oh.
And it's funny you bring that up. Now, because you're putting 4 DIMMs in, and they're all identical sizes, and they're all the same model, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
But if you were putting 2 in, you have to put them in the right order.
Yep.
That is, you have to fill the correct 2 slots.
Right. You need to go and figure out how they're labeled.
Yeah, they are labeled at the top, to the top left of the whole DIMM slot.
And it says that it tells first, you, and you'd have to go 2 and 2.
That's correct. So it says DIMM 1A and DIMM B2, or DIMM A2 and DIMM B2.
DIMM A1, DIMM A2, and DIMM A2 and B2 are first, which you would not expect.
Exactly. So it's very important that you read the manual or look at the motherboard with it. They're silk screened with the instructions usually these days.
So it's just kind of funny to me that it's been 40 plus years, and I remember that. And then of course before that, I didn't buy DIMMs. I bought dips.
Yep, that's right.
And I had a field of dips to get a megabyte.
I used to work in a PC shop when I was 15, my first job. So same era, like 1992. Yeah. And you would have dips in these long plastic tubes. And so that's your DIMM with the heat spreader on it, which is these are nice. This is nice RAM, and this is RGB RAM as well.
Let me ask you one question though. Given that these are pairs, this is a pair. That's 64 gigs.
Yes.
That's 64 gigs. Is it logical to have this pair be in the first?
Yes.
Okay, so we do want to keep, we don't just go 1, 2, 3,
Stagger
4.
them. Yeah. Treat them as if you were installing them as 1 2 DIMM kit and then another 2 DIMM kit.
Okay. And that's because of those timing concerns that you had.
Yeah, I mean, the reality
is,
like, memory is incredibly complicated these days, and I only kind of like pretend to understand it. But there are the number of channels that goes from the memory to the CPU. So like, dual channel versus quad channel versus octo channel, et cetera, et cetera. And then there is what rank is the specific memory. So is it single rank or dual rank? Which means, does it have 1 layer of chips or 2 layer of chips on the DIMM itself?
Yep.
And depending on whether it's single rank or dual rank, it'll operate differently. So the memory controller will treat it as if it were 2, for example, if it's dual rank. And then you get all these combinatory potential problems with regards to, as you mentioned, timings and things. Like the memory controller has to do a lot of work because it basically has, I think in this case, I think these are all dual rank DIMMs, and you're on a DDR platform, a dual memory channel platform. And so at any given time, there is like 2 messages in flight from any one of these DIMMs, but they all have to ultimately be bookkeeped and like traffic marshaled. Effectively, think of it sequentially. So it has to like coerce 4 distinct DIMMs, which might each be running 2 ranks of memory chips, all going through 1 bus, and that's all just done with timing, right? And so that's where it gets complicated, is that as the RAM gets faster, the length of the copper on the motherboard gets longer, or the voltages change, like you start hitting all these weird situations.
So Damo, a couple weeks ago, I've been working on another PC for our friends on TikTok.
Nice.
So this is a Apple One.
Yep.
And this is a model of an Apple One Wozniak computer. I'm in the process of building it. I'll be streaming that as well.
Very cool.
To your point, I see timing and weird little latching issues and voltage drops across these wires because those wires are thick and that long.
Right.
And my own lack of consistency is causing me trouble. So when you're starting to think about, quantum level effects and timing issues with binning of memory.
Right. So one of the other issues, going back to the CPU mounting frame we talked about, one of the biggest changes in this generation of CPUs is that the memory controller has moved. The memory controller used to be in a discrete part, and now it's in the CPUs. And the other part is the voltage regulator in DDR5 is on the RAM itself, whereas it used to be a separate component. And so now there's which is meant to bring all these advantages, but because it's all so new and things are so fast, there's just a lot. There's been a few teething issues when you start trying to actually achieve the performances that were promised with this new generation of RAM. And so typically the more memory you have, the less fast you'll be able to clock it, be able to run it, because the tolerances involved, as we just talked about, you can work within a certain window of slack and it's still okay. But as you get more and more memory and trying to fit more and more stuff over the same highway, the tolerances get less. And if things crash into each other, if you're not doing stuff perfectly. And so mounting the CPU, you can often run into issues where if you have a poor contact with your mount, like the CPU will boot, but if you run a memory test, you'll get errors. Or if you run something memory intensive, it'll blue screen. And it's literally because one of the pins didn't seat correctly, but you don't see the problem of that until you're doing something extreme with memory.
Right, until you bump into that corner.
Till you bump into that corner effectively. And so often, if you watch a lot of builders like I do, you'll see folks have to reseat their CPUs because once they do a stress test, they might hit a memory issue or a stability issue, and they go, "Yeah, I think I need to reseat my CPU."
Which is why you and I are why we're building a computer outside of the box, test. Because once it's all buttoned up, it's going to be a hassle. Now I'm just doing a bit of housekeeping. Because we don't want to be too messy here. I want to have everything organized where I need to have it organized.
So just to go back to the memory, let's just, we didn't talk about how it seats. I was too busy talking at the time. So you pushed it in, and then there's little levers on the right-hand side. There you go. They will close down on the side, clamp like a crab. What I've found is with the DDR5 memory, sometimes in the older memory, DDR4 memory, often just pushing the DIMM in is enough for those to lever up and clamp on with a nice click. Often with the new memory, that's not the case, and you'll push it in, it won't go any further, but then you have to manually kind of move those black
That is a really
plastic things
significant
in.
observation. In the old days, last
Yep.
year, you push down and you
And
give
it
it a
made
little
snap.
extra oomph, and they
Yep.
go, gotcha.
Yep.
I did not feel that here at all. And when I pushed those in, I was like, I don't want to push too hard, but you're in.
Yep.
Then I used these
Locked
two
it.
fingers and I went click, click, click,
Yep.
click.
So
And
that
then
is a
again-
difference. So if the last time you built a PC, you just pushed it in, you heard that satisfying snap,
Exactly.
know that with the newer memory, you may not hear that.
Yep. And then to your other point, this one here, which is B2
Mm-hmm.
and A2, are a pair.
Right.
That's going to be our first 64 gigs. And these here are going to be our top 64 gigs. So we could be, depending on how memory decides to fragment and how it gets used, you could run the thing for days and not bump into a
Right,
section
an
of
issue.
RAM that might be an issue, which is why we're going to run memtest at some point.
That's exactly. And
leave this
there
running
are a
overnight.
whole bunch of programs that you can use to stress test a new build, which is what I typically do when I build PCs for people, so that you hope if you've got any initial build issues or
Right.
hardware issues, you find them early.
Now, you and I are not early in career, but we support and we want early in career people to feel excited about technology. I am a believer that a Jedi should build their own lightsaber at least once.
Yeah.
And this, I think, is interesting. Even if you're a web developer, if there's an opportunity, if a cousin, if your family member, if your mom is building a PC, build it with them just once.
Just once.
If you're learning to drive, change your oil just once so you can know what it's kind of like. You go, okay, I get
It's
that.
interesting. Like you and I come from the same generation. We're both Gen X. And so I think we both lived through that. My dad used to work on cars when I was at home. He literally, he would be out on the street, in the public street with the car on jacks, replacing the brake discs and stuff like that, right? Like, so I grew up in that type of household. And then I would pull apart my radio control car and put it back together again just because I liked doing that, because sometimes that was more fun than playing with the car, especially when the batteries went flat, because back then batteries weren't that great. And so you'd play with the car for 5 minutes, the batteries would go flat. We didn't have rechargeable batteries. Dad wouldn't buy new ones, so I just pull the car apart and put it back together again. And I was lucky enough when it comes to PC building that my first real exposure to the world of employment with computers, as opposed to just like playing on a Commodore 64 or something, or an Apple before that, was in a PC shop. So when I was 15, at the end of my first week of work experience, I got to build a PC with an experienced PC technician looking over my shoulder, telling me what to do each step of the way. So I got a nice, supported, gradual introduction to it. But you can totally understand why people are like, I have to go and spend $700 to $2,000 worth of on hardware, and then I have to build it just by watching a YouTube video.
Right.
That is maybe a little more daunting than replacing a valve in a faucet by watching something on YouTube, where the faucet part cost you $2, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a little bit different.
And this is why we're doing this, because just for context, if you just joined us, Damian and I were going to do this anyway. This was our Friday afternoon. I'm in Portland. He's up in Seattle. And I was like, well, we should be recording this because not everyone gets a chance to do this. So we'll all build a machine together. At this point, just to reset, it's been 1 hour. We certainly could have done this in an hour and been done, but we're, we're chatting.
Yeah, of course,
about
explaining it.
So we're in a situation where we have our MSI motherboard. We took off our little protector here. We put our first NVMe M.2 hard drive in here. So our hard drive SSD is right there. That'll be our C drive on your Windows folks. Yep. We have an aftermarket bracket here to support our Intel Core i9 13900.
Okay, yep.
And then we've got 128 gigs of RAM. And then we bought it in pairs. So this is a pair and this is a pair.
Yep.
And this motherboard, if we just take a look at it here, is kind of fully loaded.
Yeah.
And now I do have a video card that I'm going to use later. But I'm going to be using, for the purposes of this test, I'll be using the integrated graphics, as they call it.
Right. And that's a good point. We should touch on that. Some people often ask me, why don't you just buy the F versions of the CPUs, because they're a bit cheaper. The F versions don't have the integrated graphics. And as we talked about with binning before, it's like, the CPUs with the integrated graphics didn't work out, so they sold them a bit cheaper. This is the reason why I typically like to get the full SKUs that have the integrated graphics, because when it comes to doing your bench test, I don't have to put the video card in at this point. I can make sure that the parts that I would most likely statistically have a problem with, because it's all the bits you have to assemble yourself, that I can make sure that they work first. and then I can just pop the video card in once I've got all that working, install the video card driver, and then
Indeed.
use the video card from that point.
And in order to test this, when we get to the point, just to show you, I have an HDMI to mini HDMI cable here. And for the simplicity of the bench test, I'm just going to use a portable LCD monitor here.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
It's just a little monitor, runs on USB, and I'm going to have it sitting right here. So we'll be able to just test it. It's not going to be my main monitor, but it'll be a quick and easy way to test it. And it's just crazy to me that I used to lug an old Sony Trinitron around and put my back out. But in this case here, I don't have to do that, which is great.
So there's only 2 things left before you can turn this on, which is actually kind of amazing for folks who have not built a PC since we got SSDs that were little like sticks of gum. This is much easier than it used to be. Like, you don't have to power a hard drive and connect the data cable for a hard drive or anything. All we need now is the power supply to provide power to the motherboard and the CPU. They're separate connectors on the motherboard, which is there. And we need the CPU cooler. And that involves the last kind of finicky bit, which is we need to apply some thermal grease and like glue it to the top of the CPU.
That will be the hardest thing. And then also, for context for our friends who may have joined us a little bit late, we discovered a hole in the box, and the CPU cooler has been damaged.
Yes, unfortunately.
Here.
Yeah.
And I don't think it is more than cosmetic, but I think it is more than enough to be annoying.
Yeah, and like someone made a point before, like there is water running through this cooler. Like those hoses have water in them, and that radiator is a water radiator. Like, it's literally cooling water with airflow. It
could leak theoretically right now.
Yeah, I mean, if there was enough damage to the radiator there, the water could come out. So we would just want to be careful when we plug it in. And when we sit it, like, I would get like some shop towel or a spare towel and sit it on top of that.
Because I should have zero moisture. Yeah. Right? Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
And so then you can like quickly cover it and like, because you don't want water going on your now usually this is not a problem with an AIO, an all-in-one cooler like this.
That's the whole point.
You never see water. It's a closed circuit.
Now. It's never been a problem, but this one got hit.
This one got hit. Whereas if you're doing water cooling, custom water cooling, where you're responsible for plugging the hoses in, then water is a hazard that you just kind of have to live with. And I've never done that. I don't have any desire to do custom water cooling for that reason. And up until 2 years ago, I would just air cool everything. But with the modern CPUs, to get the most out of them, you really need to use a large cooler like that.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So do we want to put the cooler on, or do you want to put the power supply in?
Let's plug the power supply in.
Okay.
Into the motherboard. We're not plugging into the wall yet. So, yep, this is a 1,000-watt platinum rated power supply. Now, there's lots of good brands of power supply. Corsair, I've used a lot. They're a very well regarded brand for power supplies. Good value to performance ratio. You can get more expensive power supplies made by brands with longer warranties and very, very, very well regarded. Like Silverstone is an extremely well regarded power supply manufacturer. And then you can get some that are cheaper, that are not as well regarded, right? And then within that, you basically pick how much power can it provide in terms of wattage, and then what is the efficiency that it can provide it at. And the efficiency rating basically means, how much of that power is lost to heat or, other things. So there we go.
Here's a comment from Douglas on TikTok who's saying, it's a powerful PC. It will be noisy.
No, it won't.
They said specifically powerful PC in a small box. It's actually going to be in
Big
a
box.
mid-tower box, pretty good sized box, and it will be virtually silent because
It'll
I
be
have
very
a
quiet.
similar PC right now. If we take a look at my current PC, which we've been dealing with this entire time for the last hour, which is right now running over 4 gigahertz. It's not working. I can't hear it. Can you hear it? No, it's absolutely silent. So that's a great point. Is there something we could do, to Douglas's point, that would make it loud? Like if I was Bitcoining, I could probably make it loud.
Well, no. So that's one of the reasons why picking a good power supply and a good CPU cooler is important, because that's where you trade off cost to performance to noise. And so there are many videos of reviewers on YouTube who review case fans, power supplies, and CPU coolers for their noise to performance ratio. And then obviously based on what they cost, you can decide what you want to spend. So again, the brand of CPU cooler that we've chosen here in the model, I've used many, many times. They're very well regarded for their price to performance.
Yeah.
And they are virtually silent. Like even when running, like my work PC is literally right next to me under my third monitor. I have the exact same cooler in it that you do, and it's mounted to the front of the case. The case is all mesh at the front and all mesh at the top. It is not sound deadened at all, this case, because it's designed for airflow. And I can barely hear it when the CPU is under full load. And then same with the GPUs. Modern GPUs, if you get a very powerful modern GPU.
And by the way, I do want to say appreciation to like the community for our friends and folks that are listening. Thank you to Douglas. I don't know who is just saying that. These are valid concerns.
Absolutely valid.
Totally funny coincidence. I'm looking at the power supply. Silent operation at low to moderate loads. At this mode, the fan will not spin.
Right.
That's a good reason to buy a brand that you know called, this is Corsair that we like. Also, just a reminder, if you're just joining us, none of this has been paid for. This is not sponsored. We're not Linus Tech Tips. We're not anybody. This is all stuff we paid for ourselves, and we were doing this on the weekend anyway.
Just having fun.
So good.
But to the point of loud PCs
point that Douglas made.
Yeah, so this PC behind me, this is my gaming rig, which is just out of shot, but this is another PC that I built. I have actually had some noise problems with this one.
Oh, yeah?
And so I have a number of case fans in this one. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 case fans.
I had a case fan go bad. It started going,
right.
Whoa,
and the CPU cooler I'm using in this is not the same brand as the one that you're using, and it is much louder. And I've found that at the default fan tune, the default fan settings are just far too loud. Like they run too hard for what they need to do. And so I have adjusted the fan, what they call the fan curve, which is how fast will the fan spin for a certain temperature. And you do that on a curve. You put points in and say, well, if the CPU gets to 55 degrees centigrade, I want the fan to spin to 30% capacity. Right. And you tune that for all of your things, so that you get adequate cooling at whatever noise ratio you want for what it is. And so I found I had to detune all of my fans because they were just running way too hard at the default settings. And then the GPU I have in here is a very good GPU. It's a 4080, so it's a modern one, and it has a huge cooler on it. So the fans can spin slower because they're bigger, and I just don't hear it. Like even when I'm playing like 4K gaming with my son, this is a 4K monitor behind me, I can barely hear it because I've tuned it to do that.
Now, we have a cheeky and winky face comment here from Stern Quasar who says developers should use mediocre spec PCs, otherwise you'll never develop optimized solutions. Just for context, Damian is a developer and architect on ASP.NET. I work on .NET and Azure. So we are performance focused, but we also don't like waiting for builds.
I don't like waiting for builds, and I totally advocate testing on as close to what your customer will experience your hardware on. And as a web developer, that means using the browser tools to simulate lower spec devices or lower bandwidth network connections. If you're a mobile developer, that means having physical devices or using emulators that you can clock down. Like all of that is goodness, but none of that should impact the productivity that I get as a developer or as a computer user when it comes to my machine being snappy and doing builds quickly.
All right, so I want to bring up a couple things here. First, I got to think about orientation of this, how I'm going to orient it. You can see that we've got all of our power supply output here. So I'll probably store it on its side. But we have an interesting situation. Let me help me understand. We've got the cables it came with. And then we have the aesthetic cables.
Right.
The aesthetic cables that we bought because I like a white PC. Should we do this bench test with the aesthetic cables or the ones it came with?
I mean, the two schools. I mean, one, if you do it with the aesthetic ones, you risk making them dirty.
That's okay.
But you get to test them. Like you get to make sure that they work, right?
Presumably they are cables, though. That's of all the things that could go wrong, that's a pretty low effort.
It is usually, but they're made by a reputable brand. That's Cable Mod. They're the most well-known aftermarket cable maker. There are two. I will wait.
I'll do this.
There are two ways you can go with aftermarket cables. You can get either cable extensions, which extend the cables that came with your power supply, and you hide the ugly cables where you can't see them, and then you put the pretty cables as the extension.
Right.
Or you get full replacements, which is what you did. And then the full replacement, you don't use the original cables at all. Now, for the bench test, I would just use the black plastic cables.
Here's the thing about these kind of systems. we've got a million different things.
Wow.
And in this case here, I don't need any of them. I just need the motherboard for now. And
no,
CPU,
you need the motherboard and the CPU. Yeah.
and the CPU right here.
Oh,
and
the
then,
whole right-hand bank is all PCIe or CPU.
This is all CPU. And then if I had some SATA stuff, I would be able to have N number of SATA things.
That's right.
Where N is some number. And let's just look at my pile of stuff here. That feels CPU-ish.
That's your motherboard cable. It's called your ATX connector.
Yeah. So we'll bring that fella
Bring that one out.
And then most of these are labeled.
And you'll want 2 CPU cables because to get enough power now, you need to run it over 2 because they're each rated for whatever, 200 watts or something. So because we're going to be running over that, you plug 2 in. Nice
cables have nice labels.
Yep. Another advantage of going with a good brand, paying a bit more, and also this is what's called a modular power supply.
Indeed.
What that means is that none of the cables are attached.
In the old days, you would put the whole thing together and then you'd go boop.
Yep, and you wouldn't be able to unplug any cables from your power supply. The power supply would physically have all the cables soldered onto it.
You just have a rat's tail.
And you'd have a bundle of cables. Now you can add a modular power supply and you only plug in what you need. Now yours actually has a feature I haven't seen before. So yours has a USB-C port. And it's labeled with Q. Now go back. So there on the left.
Oh, this I thought was for an external tester and firmware updater, but we could look it up if you want.
So I am guessing the label under it, where it says CUE.
Q interface. This is going to be to connect it to lights.
That is the Corsair RGB system.
Yeah. Setting it up with lights and stuff, right?
I don't know. I don't know what that's for. I don't know whether that's to power maybe an RGB controller. Or if the power supply has RGB. I don't think it does, but I don't know. We could ask Bing Chat to tell us what it's
how to set up power supply units in IQ4.
Oh, interesting. So IQ4 is their software.
Okay, blah blah blah. So cooling.
Maybe you can maybe configure the fan curve. So what this will
be, I'm going to guess here, and I think it's an educated guess, is this is going to be a USB that's going to go probably back out from the computer back into the power supply?
No. Like what you can get, so your motherboard has USB headers on it.
Right.
And so you can typically get a cable that will go USB-C to the USB header on your motherboard.
Internal.
And that way you don't have to go outside. Yeah.
Interesting.
But it looks like the only feature that gives you is the ability to tune the fan curve on your power supply, which I don't think you'll need to do.
I'm not too worried about that. I am interested. This is on the inside, so it'd probably be, oops, I can't show you here, sorry. I bet you if I dig around anywhere, I'll find headers to USB-C cable
maybe.
somewhere around here.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back to here. I'm going to put this.
So typically I would put it on the right-hand side of the motherboard.
Okay, that's where I was going to put.
Okay.
That's where I was going to put my video, but let me get that out of the way.
Yeah. And the reason I say that is because the CPU power connector is on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And the motherboard is on the right-hand side. You can see the connectors are on the right-hand side of the motherboard.
I'm just making a little bit of a...
shuffle.
I've got a rather limited build space because this is my streaming space, so pardon me.
So someone's asking a question about quality differences on the YouTube chat between ASUS and MSI. In the price range that is chosen here with a Z790, Asus have been a long time favorite, but see a lot of users of MSI these days. I said earlier in the stream, I just happen to be a fan of the MSI boards because I've used them a lot I've done about a dozen builds in the last 2 years for various folks, including myself and my son and folks I work with. And I started with an MSI board. I enjoyed it. And so I've been using them. Are you plugging in already?
Well, it's off, but what I want to do is I'm a little concerned.
You're going to ground it?
Yeah, I want to make sure it's well grounded, but I'm also wondering out loud. I've only got like 20 amps in this room, and I'm wondering if I'm going to blow something up.
No, not at all. No, you're not going to be doing anything crazy on here yet.
Well, if I disappear, we know what happened with all of the power.
You have a UPS, right?
I want to plug it into the other UPS, in fact.
Okay. So I don't have any personal opinions or knowledge regarding differences between MSI and ASUS. They're both, reputable brands. I know a lot of, ASUS has a very large range of motherboards, very high end, medium end, and low end under different. They have like the ASUS Tough Gaming, which is their lower end one. They have a mid tier, and then they have a higher tier. I think you can't really go too wrong. You get familiar with the BIOS of one manufacturer, so they each kind of bring their own overclocking and tuning facilities in the BIOS. And so if you get familiar with one or you like a feature of one versus the other, I think like ASUS is the one that has AI overclocking, they call it. Yeah.
Kayla Cinnamon just showed up on
Ooh,
TikTok chat. She is the former PM of Windows Terminal. So she launched Windows Terminal, and Kayla built her own PC live at Microsoft Build last year, I believe.
that's right.
Asking the specs. Why don't you run through the specs for this PC while I just go ahead and plug some of these things in?
So Max says that the port on the power supply is for connecting the motherboard to enable power monitoring, which is kind of cool. So you can get real, which is nice because I do power monitoring via my UPS, in the sense that the UPS software gives you full power draw of your whole machine, right? Because you can get the UPS load, whereas you can't get full power draw of your whole machine just by asking the GPU what it's drawing and the CPU what it's drawing, because you won't get how much all the ancillary devices are drawing. Only the power supply knows that. So if that will let you get full power draw from the power supply, that's a really cool feature, actually.
Okay,
That's nice.
so we're putting in motherboard, just pointing out
so that
how
you're
these
connected
things
to the power supply.
Plug in so nicely. Try to orient that a little bit.
Yep, nice.
And then we got 2 CPU ones. That's really interesting to me.
Yep.
So these ones over here on the side, you can't really
That's
see
right.
them.
Now, some motherboards come with 3.
That's a lot of power.
It is a lot of power, and there's a couple of reasons why that might be done. If you know what USB power delivery is, of course.
Indeed, you might want to plug a MacBook or something into your PC, and if your PC is rated for USB-C PD, then you're got to get the power from somewhere.
That's right. And so some boards will have USB-C ports on them that support USB power delivery, which means you could plug in, say, a USB-C monitor that needs to draw more than 5 watts, or like a MacBook and charge at 65 watts or 100 watts, and that power needs to come from somewhere. So they'll use an extra CPU power socket on the motherboard to provide that power. Or if you're using a workstation class machine that uses something like a Threadripper,
right,
or a high-end Xeon chip, those chips can draw well over 300 watts of power. And so you might even have 3 CPU connectors just to get enough power to power your CPU, or CPUs on a dual socket motherboard where you plug 2 CPUs in.
So here we plugged this in. Just a little bit of stats here. It's kind of interesting. We've got about 900 people watching on YouTube, on TikTok rather.
Nice.
Which is cool. So hi to our friends on TikTok. This one here, this is our motherboard power, and again, I'm going to be using my own aftermarket cables later, but for this what's called a bench build, we're going to do that right here. Really hard to do these wrong.
Yes.
They are not polarity, right? So they want to be a certain way, and they're
pinned a certain way, and they have
some are square and some are not square.
That's right.
If you push hard, you're doing it wrong.
Exactly. It will take a bit of force, but they should. It shouldn't feel like you're trying to push something into something that doesn't go, right? Like getting them out is actually more nerve-wracking than putting them in, because it can take quite a lot of force at odd angles to get them out. So
yeah, great point. Right here, I'm trying to find that sweet spot, and the reason that it doesn't go in perfectly is because there's a little bit of flex in this here, and it may not be completely square. It may be just ever so slightly curved for various reasons.
But the trick is you'll see that there's a little retention bracket on one side, one of the long sides of that cable. Yep. And you want to line that up with the notch on the receiving plug on the motherboard. That's how you know, that bit there. That's how you know that you've got it oriented correctly. And then it's all about getting it super square. Like just get it nice and square, get them so they all seat, and then you can push it in.
So I'm getting pressure on a pin.
Okay, and then if you have a lot of trouble, you might need to check the pins.
Right, so I'm looking in here. There's always that one is empty.
Yep.
But I'm just checking the pins to make sure I'm not pissing them off. And I'm looking at these pins because I don't want to put so much pressure
that you bend one,
that I bend a pin, and then I'm pretty much dead in the water.
Exactly.
So we are down here doing our best. So forgive me for not having that be easily visible. I can feel the first 5 pins go in.
And you've triple checked the orientation, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is unquestionably correct, but just doesn't want to go in. I can feel which pins it is. It's the 6th pin from the left here. Does not want to go in, so I'm just kind of
rocking it back and forth a little bit.
Back and forth, feeling it out.
Yeah. It is always a little disconcerting when it doesn't just seat nicely the first time. And you've got
Yeah,
to
I'm
find that
trying to
angle.
figure out who's mad at me here. Looking for imperfections in the plastic, pieces of plastic that might be stuck in there. I can see it is a little warped. I might have to switch over to my aftermarket
Cable,
cable.
yeah.
That does not want to go in.
That is really odd. Oh, try the cable mod cable. Very nice.
Now to your point about getting them out, that is a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and doing it on the PSU is the easy side. Pulling it out of the power of the motherboard is
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think once I get this seated, I'll leave it seated. At least on the board side.
Yeah.
Those are lovely. I'll know we made the right decision when it just works. And then of course I'm going to have to zip tie all this.
Well, no, they come with spacers. And so you don't typically, on these ones, you want them to
Look at that.
nice.
That went right in. Didn't even think about it.
Perfect. Okay.
So what are you saying about, because these
typically,
are
so you look at the end of the cable you just plugged in. See the white things? They
Oh,
slide down the cable. And that's what they're called combs, as someone in the chat just said.
Isn't that yummy?
And then you spread them out to get some, so the bit that you can see in the computer through the glass of the case is all nice and parallel, right? And all, and so that just makes it all look beautiful.
Oh, that's lovely. Look at that.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, you pushed me to get these. Damian
Well,
said,
you wanted, because you cared about it being aesthetic. You were like, I want it to be white. Like, well, it's no point buying the white case and the white motherboard and then having horrible black plastic cables.
Okay,
Like
well, hang on, though. We just hit an issue, though. There's not enough pins.
What?
Did I plug in the wrong side, or is this the wrong?
It's possible, but usually it's super obvious, right? Like, it'll either be, and we made sure when you bought it that you ordered the one for this power supply because they're different for each manufacturer.
Let's go see.
Double check. It'll be on the packet that they came in. Ruben asks, is there a risk that the two kits of DDR5 won't be able to achieve stable XMP? It's not a risk, it's guaranteed. You will not be able to clock them at their rated speed. But then this particular model motherboard does list on the website, on the MSI website, what model of DIMMs that they have tested 128 gig 4-DIMM configurations in, and this is one of them. And it tells you what speed they got them to run at. So you will not get them running at the full speed.
These are not the same.
So, well, you must have got the wrong cable.
Well, the cable is on the screen here.
Let's have a look.
It's literally clicked on from your list.
Yeah, it says HXI, right? Which is the
HXI.
Which is the Corsair HXI power supply is what you have, right?
Yeah. You can see here, purchased in January.
Yep.
HXI. Ironically, they're showing the one I need in the picture.
Well, which end is that though? Like, isn't one of the ends look like that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the other end, maybe. Yeah, they're not giving me a picture of them all. Well, shootski.
We might have to go back to trying to get the other one to.
That doesn't make any sense.
So if we go back to your.
All the other ones are the same, are the correct ones.
And I mean, you have an HXI Corsair. That's the right one, I thought.
Now I have to get this out.
There you go.
Yeah, it's just not. This one's not wide enough.
That's just bizarre.
How is that possible, though?
How have you got? I mean, I don't know what it's.
Well, hang on though. Let's just use our heads. And people in the audience are probably going, "We're a bunch of idiots." But look, man, there's only so many pins, and then one of them's missing. So if we use first principles and we go back over to this one, how are there?
It's pinned differently, right? It has a different power supply side connector. So now you're going to try and figure out why the black one won't go in.
And all those wires are hooked up, and this one's missing as it should be.
Yep.
But then if you follow, I'm just like wondering, like, what disappeared on the way, and what means is that pins are being shared.
It's likely a ground pin, like multiple ground pins getting shared or something like that.
So there you go. See, And that you can see that they split in here.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question is,
Yeah, why is that one?
is this something, and I'm totally brainstorming here, and this is not plugged in.
Yeah.
Do I just and that is
Definitely.
pinned differently.
Just pinned wrong.
Well,
except for that.
no, that is pinned wrong.
Yeah.
That's not going in there. So I don't know what that is.
Does the white one have a retention clip on either end?
Yeah, that's the funny part. This part here has a retention clip,
but it doesn't fit in.
But if I try to center it here, it's the first side. It goes in.
Yeah, it does
to the left and leaves 4 pins unused.
But it does go in if you center it with the.
Totally goes in.
And the other one on the right, the other half of it goes in as well.
Yep.
I mean,
well, here's the problem though. You see how this retention pin is not it's
not lined up at all?
It's off by 1.
Oh, interesting.
So I could pop that retention pin on and shove it in there.
No, that just feels like it's for some reason it's pinned wrong.
So would you go
now?
Off
I mean, you could try and like search it and see
if you would go off and think about that for me.
I would go off and search it.
No, I'm volunteering you for that because you're the one that recommended the cables.
Go and do a support request about like why.
As the parts list creator.
Yeah, that is weird.
Sorry, because I really did buy all the parts you told me to.
I'm double checking it. It is the ones. I mean, you haven't shown me the bag, but I'm assuming.
Well, this is where you find that one fella on Reddit who.
Yeah, exactly.
Who said, "Wait a second. Cable mod C series kit AXI HXI RM."
That's the one.
There's no random cables here.
No, it'll only come with one ATX cable, which is the one that you use, the big one. Contact us. Need help.
Looking around, there's a bunch of other cables. I might just have to tolerate having one of them be off and say I planned it.
Let me.
Darian says, double check the compatible PSU for the custom cables. You don't want to mismatch voltage.
We'd want to.
Oh, that's exactly why we're not using the custom cables. That's strange. Very strange.
It's so funny that you jinxed it by saying of all the things you won't have an issue with, it'll be the cables, and then neither of the cables is working.
100%. And now again, so the white cables fit in perfectly, but they're wrong. There you go. Mohammed says paint the black cables white.
There you go.
There you go.
That's great.
So I'm trying to get this one in. I can feel that it doesn't want to. One of these pins is. One of these little bits of plastic is just.
Not lining up.
Not lining up. You can even see which one it is.
Yeah, so I found someone on Reddit with the same problem.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no pre-made Mod Mesh Pro for the Corsair HX1000. And he said he bought the cables, said it fits it, went to plug it in. The 24-pin ATX is a different connector.
Now, Stern Quasar is saying cables from 2 different PSUs are not compatible. That's the intent.
They're not.
So let's make sure that we're clear, folks. We totally get that.
Yes.
I want to make sure that for folks who may have joined late, we get that. These are the Corsair power supply cables. We bought custom external white cables just to be aesthetic. These are said to be the correct side, the correct kind, but and they are standard in that they are HXI. So these will all be fine, the PCI ones, the CPU ones, but obviously you're absolutely right. Even though that company is saying that these ones are.
There's a reply here from one of the company reps on Reddit, and they're like, "Oh, as our compatibility list states, the HX1000 uses black label cables. If the 21-pin cable you got is 24-pin on the PSU side, you got the yellow label cables. HXI is not the same as HX, but I see you already reached out. So you have an HX1000i. Is that an HXI or is that an HX?
I have an HX 1000i.
Exactly. So is that HXI or HX?
Uh,
So
probably
I'm looking at their
HX.
compatibility list now, trying to figure this out.
It's probably HX.
So here we go. Hang on. Oh, so they list all the Corsair motherboard models.
This is the sales rep for the
I'm on the
company.
Cable Mod site compatibility page, and they list every motherboard. Here we go. Okay. So you're not going to like this.
I've got the
Your
wrong
model.
one.
There are two different variations of the HX1000i.
Okay.
One is the old model, and then one is the 2022 model. And for this, it says contact support before purchase.
Before purchase.
Before purchase.
That's when you want to contact support.
That's when you want to contact support before you buy it.
I do most of my tech support before I buy
because they use different cables. One is the black label, one is the blue label. You have the new model. You have the 2022 model. I'm almost certain of your power supply.
I can actually see probably the.
I think it says on the box even.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can see how many pins there are. It's there's 9 pins, 18 pins.
Okay, so then it links to black label. They literally, the custom cable is a C-Series RM black label. And so if I go back to the part list, we have got the yellow label. That's what we did wrong. We did buy the wrong custom cables. That was my mistake.
All right, so we have 2 things to send back now.
We'll have to send that one back and swap them over for the Corsair black label mod mesh kit, which is that one, which is the same price. Well, it's not in stock, so that doesn't help. But we'll find it somewhere.
Oh, got it.
You got it in? Excellent.
Sweet Lord.
Yeah, that took a lot more. But it turns out we figured out that there was a problem with your custom cable kit. So
yeah. All right. So good stuff. Thank you for your help, community member and random person on Reddit.
Yeah, and I will admit this is the first time I've done a build with a custom cable set.
Now you tell me.
A full set. I've only done custom cables for the GPUs because the new GPUs use a new 16-pin ATX connector or 12-pin, whatever it is, and so I always buy a special cable for that.
All right.
That's easier to get.
Okay. So CPU.
Yep.
And power supply.
And yeah, so CPU to power supply, motherboard to power supply. So next is just we need to install your cooler, which means we have to mount it on your CPU here.
Okay, so let's rotate this guy.
So your fans are not blocked and all the rest, vents are not blocked and whatnot.
Here.
And that, yeah. Can you actually, with that power supply, can you just flip it on the Y-axis as the camera is looking at it? So other direction though. Yeah. Keep going. That's the X-axis. What other? So
depends on whether you think it's the X-axis, right?
I know, as the camera's looking at it. So no. So that side that's facing the camera right now, not that side. No, the short one. No. That side. Can you put that down on the table with all the cables coming out the back? There you go. No. That cable's coming down towards the front. There you go. The reason is you want to have as much space around the CPU socket as possible. And the way you were doing it, the ATX cable was running over the CPU socket. There you go.
Okay, so he's got me pushing these out of the way.
There we go.
We have 2 issues here. We have 2 issues, friends, that we've discussed. First, this is wrong. So we send that back.
Send that back. Swap it over for the right one.
So, yummy. And that came from Cable Mod.
Yep. Did you bought that direct from Cable Mod?
I don't remember. It's been a month.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. So those are closed up RMA. Problem number 1. Not a huge problem. Problem number 2, our liquid cooler
Had a
big,
yeah.
Was in some kind of an attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
And got hit here. This is where we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that is serious damage. That's so scary.
Worst case scenario, it leaks.
Worst case scenario, it leaks.
Best case scenario, it works fine, and we wait a couple weeks for them to return one.
Yeah.
Or however long it takes.
However long it takes, exactly.
So, bummer. All right.
I mean, when the only time I've had a similar issue with one, they cross-shipped me one. I got it from Amazon. They shipped me a new one.
Cross-shipping, meaning bringing it to me while it's on the way out, would be ideal.
And that's one of the reasons I try to buy from Amazon if I can, simply because where I happen to live, Amazon, if they're the ones that warehouse the item and then ship the item from them as a reseller, typically, or they drop ship for another company and they hold them in their warehouses.
Yeah.
Often, if you have a problem, they will cross ship for you. You contact support through the channel, through the portal, and they'll cross ship.
So how do we want to do
orientation?
Our orientation here.
So so we're not at that point yet, but when we get to that point, you'll probably want to put the CPU cooler on the right-hand side next to the power supply.
Like this?
In the mess of the cables, yeah. Or you'll push the power supply further to the back of the desk and leave space at the front for the CPU cooler.
That'll be challenging as I have yet to plug it in.
Yeah. And so because the orientation of the CPU cooler, the pump head, the actual CPU block, the fan is going to point up towards to the right of them. Oh, it's so hard doing the orientation. Sorry. So if the pump at the end of the cables, at the end of the pipes, yes, that part, you want that has a fan on it. If you turn it over, you'll see there's a fan. That's called the voltage regulator module, or VRM fan. You want that. If you look at your CPU, see where it has the little, three rectangles,
little Windows logo there.
Yeah, that's where you're going to put the fan. It's going to be oriented
that way. Oriented
to the
like
top.
this.
That's right.
Yep.
And so basically, that's going to dictate where you can sit the radiator with the fans.
Which is basically that's the only way I can do it.
Then that's fine. Like whatever works, as long as the cables aren't the hoses aren't kinked, you're fine.
Okay.
But before we do that, we have to put the mounting bracket on the back of the motherboard, or we have to pass it from the back, and we have to assemble the mounting bracket first.
Right.
So the little plastic bag that you had with all the mounting stuff for the cooler. Yep. So what you'll want to do is unpack that into somewhere that you can make sure that you know which bits you unpack, because some of them will be for AMD CPUs and some will be for Intel.
Mohammed on the chat is saying, is the board on legs? Presumably they're asking, is there any danger to what we're doing here as a bench build?
Yeah, so we're not using
anti-static right now.
Right, we're not using a bench. You can actually buy bench frames,
right,
that you build, and but they're not cheap. They're like $60 to $100 just for the little frame to do your bench testing on. I do this at home, so I use a cutting mat exactly like you, and then I put the CPU bag underneath, and then I put that. You can also put the CPU box underneath if you want something that's got a bit of give. You can put the box underneath it as well. And typically I'll do that if I'm putting a GPU in, because I need a space. I need the motherboard lifted off the desk, so there's space for the GPU mounting plate to like hang over the edge of it, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
So, but we're not at that point. Yeah. So
we're trying to do here is we're going to just run the thing overnight and make sure it doesn't blow up. So
get Windows installed, do some bench testing, like run some benchmarks, make sure the CPU doesn't overheat and all that type of stuff. Make sure things are correct.
The only problem with doing that is that this will be then returned kind of messy. It's going to have goo all over.
That's not unusual. Like I have actually bought stuff from the Amazon warehouse that's obviously been used before, like literally that cooler that's been used before. I got one that was supposedly new, that the fans were broken, that had obviously been opened. So I don't think it's a huge problem. Worst case scenario, they'll charge you a restocking fee.
Okay.
But the fact that you have the box,
like, the box has a hole in it.
Has a hole in it. Like,
what's these about? These
little... so that's your RGB. So let's have a talk about that. So there's two connectors there. The one that you're holding up the camera now is the RGB connector. So that's going to control the lighting on the fans on the radiator.
Right.
The other one is the CPU fan connector, and that's going to control the speed of the fans, the speed of the pump, which is in the head, and that will connect to the CPU fan header on your motherboard.
Just like any other CPU fan that you might have.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then this one here, though, goes where? Because I don't have a RGB.
The motherboard has built-in RGB controllers. Oh. So you will have RGB headers, multiple, on your motherboard. And there are two types of RGB header. There is an A-RGB header, which stands for addressable RGB. And then there is an RGB header, and they're pinned differently.
Isn't that funny? I didn't even realize that we cared that much about RGB, that it was now a thing.
So you'll often find, go over to where your memory is, and on the very right-hand side of your memory, where those pinouts are, up to the top, around there'll be some fan pinouts. There should be an RGB header.
We've got a bunch of RGBs, JRGB, V2, V3.
Yep.
Interesting. And they're pinned a certain way to keep you from doing that. It's one space and then two.
That's
so there's only one way to do it.
Yep.
And there's a couple more over here.
Right, and so that would be for like case fans, which your case that we haven't shown on camera yet also comes with RGB fans. And so they will want to plug in, unless the case has an RGB controller, which I can't remember if it does or not.
So here we have our bracket, and this is where it's going to get a little hairy.
Yep. So we'll need those two. I can tell you already, we definitely need those 2 bits.
Okay.
And that's the backing plate. We'll need that. And then there'll be a couple of screw packets and some thermal grease in there. Yep, you don't need those ones.
These ones have pins.
Those ones you don't need. They're for AMD motherboards.
Okay.
Those are for mounting the fans and the radiator to your case. So you'll need those much later on.
Okay, got a spacer and some thin ones.
Those ones are for AMD motherboards. You won't need those ones. And I only know this because I've used this cooler like 10 times.
Tiny thermal paste.
There's your MX5, which is the new version of the one that you had, which is MX4.
Yeah, and here's a random one that came with the TF7 that came with the
That's right.
bracket.
I would definitely use the Artic thermal paste in this case.
Some little washer dealies.
So you're going to need those. Those are little spacers that we're going to be using.
They are like sticker spacers almost.
That's right. And there's 2. There will be 2. There'll be one that's in a strip like that, and then there'll be one that's in a grid of 4.
Yep. Then we have some knurled.
You'll be using those. Those are for the Intel mount. And we're going to use those ones.
3M spacers. And then I'm not going to pour these out. Bunch of little donuts.
You need those. That's the first step, is we're going to use those to assemble the back plate.
All right. See if we can pull this off, my friends.
So at this point, you're going to want to bring up the browser and get the manual. Because you'll basically have to assemble the back plate the correct way for your CPU socket.
Get the manual for
the Artic Liquid Freezer 2 360 Artic. Yeah, there you go. Yep, you want the manual for that. That'll be the German. Yeah, that's right. They're a German company, so it's .de/US. It looks like for the US English.
Choose variant.
And so you've got RGB. Yep. Well, yours is an A-RGB, I think, but the manual's the same. Like the mounting's the same. Like yep. So then I'm going to guess you have revision 7, but you need to check the bottom of your box.
Okay, let's check the box, the destroyed box.
So find the barcode, and there'll be very tiny letters. It'll say what revision it is.
It does not. Revision 3.
There you go. So the non-RGB one, the latest is revision 7, I believe, which is what I've been using. There you go. So you got the latest revision of the A-RGB one.
Intel socket
1700 is what we have. And you want to look at the prep.
And then
there's a nice video there from Gamer Nexus that talks about how to orient your CPU cooler in the case, but we're not doing that yet, so don't worry about that. That's more information about how to. So what this is telling you is you don't want to put the radiator below the pump because water will go to the lowest place due to gravity. And so if you put the pump at the top, you risk running your pump dry because the water will go up and come back down again. So you want to always have the radiator above the pump.
We'll do that. Right now, it's going to be to the side of the pump.
Yeah, which is fine.
And we'll worry about that when we go and.
And then this is the airflow direction, which again we're not worrying about right now because we're not putting it in the case yet.
Yep.
So this is all preparing the motherboard. If you have an old cooler, remove it, which we don't. Now we need to get some alcohol and clean the top of the CPU. Nice. Yep, I got the same bottle in my cupboard right here.
Yeah. Keep a little alcohol around the house here.
It's good for cleaning.
And can I just use a microfiber?
You can do that. I use shop towel. Do you know what your shop towel is?
Yeah, actually one of these.
No, shop towel. This stuff.
Oh, I don't have that.
This is Scott.
Shop or sharp?
Shop. S-H-O-P.
Okay.
This is shop towel. It's basically it's a different kind of the kitchen paper. It's just much stronger.
Okay. Well, that's your Christmas gift to me this year because I don't have that.
I buy it at Costco like in packs of 16.
Okay, so I'm going to use this microfiber. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
All right.
So, you know, just do your normal thing that you would do to a little bit of alcohol, and you're just trying to get the top of that. Make sure it's clean. And the reason we're doing this is because this is where all the heat from the CPU has to go through this contact that we're about to make, this join, basically. The top of the heat spreader, which is that metal thing that's directly attached to the CPU.
Yeah.
And that's what's being cleaned, is the spreader, the bit in the middle, not the bit around the outside. That's the frame that we mounted.
And I touched that with my finger earlier, so I'm, I know it was oily.
Yep. Some people use Q-tips, which they're saying in the chat, which is fine. Or cotton wool. I'd use shop towel. It's the easiest thing to use. Shop towel's great for mopping up thermal grease, which you might need to do as well. When you start remounting, you can take it off again. You need to clean it before you mount it again. You will definitely not want to use a microfiber cloth for that.
This is very stressful.
It's like anything. The more you do it, the more familiar you get with it, the less stressful it is.
This is the thing, man. Like, if we were putting together a Pentium, I'm your guy. You know what I mean? DDR2 or 3, like now we're on DDR4 or 5. Like it's just it's moving so fast. Particularly on the cooling side. It feels faster
as we get older. Like, I mean, I remember building literally like 200 PCs for a school order back when I used to work doing this for a living 20 years ago. And we would work over the weekend building every single PC from scratch. And we were doing speed building, right? So you'd get a pile of parts, like a dozen of each part piled up next to you, because you'd be working in a team of 4 or 5 people, and you would race each other to see how quickly you could build and get your machine to post.
I did that in college. We had a time to first post from basically like a 46 or whatever, and we did that.
But you couldn't cheat, because we were selling these PCs and we held ourselves to a high standard. And so, like I mentioned before, how many cables used to be involved in putting together a PC. We were cable tidy, and so we would make sure that our cables were braided and that they were zip tied to the side of the cases, and all the way back, even before pre-ATX, before ATX was even a thing. And these days, it's the cases come with built-in cable management, right? Like it's just much easier to build a good-looking machine these days.
All right, so
cleaned,
yes, sir.
So that's fine. So now go back to your manual.
Okay.
On your browser, and let's look at what it says to do next. Right, so this is preparing the cooler. So that's the first 2 brackets that you pulled out, and then there will be 2 long threaded screws in one of the packets.
Now this looks like it's opposite orientation in the picture.
Yeah, so in this picture, the fan is away from the angle of the person looking at the diagram.
You can't see me.
Sorry.
All right. So I have not peeled this off yet. I'm not touching this.
Yeah, don't touch the copper bit yet.
Just looking at this.
Yep.
And I am seeing if these are mirror images of each other, and they are.
Yep, so that looks correct.
I'm thinking about that. Always, think.
Yep.
Think twice, cut once.
You got your screws ready?
Well, so then this is the question, though. I'm looking around for the right screws.
Yeah, they're going to be in a bag with a bunch of other screws.
Well, there's like a half dozen bags with a bunch of other screws.
Yeah. So I think they're in that bag that's in your hand, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
They typically put them in the Intel retention bag, which is that one, I think.
Yeah, and I don't want to make a mess here, so I'm just being real thoughtful.
Do you have a magnetic screw dish?
I do. Let me grab that.
Those can be useful for this type of thing.
So what Damian is talking about, if I can find it around here somewhere, oh, here it is a magnetic holder from iFixit company. Looks like this.
Oh, that's actually not what I meant, but that's cool.
So what's nice about these is that they're magnetic, and then they are dry erase marker.
Right.
So you can just write down what you want. Now, I've never gotten that fancy, but
yeah, that's cool.
That's cool. All right. So,
I mean, you could probably just orient it straight over the top of the motherboard, but it's fine.
Well, I'm thinking about
magnets. I know you don't want to.
Magnets and stuff.
But
I've also got, I'm not a big fan of like this. If I've got a bag, why go and open it up?
That one, let's have a look at that one. Like that one, I think is the AMD bag, but like, if I recall, they put these 2 screws in like a bag that you don't typically use for Intel.
Yeah.
But like, let's have a look. Like we
really
need to open.
That's the bag, because the reason I don't think that's the bag is those have heads on them. Those screws, those bolts have heads on them.
Okay.
Where did it go? The one that I
Where did
just
your other
had.
bag
I
go?
literally had it in my hand here a second ago.
So I think there's 3 bags, right?
Here it is. Yeah, there are 3 bags. There's ones
Yep.
with spacers, ones with that are.
That's the Intel bag.
This is the
And I
Intel bag.
think they're in there. I'm pretty sure they're in there. Yeah, I can see one of them already. Yep, and there's the other one. It's a decent magnetic. Luckily, those are ferrous fastenings, and so they actually stick to the board.
I tell you, just again, none of this is sponsored, but iFixit is just lovely, lovely folks.
So there's the 2 screws that you need for this next step. Yep, lovely.
Okay. So we are. Oh, and then it's screwdriver time again.
Yep.
Where'd my screwdriver go? I tell you, I really don't have a good build space here. Gonna just be a little extra and show you my screwdriver again.
To be fair, building on camera is very different as well. Like,
Well,
you're always thinking
point.
about what's in view. And...
I am. Yeah, that's a very good point. Right now, I'm running the Stream Deck board, checking the stream, watching 2 chat things, talking to you, managing split screen.
Yeah,
it's a lot. It's a lot. All right, and I've got 6 different scenes here in OBS.
That's the scene that we want for this step, I think. This is nice because they can see the manual.
Okay, so.
Yep.
We are here. And we are here, and we're trying to get into there.
Yep. And and those brackets that you've got, just to vocalize what you've done, they have 2 orientations. There's like a lip on the edge. There's like a rolled edge on those brackets, and you can see by the diagram that they have to go a certain way.
Right. They are very specifically oriented. They're mirror images of each other. They're not the same bracket.
Right. And you want to make sure that they're screwed in nice and good, nice and well.
Yep, wrong. I got the wrong
head.
Wrong head.
You want a Phillips 2 probably?
Yep. These are, there you go. There's just a lot going on.
It's probably worth mentioning that obviously you can actually pay people to do this for you too. So there are companies that are called system integrators or the system builders, and you can order the parts and they will build it for you and then ship it to you. And you'll pay a premium, or maybe $100, $200 for them to do the building for you. And then the advantage of that is that A, you don't need to do all this.
And they'll bench it overnight and all that.
If you don't, exactly. They'll do the testing for you. They might give you a system build warranty as well. And if you have a problem with any of the parts, they can find that out, and then they have the spare parts. They can diagnose it while it's being built. Whereas if we ran into a problem, right now trying to boot it up, we would go through the usual diagnostic steps, reseat things and stuff. But if it gets to the point where it's like, well, I can't do a process of elimination unless I have a spare X. I need another power supply. I need another motherboard. I need another stick of RAM.
Look at the example that we just bumped into,
right?
Which is we just ended up in a situation where we had cables that didn't work, and that would have been the end of the stream.
That would have been the end of the build.
Yep.
That's right. Until I bought other ones, or
so backup cables.
And so, like, doing this as a one-off, and that's okay. This is the trickiest part of this, is making sure that you get this thing oriented correctly and these little bits put in the right spot.
So what is going on here?
So that is the rubber grommets that you talked about before in the other that you didn't want to tip out, the big plastic bag.
There are these rubber grommets, which are not
those ones.
Grommet
the
stickers.
Big plastic bag to your left. Yeah, that one.
And there's
those little washers.
They're little donuts.
Yeah. And so I would encourage you to go back to the manual and kind of read through all steps associated with this part of the build so that you know what's coming ahead. And then I can talk you through the whole thing. Basically what you're doing is the steel backplate, the large black piece at the bottom of the frame right now, is designed to support multiple CPU types. 5 different sockets from Intel and 4 different sockets from AMD. And so it's a single unit that they've engineered very carefully and very cleverly that you can put it one way up or another way up, and then you've got these slided holes you can see that are cut very specifically to allow
Right.
for the different dimensions that each of these sockets use, because
Right.
they're all
And
different. They're not a standard.
This looks sloppy, but it's actually genius because it handles
right.
2 different kinds of motherboards.
Exactly.
And they're very precisely cut.
That's right. So you can see here, step 8 is making you pay attention to make sure that you, when you put the little backplate nuts and then the donut grommets over them, that they're all the way down and like sandwiching the plate fully.
Right.
And these bits you're not going to use until later.
What's interesting, though, is those little backplate nuts, which I'm looking for right now.
They're in the big plastic bag. Loose. They're not in the big one.
Big one.
You had it up on camera
just
before.
This is the color. That's what I was looking for.
Yep.
These are really interesting because they are screws and they are nuts at the same time, it looks like.
Yes, because you're going to screw something into them afterwards.
So there's a threaded inside.
That's correct.
There's a little rivety looking thing, and then there's the beginnings of a hex nut. So there's a pretty sophisticated thing going on here.
Right. So the hex nut is what's going to house it, going to allow it to seat in the hole that you showed before that looked sloppy, but is actually designed to take 3 different positions.
Right.
And that's what's going to orient it in there in the furthest out position for this socket type, the LGA 1700. I think it's that. It might be the middle one. We'll double check with the manual.
So when but we are going to return this, though. Am I going to have to go and put all these back in a bag for these guys?
You'll just put them back in the bag.
I don't know, man.
What?
They should just give me one for doing a stream.
Maybe they will. The Arctic folks are fantastic.
They are? Okay, well, if you're watching
fantastic.
Person from Arctic, I'm suffering here and I need your help. All right, and then this is making a really specific thing that you want those little washer donuts all the way down.
Right.
So if we come back up here, we're making sure that it is...
It's very subtle.
It's very subtle.
Yeah.
Is it oriented that way or is it oriented that way? This is up.
That's right.
Very, very subtle.
And the nuts will come in from underneath.
It's actually exaggerated in the picture.
It is, yeah.
Because it's as subtle as anything you'd see. It's like a 0.5 millimeter subtle.
Yeah, maybe even less.
Yeah. And then I don't really know if it's on the outside or the inside.
It'll tell you.
I got to go back here and see.
There it is.
Right there. Very IKEA.
And these ones, I've had trouble sometimes just with the quality of the hole, like when it was machined out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to really make sure and force it to get right into the corner, because it'll fit in other parts, but you've got to make sure it's seated and oriented perfectly so that the hexagon shape is actually seated perfectly in the edge of the hexagon hole that's being shown on the diagram.
Okay, so how am I going to do this, though? I'm kind of putting it in a space here at the bottom. It really needs to be underneath here.
No. You do this. You do all that you're doing here. You do like this first.
This is all prep elsewhere.
This is all prep.
Okay, so then let's bring it a little closer then.
And you can do one at a time. You don't need to do all 4. But so you can see that top left-hand one is not in the corner, for example. There you go. And you'll want to make sure that it's oriented so that the point of the hexagon fits into the point of the hole in that corner, going as far out as it can.
Indeed. So then...
take your little rubber...
got 1, 2...
grommets.
I mentioned this before, but it is worth pointing out. I haven't seen a donut shaped. Most of the ones I've seen are not rounded off. They're
right.
Kind of squared off. These are true donut, inner tube.
Yes.
Shaped because they're going to be squished a lot. That's
right. They're less of a washer and more of they're actually used to kind of retain that silver receiving nut / screw thing that we just put in. And you'll kind of push that all the way over the little lip. There you go. And do that in all 4 corners.
And we were talking about how sophisticated these little silver guys are. That lip retains the little grommet guy.
Right. Which you can probably show now if you lift it up on, Yep, perfect.
All right, shiny.
So now is the step where you're just going to have to put it underneath the motherboard. So scroll back up and collapse, or either way. Yep, collapse the preparation.
I gotta go and find the collapser deal.
Yeah, you can scroll down till it says installation there, and then expand installation, and it'll collapse it for you. Yep. So scroll back to the top.
Oh, it's expanded and took me all the way back
Yeah,
in
like it's
again.
not the best. It has a really good detail, but it's just this
It's a
little
beautiful.
finicky. Right.
Okay, so then these are those.
Yep.
These are these stickers.
Yeah. So make sure you use the right ones though. See how this is the quadrant, not the strip. So the
And they're
back one,
actually
see
calling that out. That's
they
not.
actually
This is
call that out.
AMD.
Yep. So
Okay.
those ones are going to be on the back of the motherboard, which you'll just tip it up and up probably on its right side.
I wish you could see how cramped the situation is here. I'm just really doing my best to. We're doing our best to edutain our friends.
Oh, you're doing a great job. There you go. And you're just going to, peel those four and just stick them on
These
those
guys
holes
here.
there. That's right.
All right, so let's try to give it a little of that.
There you go.
So I'm going to peel these off.
Yeah. And then I usually use tweezers just to locate them because they stick to your fingers.
Yeah.
It just allows you to kind of put them over the hole and then push down. Yeah, I have the exact same tweezers that I use. And then you just use your finger to push them on once they're in there. That's it. Lovely.
And I am nervous, though. As we've said before, we do have some damage on that one.
Yeah.
I'm going back and forth on the, if it works, just leave it. And then just know that it's always going to be wrong versus the hassle of returning it. I know that your philosophy is return it and deal with the hassle, but
I mean, I would at this point. I mean, we don't know. Like you said, worst case scenario could happen. It could spring a leak when we turn it on. But later. I would probably go through with the build and then try and return it. And like worst case then is that I eat some restocking fee or something.
I'd rather not eat the price. But your point is taken. Maybe we'll give it to one of the folks on the call here. Okay.
All right, so that's the back. And so now give yourself some room because you need to make sure that you're going to put this on the right way on the back, and then you'll have to hold it on while you screw in from the other side. Yeah, but what the easiest thing to do will be to get the other screws that you're going to use to screw into the silver backplate nuts.
Get them ready.
Get them ready. So those ones.
That guy.
Yeah, and so there's 3 different sizes. You want it has to be the right size. It's very important.
Well, and what we can do here is we can go like this.
Oh, they only have 2 different nuts in here, actually. That makes it easy. The other ones go on top. So, it's the longer ones.
It's not these.
That's right. You won't need
these
those.
Are for later.
Those are for later. Cool.
Just drop one. No! And that is gone forever. Hang on.
We'll find it.
That guy fell. Yep, there it is. Got it.
Cool.
Okay.
So do
I need these later?
Yeah, you're gonna need those later. They're the ones that go on top. Once you put the actual thing on it, that's what'll hold it down.
Okay, so I'm gonna put these.
You don't need those ones.
Back in here. Cool. All right. So we don't have to worry about orientation anymore because we thought about that here.
Yes, but you'll still need to. You'll notice that it's not symmetrical. Yeah, so you'll need to just scroll, make sure that where they tell you to put it on. There you go.
So that's coming up where the notch is on the inside.
Correct. It's on the long side. Yep.
On the long side. So that's going to be like this.
Correct. Yeah. And then you'll note that those 4 holes, see how those holes, they fit over the bottom of the screws that we screwed in with the CPU frame earlier.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so now
I'm
going to hold it with one hand.
Yep.
While flipping it over with the other.
So what I would do is rather than trying to flip it over completely, pick up one of your other screws that you know you're going to have to, and then just hold it on the motherboard, tip it up vertical, and then just screw it in like that. Oh, which hang on. Did it tell you to put the washers on yet? It hasn't. Okay, so right. So you got 2 choices.
Wait a second.
You can do what you want. You can do what you said, which is flip it over.
Washers.
No, the next ones. So
there's no washers.
Oh, they don't.
Oh no, there are washers. Oh my
God.
So
do what you said. You flip it over and just rest it. It should be fine.
No, but where are these washers coming from?
You've got that's the strip of washers. Remember I said there were 2
The
stickers?
strip of them, yeah. Where did that go? I thought those were these.
Yes, there you go. So I think do what you said. So I would flip the motherboard over while holding the bracket on and then just rest it back down with the bracket on the table. Basically and then it'll just sit there with gravity. And you'll be able to see that it's still seated because you can see those silver. And as you, yep, there you go.
Oh, God.
And you might find that you can just, you'll get there. And then just move the motherboard. You can see them anyway, right? So you can just, there you go.
There it is.
Perfect.
Lovely. See that?
All right.
You can see the yellow through, or not the yellow, the silver rather.
So get your tweezers.
Tweezers again.
Because this is a bit tighter. These washers, especially the one in the top right-hand corner with all the capacitors and the VRMs around it and the heat sinks.
Honestly, man, I think I'm just going to return this thing and not give them all their little washers back.
Oh, and I think it's totally reasonable. There you go. So push it on with your finger rather than
what these really aren't is not washers. They are non-capacitive spacers.
Yeah. They're just a buffer, and that means that when you screw in the thing, you don't screw into the PCB.
Putting pressure on this from both sides. We don't want to be having any electrons leaping.
You also don't, but you also this is very exact. Like the height of the entire mechanism that we're putting on here is like there's very low tolerances, right? And so the spacing has to be quite accurate in order to get a good fit.
Spacing.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bit of play because we have those rubber washers, right, that we put on from the bottom. So we're going to
that's where all your play is, isn't it?
Right. So that allows you to get some compression and a bit of tension in the fit where it's not just hard, like sandwiching it on top.
Okay. And these appear to be symmetrical.
They are symmetrical. Yeah. So Mr. No Mercy on YouTube chat says, "Hey Damian, I've been wanting to build a PC for a few years now, but I'm very overwhelmed when it comes to motherboards. Any general advice?" Like anything, there are different tiers in terms of pricing tiers and feature tiers. And so there are kind of like budget motherboards, there are mainstream or mid-level motherboards, and then there are enthusiast or extreme motherboards. Like a lot of things in life, there's 3 levels.
What is this?
This is a mainstream. This is an upper level mainstream board. Okay. And the pricing that I'm talking about is a budget motherboard will start sub $100 and go up to about $150. And then a mainstream board will be in the range of $150 to maybe up to $350, maybe even $400 these days.
$350.
Right. And then the extreme or really enthusiast boards will be $500 and above. Usually there's a bit of a jump.
Okay, so I put some finger tension on these.
It's probably all you need. I would just screw them very, good finger tight. Nice and solid finger tight. Which again, the top right one can be a little hard to do that because it's a little cramped, but
yeah, feels good.
All right, and then this is the step where you're going to put thermal grease on, and
now,
actually,
I've seen the YouTubes about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways.
Smear all over the top of it.
So I have never done the smear, but you are welcome to do the smear.
No, man, I like the pea size. That's the move.
Okay, so for this CPU, I don't do a single pea anymore.
Oh, you do get a special.
No, what I do a pea in the middle. So it's very small pea, like not a big chunky pea, but like a small green pea size in the middle.
Yeah.
And then I basically from the middle to each outer corner, I take the halfway mark between the middle, so 4 points, and I do a smaller pea. So
I'm in the middle.
Do a pea in the middle.
Up halfway.
That's right. Yep.
And
then do a tiny little drop in each 4 of those points.
So if this one is unit 1, this is 0.5, 0.5, 0.5.
Basically,
0.5.
Yep.
All right.
And that's because of the oblong, like the rectangular shape of this CPU and that spreader. Just having a pea in the middle, you typically don't end up with a good coverage all the way across if you just do one pea.
Just as an aside, I don't know if it's generational or because we've worked together for so long, but just friends who are watching who may have been sticking with us this long, think about how that interaction and the precision of that just happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's really interesting. So
describing those 5 points on a flat plane and the size of what I want you to put on those.
So, I'll
Yeah,
just go over that again. I was going to put one in the middle. We'll call that N. And then he said go halfway over. So I'm assuming he's splitting it in half. So we've taken it in half and now it's in quarters. So I'm 1/4 from the left. And then up, which is half again up this way. So I'm imagining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
right.
If this is N divided by 2, divided by 2, divided by 2.
In terms of the size of the P.
In terms of the size of the P.
So it's interesting that you did it as a grid, but that's not how I was visualizing it or trying to explain it. I was doing it as from the middle point, draw a line, 4 lines from there, from the middle point to each corner, and then go halfway along those lines.
Oh, that's good. But still we got there.
But it's the same result, right?
That's so fun. All right.
So some people will just, instead of doing what I just said, they'll do like a line of paste that's oriented like with the CPU, but like whatever. And some people spread it all out. It's hard to do too much.
So for you, P's are big for me.
Yeah. So like when I say a P,
this big.
No, that's tiny. What are you talking about?
All right. Well, let's do the middle part and you tell me when to stop.
Well, it's a little hard to see, but like a pea, like a green pea, the vegetable, like a green pea. Keep going. Does it stop? Yeah, like that.
That's a small pea, man.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe a bit bigger, maybe a tiny bit bigger. Some people will say like a grain of rice or 2 grains of rice, but it's kind of hard to do too much.
Well, like here, compare it to this.
Yeah.
Right, so half as big as this.
Yeah, so that's obviously like a green pea would typically not be anywhere near as big as the black circle that you just showed.
A green pea that a baby was eating.
Yeah, yep. And then exactly like that, yep. And some people, like you said, will smear it all over and try and get very even coverage with the little spatula that comes with the bigger tubes that I know you have.
But I've seen the little X-ray videos they do online, and inevitably, you squeeze hard enough, it's getting where it needs to go.
It gets where it needs to go. So I found, this is what I did with Brady's machine, and it came out absolutely, like, I think we won the silicon lottery on his machine. The scores I got on that CPU were just incredible. So this is exactly what I did on his.
So back to up here.
Yeah.
We're going to have to return this Arctic at some point.
Yeah.
Which means I will be releasing this tension, pulling this guy off.
Yeah.
And returning this part.
Well, you'll return the whole thing.
Then cleaning all of this off and redoing it.
Yeah, you'll just clean it and then do it again.
Okay.
All right, so you've got 2 cables. You just want to make sure that they're coming straight out like that. Yep. And then you'll want to, now this is the very important part. Before you do this, note that the holes on the brackets there are not just a circle. They are, again, you have to orient it correctly. Yeah, so look at the manual to make sure that you're aware of where it wants you to put them. You just scroll past it. Go up. There.
Oh, right in the middle.
Right in the middle. It's different to the bottom.
And I've got to peel this dealie off.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Or that'll be a smell.
So you can show the copper. If you show the copper to the camera, this is the actual thing that makes contact. And behind that, with the top of the CPU, it's going to squash the thermal grease. Behind that is what the water interacts with. So it literally, the heat comes through the heat spreader, the thermal grease, the copper, and then onto the moving water.
Now, let's pause for a second because we have some very upset people on TikTok here.
Okay.
Bullshit Detector, that's the name of their actual title.
Nice.
Says P size is a dollop equal to the width. That would be a huge amount.
What does that mean, a dollop equal to the width?
I don't know.
Of what?
Dagoberto says that's wrong with 4 sad faces.
Yeah, I don't. Well,
so give me helpful comments, my friends, and we will we'll do a little bit more. Do you?
This
think
is one of
enough?
those areas that there's a lot of opinions.
Oh yeah.
But when you watch the videos of people who try like the 20 different ways that they've seen, it makes very little difference as long as you get a good contact and you have enough grease to fill in the micro. We're not trying to create a barrier of like a height, a Z dimension of grease. What we're trying to do is have enough grease to fill in the imperfections in the 2 metallic surfaces. That's what we're trying to do.
A lot of people think that they want to have a sandwich where they have a piece of cheese that is completely encompassing and covering everything. And what you're saying is it's just the bits and pieces in between. If you have metal on metal, it's okay.
It's fine. And and again, you know, on your GPU, there'll be thermal grease between the actual die. There's no heat spreader and the cooling mechanism. And then the memory chips will have heat pads But then, you know, some people take them off and put grease on them instead. So there's like a lot of things like this. Like there's quite a lot of tolerance for grease. Like it's kind of hard to get. It's easier to have too little grease than it is to have too much.
So the one individual said pea size was sarcasm. It's relative to everyone, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. And then I'm waiting to see if Dagoberto doesn't have anything to say. Nope. Okay. So, God Save the Queen.
So get it square, or God Save the King, as it might be now.
Okay. I'm going to come over. I'm standing up now.
And then, yeah, and make sure you know where your retaining bolt nuts are that you're going to screw on. So you can pick them up and get ready to go. And again, you won't want to tighten any corner all the way down. You're just going to put them all on so that they attach first. And then you'll go around like diagonally across to slowly tighten it down. And so everyone should be in the middle.
They're all in the middle.
All right, hang on. Your wires, you've got them misoriented. Remember that you want them coming out the bottom.
Crap.
Yeah, so you might have to lift it up and then do it again.
Does that mean I need to clean it and go and
get it square? I'd be fine. I mean, you can have a look. Get it square when you pull it. There you go. Make sure they're coming out of the bottom. There you go. And now get it square again. And make sure, yep. See, the trick, this is just the trickiest, fiddliest. Yep, that looks good. They all look like they're in the middle. The top ones I can see, the bottom ones I can't, but I'm assuming they're in the middle. And just get it down to the point that it's just barely finger tight, and you'll tighten it with a screwdriver once they're all on. Yeah, the Arctic folks are in Germany. Someone asked on YouTube chat. I've dealt with their support before. They were very helpful.
Very nice. So they'll understand.
Absolutely, and they're very helpful on Twitter too.
Well, that's nice because it's a beautiful product.
And the reason I like them versus other, you can get good ones from Corsair, and there's other manufacturers too. The Arctic ones are well known for the size of the radiators they use. They're very thick, generous radiators, and not much money for what they are. Like typically getting a radiator that size, or if you look at an AIO from NZXT or Corsair of a similar price, the radiator won't be anywhere near as thick. A lot of them have more features, so they'll have like a screen that's on this bit here. You'll have rather than the hoses coming off the top, the hoses will come out the side, and you'll have like a screen there. Yeah. So they look nice, but I'm much more concerned about the cooling performance. And I've found that these work really well. They're incredibly well reviewed, and I've been happy with the support. Yep. So again, go diagonally across once you've just do a little bit at a time, like 2 turns at a time, and just keep going from corner to corner to corner until you get to till it tightened all the way down.
I need a bigger
screwdriver. Yeah.
And it's interesting. There isn't infinite tightness here. It just gets done.
It just gets done.
You can't tighten it tighter. Can't put it. Just that I am now metal on metal. I cannot be any tighter.
Right. And that's kind of the other nice thing about their retention mechanism. Most of the manufacturers, they all have their own retention mechanism for these things, and some of them use spring clips, some of them use like a torque spring, so you keep screwing it down until it clicks.
Yeah, the spring ones are nice.
Yeah. I found that these ones have a bit of flex in those 2 brackets that you screwed onto the head.
Right.
They have a little bit of flex in them, so that it's kind of hard to get it too wrong. So yeah, and then you'll plug the cables in. So plug in the CPU fan cable into the CPU fan header.
To remind our friends who are watching, we have our RGB cable here, and we have our CPU fan cable, and I'm just looking. I'm going to bring us in here. And we're looking for...
Yeah, it'll be at the bottom right-hand corner of the frame.
I see A-RGB.
Yep.
And then there are a bunch of different numbers. Arguably, it doesn't really matter because I can address them, right? V2.
Well, the RGB one will only go in a single way because it has 3 pins and one of the block.
There's like 5 different places.
Oh, for the RGB one, doesn't matter which one you plug into.
There's 2 over there. It doesn't
Whatever
really
one makes sense. Good, that one, yeah, it's close to the CPU, so that makes sense.
And then CPU.
There'll be 2. There'll be one called CPU fan and one called CPU pump, and you want CPU fan.
Yeah, CPU fan and pump fan.
Yeah. And so sometimes AIOs come with 2 cables where the pump is powered and controlled separately from the fan. Whereas
Right.
the Arctic, another reason I like them is it's a single cable, and it's routed up those pipes to power the fans. So you don't have a whole bunch of cables coming off your fans and off your
So that
pump.
little guy right there does
Does
everything
the
it needs to
whole
do.
lot. And if
So
you
it
don't get the
thinks
RGB
it's
version, you wouldn't have the RGB cable.
So that means that any fan management software doesn't even know there's a pump.
No,
That's cool.
it's just running it as
Just
a
running
fan.
that as a fan, and it'll do what it needs to do to get
And
the
it takes
work
care.
done.
And then in the manual, there's actually a section on tuning. Depending on what motherboard manufacturer you choose, your motherboard manufacturer, it'll say, yeah, if you want like max performance, like tune it this way. If you want total silence, tune it this way. I find the defaults.
Yep.
I've found for the MSI motherboard with this cooler, I found the defaults for the CPU is just fine. I've never had to change it.
All right. So to remind folks, I'll just make sure I didn't miss anything here. This is all airflow. We'll do that later.
Yeah, do that later.
And then you're over here, and hello. And I made a USB flash drive of Windows already.
Yes.
So that's handled. And
so yeah, we're ready to turn on.
So now, because we're doing a board build here, bring me back up. Here's my USB. And this is a really great little guy here. USB A or C.
Yeah. So before we do that, we're going to go into the BIOS and configure everything and make sure it's all working first before we worry about
but
OS.
We have no screen.
Wow,
so,
you can fix that.
Let's fix that problem. All right. Now, I'm trying to think about the best way to do this. Because I want to watch for water.
Right. What side is the damage on?
Underneath.
Okay.
It's bottom right over here.
Okay. Do you want to put some paper towel
I'll
under it?
get a paper towel and put one under there.
Okay.
So entertain the people.
Okay. So at this point, I think he's already plugged the power supply in. We're going to have to, there'll be a main switch on the back of the power supply that'll enable the power supply power. And then we're going to have to do something fun to actually boot the PC, which is jump the power connectors on the motherboard manually, which means taking a piece of metal and shorting 2 pins to power it up, which he doesn't know yet.
What's that?
Oh, we're going to have fun. I was just telling them how we actually go about turning it on. And it for the first time, if you haven't done it before, it might sound a little crazy.
Why would I not just plug a keyboard in and turn it on?
That's not going to turn your computer on.
But I have a power thing on the back of the...
That doesn't turn the computer on. So remember, ATX, ever since ATX, it's all soft.
We don't have
so that's all right.
Button.
It's an easy fix.
You're going to short a pin.
We're going to short the power switch headers. That's right. Brady's asking, in all seriousness, could water spew out of the thing?
Yes.
Maybe? I can't say.
It's more likely that it would leak quickly out of the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's not, I mean, the water is under some pressure because it's being moved around by the pump.
It's not a water main.
Like, I actually, honestly, I don't know. Like, if you look at the radiator, the fins on the radiator are incredibly thin. And I don't know where the water is. I actually don't know where the water is in the radiator. I know it goes in and it goes around and comes out, but I don't actually know physically, are there pipes that I just can't see?
And the reason that that's significant is that if one of the pipes, which will be an aluminum pipe, has been bent and the water will, and then it's gone. We bail. But if it's in the middle somewhere and nowhere near the outer perimeter,
it just means that you're getting slightly worse cooling performance because the fins are compressed in one area.
But I'll know very, very quickly.
You should know quickly, and then you'll just turn off the power supply on the main switch at the back of it.
Right.
And so and I said to the folks when you were off screen, I said, yeah, there's a switch on the back of the power supply, a hard toggle switch that you need to turn on to enable any power to flow in. And then the actual power draw from the devices is soft controlled. It's controlled by the firmware on the motherboard. And so that's why you have what they call a soft switch. It's a momentary switch. And so you make a circuit for a moment and that activates the switch. And then you make a circuit again for a moment and it shuts it down, which is why you can push the power button on a Windows machine. It doesn't just instantly turn off. It asks Windows to shut the machine down or put it to sleep, right? Because it's a software thing. It's not a hardware physical power switch.
Okay, so I'm having a little bit of a challenge here because we've got our
orienting the screen,
our monitor.
Okay.
4-man's monitor, which is just going to be.
So I know you're going to hate me for suggesting this.
What?
Do you have one of those cheap HDMI to USB capture devices, right?
Oh, dude.
You could just feed it straight into your main PC and then capture it in
You're
UBS and just show it on
insane.
screen.
You're insane. I love it. Okay, so what Damien is suggesting. So I'll get rid of this. And what's wonderful about this, Damien, is that you're doing this on a live stream.
Right.
So we were live on YouTube and we're live on TikTok. This is the Hanselman presentation kit.
Survival kit.
With every widget I could possibly ever have.
Someone's suggesting we could have done a dry run of the cooler before we plugged it all in. Like we could have just.
That's fair. That's fair.
It still requires connecting power to the motherboard and then connecting the cooler. And it's actually kind of difficult because you can't put the CPU in the motherboard then, because as soon as you power the motherboard on, the CPU will start to heat up.
The motherboard enough context.
You could do it for maybe 3 seconds and then just to check that this doesn't leak, but it's pretty finicky. Like powering the CPU cooler independently of anything else from the power supply is basically not possible. You have to jump pins and create a little harness with wires and stuff, like, so like you can't really do that. So
what I am looking for, what Damien has suggested I look for, is an HDMI to USB capture card.
Right. Which you obviously have one plugged in for your camera right now, but it's we're looking for a little one. You can get them for like $15 on Amazon now. These cheap HDMI 2 or HDMI 1 point whatever.
One.
Just where it is.
I just need to find it because I was in Sweden a couple of weeks ago and I used it.
Okay.
Because I was capturing the output of the Commodore 64.
Ah, perfect example. So yeah, people often use them for capturing console gameplay and I'm a little silly. I have like a whole bunch of spares. Like I bought a bunch at the beginning of the pandemic because they were hard to buy. And so I like wrote a script that would tell me when they came back in stock and I would buy one. So I've got like 3 cam links and a bunch of these little cheap ones.
Give me just a minute. I know it's here.
Yep, no problem.
The problem is they look like anything. So like here's an HDMI repeater.
So the other thing you could try.
Got it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yep. So Brady asked, is it like a cam link but not a cam link? Yes.
Here's where it gets hairy because we're on a live OBS.
Right.
And
you're going to plug a new USB device in.
So we're going to plug in an unknown foreign object.
Do you have, and if we wanted to test it to make sure it all works in OBS now, you have a switch handy or something with HDMI out, like one of your Pis or something that just like turns on and.
No, I'd have to go and get like a RetroPie or.
I thought you had them just like sitting there, the one in the little arcade case or something.
Power, and then it's a whole thing.
It's just micro USB. You don't have all that just sitting there.
Just plug it in. It's fine.
All right. We'll just trust it's going to work.
This is really cheap. The housing just fell off. Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
So plug the HDMI in the back of this guy.
Yep. Which is one of those.
Not the display port.
You're doing it blind? There you go.
Doing it blind.
Okay. All right, so let's get OBS set up so that we can see.
So he's suggesting we go in here.
Yep, and we add a new capture source inside this scene. This is probably a good scene for it. Video capture device. Yeah, there you go. And then there's a prompt for which one is it? Not camo. Did it show up as USB 3 capture?
Yeah.
Lies. It's not USB 3.
No, it's not. Okay.
And then you're going to, I imagine.
HDMI 3.0 capture, which I don't know if it'll show up on the front or. That's us.
That's us. Is it behind? That's odd. Oh, it's based on the order that you have them in the list.
Oh yeah, so it's on top. It's just
it is?
It's transparent.
Why is it transparent? That's odd.
Well, let's just see if it turns on first.
It might be that it resizes itself based on. Oh, did you go in the properties and change the input quality, like the resolution and stuff?
Transform.
No, not the transform. The actual device properties, the capture device properties in OBS. So that new thing that you added called HDMI thingy. If you double click on that,
Yeah.
to bring up the properties. Okay, so you got device default for resolution. Change the device default. Yeah, so that's okay. So do custom, do 1080p. Yeah, that's all fine. I would just leave that. And then okay. So it says it's there, selected. It's over
that
the top
blue
apparently.
thing. It's just transparent right now.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens.
All right. So let's go back here. I'll go like this. So it'll show up over your face if it works.
Okay.
I think.
Or maybe over the whole thing or whatever. We'll figure it out.
Okay, so now I got to plug in the actual device.
Oh, it's not plugged in yet?
Well, because didn't want to short myself, so I basically haven't plugged in the power supply at all.
Oh, okay. So sorry, you mean plug in the power to your power supply?
The big power, the big actual AC 120.
Okay.
Okay, so that is off right now.
Yep.
So I'm going to turn that on.
Okay, so that's on. And now you'll need a screwdriver with a conductive head. Now the power jump is on your left hand there. So right down that bottom left hand corner of the motherboard as the camera is looking at it. One of those pin clusters will be your case header. So it'll have the power switch, the reset switch, the power LED, and the hard drive LED. And it'll be silk screened on. It'll show you which one is which. It's usually
TPM, AT, JOC, FS1, JFP1. We're going to have to look in the manual.
No, it is. Well, I mean, you can. It's not much better.
Power LED.
There you go.
That's the LED.
It'll be next to the power LED. It's in a cluster of 2x4 pins or something. A header that's 2x4 or something like that.
J audio.
No, it's in that area where you were.
I'm just saying it out loud. I know that J audio is not the answer.
Turning my head.
TPM, sysfan, USB, fan 4, fan
bottom
3,
right hand corner. Go all the way down. That one.
JFP1.
Yeah, it's that one.
JFP1.
I think so. Then look for the silk screen next to it where it says JFP1 and then has the diagram that shows you which pins on that are the power switch, which are the power LED.
Switch is
top left of it, I think.
These two here.
Okay.
So I touch them?
You short them for about 1 second.
Are you serious?
I'm totally serious. And you just short those two. Don't short anything else on there.
Oh my God.
There you go. Did it power on? Look at
that. You idiot.
That's what you do. So it's funny. I actually bought a switch that I can plug in now because I do this so often that I can just plug a little switch in and I've got a momentary switch I can just plug in. So it's not leaking? Is it making a noise?
The fan is it's the bag against the fan.
Oh, yeah. You got to be careful of that.
I don't see any water yet.
Okay. All your RAM is lit up, which is good. Your motherboard's lit up. Yep.
I'm trying to find the capture device.
You may have to go in and have it resync now that there's a signal to it.
That's me.
You may have to open its properties again.
Oh, it's the wrong device.
Okay.
Display capture. No.
No.
Oh, it just turned off.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be memory training. So very first time you turn it on with new hardware, it goes through a series of cycles to take the CPU, train the memory. And this is totally normal and it's very disconcerting. And then you'll see the little LEDs at the bottom of the motherboard are flashing.
Yeah.
Those are your boot up post LEDs. And they'll tell you if there's no LEDs on, you'll get a white one if it's all good, basically. If it basically stops, does nothing, and one goes red or yellow, then you've got a problem. But the fact that it's gotten that far and it's white typically indicates everything's good.
So HDMI captures. It's just going on and off again right now.
Okay. Well, because we can't see what it's doing, it makes it hard to know. But you've got so much RAM. I've heard of people having to wait 15 minutes for it to post because of all the memory training required. It does a self-memory training on boot to figure out all the timings and to get the thing to to post.
Should I try to get the other television, the other screen? Or
Yeah,
should we...
yeah, go for it. If you just want to see what's happening, you can just plug in the
But
other
I'm a
monitor.
little surprised that the HDMI thingy's not working.
Yeah, I mean,
See?
could be. Is it that's the right one?
Yeah.
Okay. And you just do device default, say okay, and it's on. It's up, like it's there. It's just not showing
Well, if
anything.
we make us go away,
It's a black screen.
it's a black screen. But if you right click,
I mean, it could be that the motherboard's outputting at a resolution that the device doesn't support, like too low, even
right, it
like
could
those.
be text mode or something.
It could be anything, yeah. Like it could be. So, plug the monitor in.
All right. That's pretty cool, though. We'll see if we can get it working later. It's a good idea. Okay, so while that's coming up, everyone's screaming, "No, just wait."
Yeah, don't turn it off.
Someone else wants to know if Damian works at Geek Squad in his spare time. I used to work at Incredible Universe, which was bought by Fry's Electronics.
Oh, really? Which is also gone now.
Yeah. So I've got my screen down here. So I'm going to go full screen here.
There you go. Yep. What's on the left of that? Is that just like the carpet? Does that just drop off there to the left?
This here?
Yeah.
That's my mouse pad.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to unplug the HDMI out of the back of this.
Okay.
And now I'm going to plug in my HDMI to mini HDMI.
Yep.
So memory training. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, like memory training is definitely a thing now. And then when you get into the overclocking part where we're trying to enable XMP profiles to get the memory to run faster, it'll do it again. And if it detects that it doesn't work, it'll reset the settings back for you on the more advanced motherboards, which I think this has that feature. Otherwise, you have to clear the CMOS. Oh, look, we're in the BIOS. Look at that, dude. So
why is that not showing up?
Don't know.
The other way.
I don't know. But it is showing up. Can you show me what it is? Because it's the only way I can see what it's showing. We need to test. We need to look at some stuff. All right. Your CPU temperatures are quite high. So they're at 35, 30. But what are the two? Your motherboard temperature.
I'm going to take a risk here, and I'm going to.
Okay. Well, that's better. Now I can see. All right. So what is your ambient temperature in that room?
It's probably 75 degrees. Pretty hot.
It's pretty warm. Okay.
Yeah, because the other computer. We have another computer in here running.
Your CPU is only 1 degree centigrade higher than your motherboard, which means that it's not the CPU cooler. Like if the motherboard sensor is reading at 36 and the CPU is only one more than that.
Well, what's 36 right now? Like that's
hot. Like I mean, it's not hot. Like that's okay, but I would expect
this is not a cold. This is a warm room. I am in.
It is a warm room. I would expect the CPU in my room to idle at about 29 or 30.
Yeah. I'm a little sweaty right now.
But my room is at 24 degrees centigrade right now, which is what's best. Similar to yours, but anyway, that's fine.
I don't speak CPU. It's Celsius like you do.
Well, all the hardware does. So you'll have to. So the top right hand corner, how much RAM is showing up in the top left? Sorry, like did all the RAM? Oh yeah, it's all there. So let's have a look.
131
gigs of RAM.
Gigs, yeah.
Perfect. And then you should have an SSD showing up there somewhere.
I need to get some. This is very inconvenient. This now that it's sitting here, let me go back and see if we can get this thing displayed.
Okay. Yeah, someone's saying it's 10 to 12 above ambient, which is normal. Yep, that's within normal ranges. Like I like to see it a little cooler personally, but if it's not going up, it means you don't have a problem. Like it's not if the CPU cooler was not seated properly on there, or you had a connection issue, like that temperature of the CPU would continue going up, and even just sitting here idle, it would get over 50 very easily. I've seen it because I've done it. Oh, I know what it looks like.
So I put the HDMI thingy in here. I'm gonna
see if you can get it to get a signal.
Yeah, I'm just unplugging it, plugging it in again.
This is a great success, though. You got a post on the first time, like with all that RAM and all the the worries that we had, power supply and whatnot. Like it posted straight into the BIOS. We just had to wait for it to do its memory training. So that's great.
Yeah, not getting any video off of that little HDMI guy.
Okay, never mind.
Bummer, dude. Sorry about that.
Oh, I mean, you could try and hijack your cam link, but I don't know if it's convenient for you, where it is.
The cam, you mean what?
The main camera. Your Sony a6000 is connected to a cam link.
Yeah, I need that. So I'm going to pass on that. That's my bread and butter. All right. So let's remove that. So that was a fail. I've used that before. I think it's just outputting a resolution it doesn't like.
So can you just put the monitor, like, because you've got this Logitech cam on an arm, can you put the monitor somewhere that we can just point the camera straight at the monitor?
Yep.
It doesn't have to be with everything in frame. Can we just like
Yes, sir.
do it somewhere else? And then because you've got a separate keyboard and mouse, right?
Yeah, I need to plug it in.
Okay. It's always great when you plug stuff in like that and it just works straight away. So your RAM is already running at 4,000 megahertz. That's a really good sign that the default speed that it chose without you choosing an XMP profile was 4,000 megatransfers a second. That's great.
Sorry that the...
Oh, you got the ring light. You could probably just not use the ring light because the screen's self-emitting, right? So you just like turn it off for this bit and the camera will adjust. There you go.
All right. And then
so
mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm super excited that it's on and it's working.
Plugging in the keyboard. There you go.
Nice. All right. So we've got a couple things that we can do here. First of all, there's two UI modes on most motherboards. There's a simple mode and an advanced mode. This is the simple mode.
And the mouse.
I was a little interesting. It didn't ask you, usually an MSI motherboard on first boot, but it may have, maybe we didn't see it. It will generally ask you what type of cooling you have set up, and then that'll set the CPU limits accordingly. Yes, the motherboard does have Wi-Fi 6, someone is asking. So I typically move to advanced mode. So I think it's F7 or hit the top middle of the screen. There's a button that says advanced. Very top. Yep. I click on that. All right. It takes you into the advanced mode. So then you go to overclocking settings. Go to OC on the left. All right.
And then we're going to be overclocking. Is this what is this going to buy us?
The most. So this is not tuner overclocking. We just want to have the motherboard set up to give
someone. Damian, someone just said open the door.
Yeah, that helps. Makes a huge difference. So see the very bottom of this, it says CPU cooler tuning.
I just think it's funny that we're a bunch of supposedly smart people wondering why it's so hot. Open the door.
Yep.
All right, door is open. Smart person. Thank you for that. We'll see the temperature immediately go down. Okay.
All right. So it says at the bottom, CPU cooler tuning. It has a field there, CPU cooler tuning in this list.
Water cooled.
So click that, and you'll have well, that's all washed out on camera, so you'll have to read it out.
It says boxed cooler, tower cooler, water cooler.
So water cooling, and it'll have a wattage listed next to each one.
4,096.
Yeah. So that means no limits. You cannot use 4 kilowatts on a CPU. But what that is saying is that it's basically unlimiting the power. So this is good. This is the mode that we want. Okay. So you can just close that. So if you go up to motherboard settings on the left, and just go into system status, and I just usually just look around to make sure everything looks the way nothing looks wrong, right? So there's your hard drive, Samsung SSD 99 2000. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
You got your BIOS date, which is from November last year, which is fairly recent, and I'm not sure if there's a newer one. We'll find out once we install all the software. That's fine. So hit escape to go out of that. Go to advanced. Let's have a look in here. I don't think there's anything in here you have to worry about. You can hit escape on that one. Go to boot. So this is the boot order, which is going to be fine by default. You shouldn't have to do anything. See all these fast boot and MSI boot and stuff?
When we put in the USB, we'll just hold down F10 or something, and
you won't even need to.
It'll see it automatically.
Yeah, if you escape, that'll do the next. That's the next. So go to security. So folks might remember that as part of Windows 11, there was new requirements. And so you can see the TPM 2.0 device has been found on new motherboards. It's pre-enabled. Yeah. So there's a TPM in the CPU.
I used to have to turn those things on. And on another motherboard, on an AMD, I had to buy a separate thing and put it on a header.
Which you can still do. You can still choose to buy a separate hardware TPM and plug it in. There will be a header on the motherboard, but there's no need. It's built into the CPU. So hit escape. and then go to Secure Boot, which is one of the other requirements for Windows, and you'll see that that's all set up. So it says Secure Boot Mode Standard, it's enabled, the system mode is set to user. What that means, there's a section there called Key Management. Don't go in there. But the way Secure Boot works is that there's literally keys from Microsoft and other vendors that are pre-built into the motherboard.
Right.
Saying that I know
you're not running whatever open source.
You're running an official Windows build because I can check the signature of it from what's in my BIOS.
If I want to boot off of my own, build of Slackware
of Linux, you would turn that off.
Then I turn that off and I put the keys in.
Or if you want to be really gnarly, you can secure boot your own Linux kernel with your own key and install the key in your BIOS.
Right.
And then you know what I mean? So anyway, the point is it's all set up for you automatically by default now. All right, so go back, hit escape again. So at this point, typically what I would do is I would enable the memories XMP. So see there's two profiles selected there, 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So I would just click on 1. All right, and that enables that profile, and then you'll have to reboot. So go to settings, and then go to save and exit, and then say save changes and reboot, and then we cross our fingers.
So we're switching from XMP disabled to profile 1.
Yep.
And now it'll do memory training again.
It'll do memory training again, and it'll try and run at whatever that profile that's built into the RAM tells it to. And it may or may not work. I don't expect this to work. So
why not?
Because you've got 128 gig of RAM.
Ah.
For 64 gig, absolutely. I've never had a problem with any. The only problem I ever had with an XMP kit, I sent back RMA'd because it wouldn't. Whenever I tried to enable XMP, the machine just would not boot.
And like it's doing right now.
What's that? Sorry.
Like it's doing right now.
Well, you have to give it time.
Oh, so it doesn't actually show anything. It's not like
it doesn't show anything. It's doing its. Remember the cycle that did at the beginning where it was powering on and off and on and off.
I thought it was showing us stuff and we were just ignoring it.
No. Memory training is just a thing that it's basically doing stuff behind the scene. I don't know what it does, but it's something you can't see it, and it's something the CPU, the memory controller, and the memory do together. The only way I know it's
doing stuff is that the fans are moving.
Yep. And then you'll have a light. There'll be the status LEDs on the motherboard.
Yeah, right now it's orange.
Mm-hmm. It's probably orange on the one that's marked memory. Probably. There'll be one called CPU, one called memory, one called
DRAM.
There you go. So we just let it go. I would just let it go for a bit. And if it doesn't work, like if you let this go for like 20 minutes and it never
Well, how is that going to make for an entertaining stream, though?
I know. Then it depends on your motherboard. Some motherboards will detect this situation, revert the change for you automatically on the last boot cycle, and you'll just find yourself back in the BIOS, and it'll say, nah, couldn't apply it. Other motherboards, you have to manually reset the BIOS. I think yours, we could go and check the website.
Presumably it would be smarter than that.
I think yours has an automatic. Yeah, so someone says here his 65 gigs took 10 minutes to train. I've never had anything like that in any of the builds I've done, just to be clear.
I respectfully would have wished you would have told me that, because now we're going to end the stream.
I said it earlier in the stream.
But now we're going to end the stream without
seeing Windows?
Seeing Windows.
We don't know that. We'll just see what happens. So let's find the motherboard manual.
Yeah, we had that before.
We did. And I just want to see if it has the feature that will...
Here you go.
There's a feature in here about memory something. No, I don't think it's under training. They give it a name. If you can type memory. Memory.
Besonderfunktionen.
Let me see if I can.
Apparently this is like the super guide that is all the languages. BIOS setup. Yeah, this is pretty basic. It's not giving me. Oh, hang on, dude. 5200
mega transfers. That's bonkers, right? That is legit bonkers. All right, that's great. So it doesn't mean it's going to work. Like we have to do memory stress cycle later.
Why is that upside down?
It's a different. Wait. Is that a different? There you go.
I don't know. You got me messing with all of my...
I got you messing with all your OBSs.
All my OBS. Okay,
this has been nothing but success. I'm going to jinx it. It's nothing but success.
Why that's so good. It's my good karma. right?
So find the packet for your memory. Is that at
Oh,
hand?
I want to also give a call out to Anne on TikTok who says this is so niche. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is niche. This is basically people my age who are me are the
Two
people
Gen
is the
X
target audience for this
amateur PC
content.
builders
This is really
geeking
awful.
out.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Anne Orange, for that that fun statement. All right,
So
so
why is
what
that
does this
good?
mean? What does this mean?
Okay, so
I know, but I'm just I know this stuff, but I mean,
so memory runs at a speed, right?
memory runs at a
And
speed.
it is rated for a particular speed. And any CPU motherboard platform supports up to a certain speed. Your platform does not support that speed. But there's if you go to the ARC website, the Intel ARC website, look up the 1300K, look at the maximum memory throughput that it supports. It actually might be 5200. I can't remember, but typically it's fairly low. And then motherboard manufacturers and memory manufacturers, they work together with Intel on this thing called XMP, which is an extreme memory profile or something it stands for. And it's basically metadata that's inside the memory that you bought. And it talks to the motherboard and says, hey, I've got these settings that if you want to, you can apply that can tell you how to run me, how much voltage, what timeage for the 7 different facets, right? In order to achieve this.
So you're putting it through wind sprints and you're saying, run, okay, good. I think you push yourself a little harder. You
Yeah.
do this in 10 seconds.
It's a form of
okay,
overclocking. Yeah.
Now I know how hard to push you.
Right. And so if you do you have the case for the memory that you bought? Like one of those 2 packets?
Yeah, I do. And then it's worth pointing out, though, like back in the day, we would do all of this. What just happened in minutes back in the day was manual.
Yeah.
You push it, you push it, you push it, and then you go, oh, it's too much, and then you back off. So what they've done is they've put a checkbox on all of that manual work. Kingston Fury.
Yeah, and it should have a rating. It should tell you on the model number what
XMP
speed it's rated
certified.
For. Yep. So it's a thing.
Okay.
And then
rated.
It'll have a speed rating.
5200.
There you go. So it has trained itself to run at the speed that we bought it. Now, what's interesting is when we checked this motherboard and we looked at the compatibility list for the motherboard and said, what DIMMs can we run with that'll do 128 gig? They ran with lower speed memory than this. It was this exact model of RAM. It was Kingston Fury, blah, 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 DDR5, this size, but it was at 4600 or 4400 mega transfers. It wasn't 52. So we bought the faster stuff because that's all we could get. We couldn't get the lower one and figured we would just run it at the slower speed. But right now it's working. So we just ticked the box and
Windows,
said train
man.
it.
Let's install Windows and go to bed.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, cool.
So plug your USB in and reboot.
I'm going to look for USB-C to see if I can do that. Save time. Is there a USB-C back there?
In the back there is, yes. You do have one.
All right, so I just plugged in a USB-C in the back.
Yep, and then just reboot. So settings, save and exit.
Magical. Very exciting time. So while this is happening, let's kind of like, oh, and it's going to automatically pick it up. I don't have to hold down F7 or anything?
Because you've got no other boot device. It'll go through its boot sequence order and it'll find the USB. Ooh, you got a nice little boot logo there.
Logo there, fun.
MSI Dragon. So yeah, like officially the 1300K.
The Windows Circle of Patience just appeared.
No, well, you don't have to be very patient. Your machine is fast.
And Windows is already installed. So we have, just to give people some context here, we're upgrading from this machine over here, which is a 10th Gen i9. We're going to expect this machine to be, faster, I would presume.
A lot faster.
Now it says, do you want to have your product key? I'm
Not
going to say
now.
I don't.
Don't do it now.
Worry about it
do
later.
that after you've installed.
I'm going to put in Windows 11 Pro.
Yep.
This is old, by the way. We're putting on a build from September of last year.
Oh, you didn't make a new one?
I did. This is brand new. It's off the Microsoft site, but they don't have.
Okay. But
it's
it
a
gave you the
6-month-old build of Windows.
Okay. Yep.
So I will upgrade it quickly. Now I'm just going to say
installed brand new,
custom,
and then you pick your drive.
Pick my drive 0.
So, folks who have done this before, see how easy that was? You might recall in the old days, getting this far also may have required installing custom drivers, like using the DOS prompt, like a special Windows key that you would have to run here, would bring up a terminal.
they have a thing now. Windows has a thing that's called inbox drivers.
Slipstreamed, yeah.
Yeah. So there's drivers that are already there. Enough people have agreed on everything. Just like that example of overclocking was made so much easier. We could have done it manually, but like over time, over years, people know what overclocking is involved. So now it's a checkbox. There's inbox drivers for 90% of this stuff, and Windows can still start up at a high resolution, even though it's not the right drivers.
Yep.
And then in Device Manager, those are going to get what it's called banged out. Look, it's already rebooting.
Yep.
We may be in a Windows desktop in a minute and a half.
Yep.
Those are
well,
going
you'll
get,
have to go through the out-of-box experience, which is a whole other thing that we can talk about.
So those are going to get banged out. A bang is an exclamation point. And then Windows Update, or what is internally called Woo, will start noticing, oh, that's an NVIDIA card. I know what that is. And you'll just get it. And the idea is you will have a working desktop with no effort.
As long as you've got network.
As long as you have network.
Right.
Which is important. And actually, that's a funny thing. I should probably plug that in.
Well, hang on. Before you plug it in, I do want to public service announcement about this part of setting up the machine. This is a point of contention in the PC building community about Windows 11 and the out-of-box experience and network requirements.
Really?
So, yes. I don't know if
I'm excited to hear this.
Okay. So, as it is by default, you cannot install Windows 11 the way you are doing right now without a network connection.
Really? You can't just go and say, make a local whatever?
Nope. It's gone.
That's not cool.
There are many workarounds. Okay. And I use them every single time I set up a PC for someone because I don't have their Microsoft account. I can't sign in as them. And I'm not a professional PC builder. So I don't have a licensed image that I can then use and then wipe and do all the things.
Are you going to show me how far I can get?
So I'll talk about it when it comes up. What you will find happens is when you get through this part and it brings you to what's called the out of box experience, the OOBE, OOBE.
Right.
You will get to a point where it asks you, we need to connect to a network. And it'll find your Wi-Fi card, probably. It's Intel. It'll probably have a driver that's good enough to find it. And it'll say, we need to connect to a network to continue. And it won't give you an option to do anything other than that.
A year or two ago, there was always
That's right.
Click here to move on.
What used to happen was once you connect to the network, there would be an option to sign in with your Microsoft account. And there was a button or a link that said.
I think, though, that's the difference between Windows Home and Windows Pro.
No.
Really? Well, we'll find out in just a moment.
Yeah. So there are simple workarounds that you can. There's a keystroke that you hit that brings up a terminal.
Yeah, Shift F10.
Yep, and then you can kill the process that is driving the network experience. That's literally just an app that's running on top of the screen, and then or you can run another command, which is there's actually an OOBE command.
Here you go. Let's connect you to a network. So this is that assumption page where it's making an assumption.
So you can't do anything here, and
interestingly, I don't have even Wi-Fi here.
No, because you've got a brand new Intel Wi-Fi 6E card in there, I think. It doesn't have drivers.
So then I either need to do your trick or plug in my network.
Or plug a cable in.
Well, for the purposes of moving on, I'm going to plug this cable in.
Yeah, go for it.
But while I'm doing that, how would I get past this?
So you go onto your favorite search engine and you search for Windows 11 setup without network. And typically I use there's like 4 or 5 different techniques. I use the one where you hit Shift F10, it opens a terminal, you go to the Windows, it puts you in Windows System 32, you type OOBE, OOBE something / something. And then what that does is it reboots the machine. At that point, it reboots it back into OOBE, but disables the network part.
So
there's a first class way.
I plugged in my network cable and I got a connection and it's on the network, but it didn't notice it here.
You may not have drivers for it. This might be one of the problems.
Yeah, interesting. So it says for troubleshooting tips, go to network setup. So we go back over here.
Yep. There's a button or something off screen that we can't see.
No, there's no button.
Oh.
Restart your modem on your PC, blah, blah, blah. Use a wired. Here you go. Shift F10. So here it's doing that Shift F10 trick, which is go and get your network adapter. So here's where I need to get my
USB
Wi-Fi
key that came with the motherboard.
Right. So we go back over here to the motherboard page. We go and we say drivers and downloads.
No, you got a USB key with the motherboard.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, I mean you can download one now if you want to. It's totally fine.
A cool little USB key.
I'm pretty sure it has the drivers on it.
This one.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, we can copy them on because you've got it up already.
Okay, so it comes with the drivers.
I think so. Don't quote me on it. Let's try it.
Well, you just literally said it, so it's quoted, and it has the icon on the thing.
Yeah, I mean, it has an MSI icon. I've literally never plugged that USB drive in. I have a bunch of them.
Right. Cool. All right. So then
Shift F10.
that'll bring up our command
Is
prompt.
there no button? What's in the? We can't see the lower right-hand corner of this screen, and
Yeah, there's a next button that's grayed out.
Oh wow! So I typically here it would list the Wi-Fi networks, I guess.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of lame.
So the help that you found, basically, you have to run pnputil to
It's
install the
it's kind
driver.
of awful, because what I have to do now is say, disk partition, which is like what disks are on your machine. It'll say list volume, and see the MSI disk there, letter E.
Yeah.
I just plug that one in.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I'm going to say plug and play utility.
What?
Hey, add drivers.
What, from disk part?
Oh, I have to move out of there. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to go. Okay.
Sorry, brain fart. It's
That's right.
it's E though.
Yeah, E drive.
pnputil. I've got written blog posts about
You've got
PHP. Sorry.
Yeah.
pnputil. I've written blog posts about this.
On this.
Sorry, I'm using an unfamiliar keyboard. F.
Add
E.
driver. Add driver, is it?
Add driver. Sorry, I'm tired.
No, it's all right.
And I'm on a weird keyboard. Star.inf.
E drive, not F drive.
Yeah, sorry. F is the drive that I have on my main machine. Sorry, I'm using a little Arc keyboard.
Yeah.
It's a little wireless, weird keyboard I keep around for stuff.
So I've never had to do this, but it might be that I think every Intel 13th gen build I've used a 690 motherboard, not a 790 motherboard. So yours has the newer chipset, which means it has the newer Intel Ethernet controller, which is why your Ethernet connection is not just showing up, is my guess. So can you just list what's on E drive? Maybe there's nothing on it.
Oh, that's a good point, because you were all
Or
like,
maybe it's in a subfolder.
Well, maybe it is just a cute disk.
There's nothing in it.
Dude, you're like, oh, use the thing. It's got
there's an ISO. No, look. It's an ISO. It's a disk image.
But yeah, but I need to
So
I need that
you'll
disk
plug that
image
into your main machine.
and make another USB from it. Come on.
Well, just copy it to your desktop, and then you can copy it back to this.
Damian.
What?
Ridiculous.
I didn't invent it.
They should have just put the drivers on the thing.
I agree.
That's stupid.
What they did is just take you. I can imagine that there was someone's job. Someone was given the project of like, we're not going to ship CDs anymore. We're going to ship USB drives. I need you to go and make this a thing. And they go and they did a search and they're like, oh, I can just make an ISO and put that on the USB drive.
Yeah, there's some person, and this is the thing. I've done TikToks about this concept of like someone out there thought about this.
Yeah.
And thought it was
at least you can just mount them directly in Windows now, right?
Thought it was a good idea. So I'm just going to copy that file over. That is 4 gigs though.
Yeah, it's a DVD image.
What I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to copy that over and then I'm going to burn it back to the same USB.
Yes. And you need it fully. What's challenging about what you're doing is you don't just need the drive. You don't just need the drive installer. You need the INF file. You need the actual exploded driver directory with the INF and sys files in it.
So the problem here is that that means that this motherboard is so new that the version of I'll bring you back. The version of the inbox drivers for Windows aren't there yet. And then at some point in the future, next month, next year, whatever, because I'm running an old version of Windows 11, those drivers will just show up.
So folks are saying, why aren't you just double clicking the ISO to mount it in Windows? Why are you copying it over first?
Okay, so that's a good point. So a couple of things. Bursting speed is going to be faster with a single file. Right now, I'm copying at 16 megs a second. And if there's 500 files in there and they're going to be different sizes, it's going to go, it's not going to go.
No. Sorry. But mounting an ISO doesn't require it to do the entire drive like that. It's just a directory system.
Because I want the entire thing. I want to see the full contents of it. You want me to just
double click it.
Okay. So we'll do that in a second. I disagree.
Okay. You don't trust it. Okay.
No, I'm just this.
You're not going to burn the ISO, are you?
No, because reasons. I'll do it. It's fine. First, I don't have a mounting tool, I don't think, but we'll see if it just goes
built into Windows. Isn't it built into Windows now? You just mount it as a drive.
Yeah, I don't know. Does it?
I thought it did. I thought it was just supported now.
I used to run mount ISO.
Oh, long time ago. I used to run any DVD
Okay.
and all types of stuff.
I know you can mount VHDs. Let's see if you can mount an ISO.
I thought you could just double click ISOs now in
Well,
Windows. Maybe I'm wrong.
we're definitely angering things. We'll see if it works. Right now, we have to do random
I thought you
access.
could right mouse click and say mount drive or something.
Maybe. But the point is, though, once I get it off, I have a copy of the thing. I can do whatever I want to with it.
Oh yeah, it's just they have to listen to us argue in the meantime.
Notice that I'm double clicking on the thing and nothing's happening.
Because you made it angry because you were like copying it.
Well, it's because it's
busy now. No, I got the same Amber Alert that you just did.
Amber Alert?
Oh, I thought you were looking at something because my phone just went.
No, I don't have an Amber Alert.
Because it's in Portland.
I'm in a different state than you are.
It's in okay. It's in Oregon.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I've got nothing.
Interesting. And then it mustn't have activated it in Oregon. They've only done it here. That's strange.
I don't even know where that's
double click the ISO.
I double clicked it, everybody. Everyone's like,
yeah, it's because you've saturated the USB drive, I guess.
Oh, I want to tell you something awful, Damian, that it just happened in the chat here. Maybe it's exciting, maybe it's not. Someone just said, British dude for the win.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that?
I have a British passport, but I also have an Australian passport, which is where I was born, and I have an American passport, which is my adopted country. So I am a British Australian, American, British Australian, oh God. I am Australian, British, American. There you go.
So this guy, Bill, is texting me that why are you not mounting the ISO?
Yeah. It's literally, so if you go back to your desktop.
Point, he's like, how did you not know that?
There's literally a button in the ribbon.
I want to point
right
out,
above it. It says
I
mount.
double clicked it. Nothing's
look at the top. Look at the top of the ribbon. Look at it.
Mount,
top
right
right.
Yeah.
It says mount.
So if I mounted it though.
Yeah.
And again, not an idiot, but also an idiot. How would I then copy the files back to itself? I'm going to take over this USB key and use it again. So I'd have to go and find another one.
No. You would navigate the directory structure that appears in the new mounted drive.
Pull out the
it's a different drive.
I
Find what you want, and then you copy it over to the USB drive. It doesn't mount it as the same drive.
And just leave it loose next to the ISO?
Yeah.
I guess.
Or create a folder called Ethernet driver or something.
It is interesting that it won't mount while it's copying.
Yes. Just
like
simply
we're waiting,
because
like Explorers, like you can do
saturated.
one,
it's a very slow USB drive too. Like 16 megasecond is not anything to write home about.
Yeah.
Someone's saying copy it to floppy disks. Don't tempt him. I guarantee you, he has a USB floppy drive handy.
Bill is very disappointed in me. He's texting me right now.
All right.
Well, still not doing anything, so Explorer is going to crash, so enjoy that, everybody.
No.
Sorry. That was a very British no that you just said there.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Where is that ISO?
Oh, there it is right there. No, that's a different ISO. That's 700 series 202209 ISO.
There it is.
Yeah.
The one I'm going to right click and mount now.
Yeah, you have the other thing I just want to point out. That's a 4.5 gigabyte ISO you just put on your desktop, which is now syncing to OneDrive.
Yeah, I'll turn off OneDrive.
Did that come up twice because it finally
came
you for the
back
other one
from earlier?
Yeah.
Again, everyone seems to think that this is some exciting thing. All right. So all of this crap here.
Network.
Well, I should just bring it all over.
No. What?
No.
Why?
You want me to just get it from somewhere else? I'm going to need the chipset anyway.
No, you're not. You just need the network driver. Trust me.
Because it's going to get the rest from elsewhere?
Because we're going to install MSI Center from the Microsoft Store, and then that will give you all the drivers, as well as Windows Update in the background.
MSI has in the store now?
Yeah. A lot of the it's all part of a thing. So Microsoft Windows team worked with all the PC builder manufacturers, and most of them now have their stuff in the Microsoft Store. It'll actually recommend
This right here is my point about speed that I was making before, that I was being teased brutally in the comments.
Yeah. Did you? Okay, you just did the whole folder. I would have opened it.
I just pulled the network folder over.
Okay.
Right. People, Linus says, dude, just bypass the network and add the drivers afterwards.
That's what
I know, but I would like to log in as an MSI. So I'm doing this on purpose.
You want to log in with your Microsoft account from the beginning?
Because what happens is, if I log in as just Scott local,
I know
I'm going to end up with a weird user folder when I log in later.
You can change it, obviously. So when I typically build machines for people,
then it's a whole thing again.
I know. So what I typically do when I build machines for people is I create a local account called Setup.
Yep.
And I do all my work on that account. And then when I give it to them, I give them that account and the password, and I say, here's the deal. You can either associate that account with your Microsoft account, or you can, better still, just go and create a new account in Windows, and then make it an admin, and then log out of setup, log in with that.
I just think it's a hassle because then we've got this profile sitting around.
Well, but then you can delete the profile. That's fine.
Yeah.
Like, but yes, the right way to do it, a PC builder will install an OEM copy of Windows,
admin or whatever.
Then they'll run sysprep. And you run a tool called sysprep, which wipes the user profile from the machine, puts it back in the out-of-box experience, but leaves all the drivers on there.
Yeah.
Which is what I did for the last build. But then the person
you build one for, and then someone else has put in another network card.
Yeah, that would work.
Maybe could be a USB network card. It would have to have drivers though.
Yeah, have to have drivers.
Put in another network card, USB or otherwise. You have to have drivers. So I know that everyone is thinking that there's easy solutions to this. The correct solution is that the drivers should be in box, and they should be
substrained in the box.
I shouldn't have to do any of this.
I'm surprised that the Windows image that you just created today was still a September image.
Yeah, September of last year.
That's odd.
It is odd.
And that it didn't slipstream the latest X790 drivers in. That is a little unusual.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll be there later, but it is an interesting thing. Okay, so we're back here.
You know, are you going to do all of them?
Well, they're just,
you look out there, it's not going to be a recursive search, right? You'll have to find the actual.
It's supposed to be.
Is it really?
According to the docs. Let me read it
recursive?
Again.
Wow.
Shift F10 at the command prompt. Yeah, D:\\. And what's interesting...
No. But like, go to the box above that before all that setting that tells you what you have to do to get your network drivers.
The box literally says disk partition, list volume, get the drivers.
But it says, no. Okay, sorry. But it says in the grade box, note this assumes your drivers came in the form of the
this is the whole thing you said about unzipping them.
Yeah, you got to get them in the right format. So go back, double click on the network folder. I don't want to say I told you so, but I'm like, just slow down a bit and double click and have a look. I know you want to get it done. I know. But you need to find the folder.
I'm frustrated because I've set up 10 different machines in the last 2 weeks for demos, and I haven't never had to do anything.
Were they all laptops?
Yep, all inbox drivers.
You don't have any problem with a laptop.
Yeah, I know.
Intel. It's probably going to be an installer, which means who the hell knows? Let's guess it's the 226. Oh, there you go.
The INFs are there, dude.
No, yeah, it's not recursive. That is my bet. It's not recursive.
It's not
you have to put the path in. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll just go into the folder. Then we're already there.
Yeah. We just need to know the path.
Okay. I'm disappointed it's not recursive.
I mean, it's just a path though. I would never assume what you typed in would be recursive.
That's an option of pnputil, right?
Oh, is it? Okay.
I would say.
Were you putting a space between them?
Yeah, I was putting a space, which is weird because the docs say to put a space.
So strange.
Literally like that, and that is supposed to be a recursive search.
Okay.
And it's not even looking.
Because look at all the examples.
Right, but the examples are different, right? But then if we do that, it wouldn't be recursive, but it would be a wildcard.
Hang on, go back. You keep clearing the screen. You don't give me a chance to read it. You're very fast. Like, I take your time.
All right.
Go back, run it again. It says something about subders.
Traverse subders, yeah, which is interesting because that's not what the docs say. So let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a clear to get it to move back to the top. So what's interesting is that this version of pnputil is not in line with the previous version, which is this one here is saying subders, and that's not even listed.
Add driver star.inf space subder. You just need to add /subders. It looks like.
Yeah. Sorry, I got to get back up to the top again.
At the end of the whole thing.
You think so?
That's what the demonstration was.
Oh, interesting. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. So these are sub commands off of add driver.
It probably doesn't matter if they're parsing it.
If it works, then it clearly matters.
But I would do / there. Yep. So now it's going to walk you. It still didn't work.
That's garbage.
Did you type it wrong?
I think that the docs are not up to date. So I'm going to fix all this when we get back. See, the docs have a space. There is no space.
Yep. Did the example that the command line utility was printing have a space or not? It didn't,
The
right?
example that the command line had no space. The example on the website
has a space.
had a space.
Yep.
And that's inconsistent. So then we'll have to do a pnputil scan devices. Someone's asking who's in command. We are a team.
We are a
Someone
unit.
else is yelling, Scott, just listen. Maybe they haven't worked with Damian before.
Well, everyone knows what it's like to work with you now.
Oh, well, I think that the point is, in this case, that when someone moves your cheese, in this case here, and changes something in a fundamental way.
We are the three-legged dog today. That's all it is.
Yeah, see, and look, then it says you might need to scan for devices afterwards.
Yeah.
And
so then how do you do that?
Nothing happened, and none of those drivers showed up.
Like, what did that help page that you were reading tell you to do at this point if you've installed the drivers and then it doesn't?
It says, good luck.
Did
YOLO.
it say, so you typed scan devices? Did I just miss that?
Yeah, I can do it again. Yes, I did.
Okay. And did it say anything? There was no feedback?
It said nothing. It said no devices installed.
So at this point, dude, I would just use the network bypass and then do it.
So
I mean, maybe.
Someone earlier...
Or try the Wi-Fi drive. I don't know.
Someone earlier said log in as, I don't know if this is a joke or not. They said log in as OOBE / bypass NRO.
That's not the login. That's what you type at the command line. That's what I was saying before.
Is that something I do here?
Yeah. There's an OOBE command.
So it looks like they're saying LNK or INK.
Yeah. I'd have to find it. Let me find it. This is what I do on all the machines that I do this in.
That's disappointing. Shouldn't have to do this.
I don't disagree. So you will want to scroll, do all this, OOBE, out of box experience, select your keyboard. Yep. So you want to type OOBE / bypass NRO. OOBE / bypass NRO, all one NRO. And then hit enter. There you go. And then what all that's going to do is it'll get you back to the same screen, but then there'll be a new button that says, I don't have internet. And you'll click that.
Okay. So then we'll take this ISO and double click on it and then run off.
What do you mean?
Well, there's got this USB key with all these drivers on it.
You won't use that. You won't need that.
But I do need to get on the network. I need to get on the network.
I would just install the network card and nothing else.
Well, there's a DVD setup inside of that USB key. So we'll just use that.
I wouldn't, but okay.
So how do you want me to get on the network?
I would just install the network card driver and nothing else.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, so the other thing you could do right now, before you go ahead.
Sorry?
Right now, before you do anything, you could do Shift F10, do the PNP thing again, and get it scanned now before the network screen comes up.
Oh, that's a good
idea.
That
would be the last thing I would try.
That's a good idea.
Because it might just be that the screen doesn't refresh, and you have to have all this done before you get to that screen. So someone in the YouTube chat is arguing that the docs do not have a space. Then maybe it's just the font they're using. Looks like a space, but if you copy and paste it, there is no space there. Looks like a space to me.
It's unquestionably a space.
Yeah, there's a space there.
Yeah, sorry, that is a space. I can actually select.
Yeah, you can select it.
Just the space.
Just the white space.
Yeah, that's a space.
Yeah.
That's a weird one, though. I mean, like, we all agree that that's weird. So then the question is that a versioning thing, or is that literally a docs error?
Could just be a doc error. But yeah, do it now, and we'll see if after you do the scan.
Then yeah, there's our space question.
Yeah. .inf, star.inf, I think.
Sorry. Again, obscure keyboard.
Yeah.
Subders.
With a D.
This keyboard, man. Let me show you this keyboard real quick. This freaking thing. It's this thing.
Oh, I've got that keyboard as well. It's horrible.
I know it's the worst.
You need to get yourself I
just don't have a convenient one that's
better,
like
cheap one.
around.
Yeah, that just have lying around. Yep. Yeah, that keyboard's horrible. I've got that keyboard. It's in the cupboard in there somewhere.
Okay, so we've done that.
All right. Since it's interesting, it says it already exists in the system.
That's interesting.
Because
probably on a partition, a setup partition.
No. Like you rebooted, but you have a drive now. Windows is on the drive. You're just
Right,
going
that's
through
what
the
I mean.
out-of-box experience.
There's a C drive and it's got stuff on it.
All right, so do the scan.
Does it scan space devices? Span dash devices?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Cool.
think this is going to work.
It might be that it's just going to work now because we installed it and rebooted.
Because
honestly.
it was already there.
Because it was there because we installed them before.
That'd be cool.
It would be. Wait, oh, it's checking for updates.
Yeah, checking for updates. Now, here's an interesting thing. My network here, I've got a network hub on my desk, and it's gone from being 10 megabits to a gigabit.
Let's celebrate like it worked. So
Let's
we did
celebrate
extra
like
things
it
there
worked.
we didn't have to do. So it turned out what's missing from that help document was that once you installed the INF stuff before,
it was done.
As soon as we rebooted, it worked. We had to restart the OOBE experience, but there was no way to do that from the UI. We could have just rebooted at that point.
So let's talk.
And there's Bill Simser in the YouTube chat is very proud that he called it.
Yeah, Bill was the one who texted me that I'm a bad person. Let's see here. I'm going to a couple of other comments. People are saying put it in rice. This is just
dry it out.
A good general argument. My team's calls do not look as good as Scott and Damian's. Yeah. Linus says you needed to reboot.
Yep, that was what we needed to
do.
do.
That was it.
That was right.
Called it. Good job. Linus, thank you for the OOBE info. Yeah, so BG Git says strange Windows doesn't recognize the network in your motherboard. Very, very new motherboard, very, very new chipset, somewhat old ISO of Windows. I should have.
I mean, when you say very new, it's not this month. It's not like you bought it on launch day. It is months. It's months old.
It is a 6-month-old build of Windows, so the slipstreaming that you're talking about isn't there.
It's a 4-month-old motherboard. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is a Windows 6. It is on a Wi-Fi 6E. So my computers are always called Ironheart.
Oh, but you can't. You have to give it a suffix of some sort.
This is Ironheart 3.
Ooh, nice.
And Ironheart is the new Tony Stark. And then I put Ironheart inside
the computer.
In the computer, and
it's in the computer.
So she lives inside.
It's in the computer.
In the computer. It's in the computer.
It's in the computer.
Okay, so Ironheart 3.
I just want to say how excited I am that it's working again.
You're just excited about the memory timing, is what you're.
The whole thing. Like we had glitches, but there was nothing catastrophic, and we've worked through everything, and it's working. It's like this is great.
Linus said they had this problem 2 days ago.
The network card problem.
See, this is great. Good job, Linus. Thanks for helping. Rain was saying, did you use coding to connect your network? Let's talk about this for a second. So we have a somewhat new motherboard with a somewhat old Windows version. And when it installed, it recognized the video card, it recognized the mouse and the keyboard, but it had never seen this particular flavor of Wi-Fi card or wired internet. And even though I have an Ethernet cable here and I plugged it in, it didn't get on the network. And then Windows says, hey, I can't do anything without a network. So what we did is we took Windows and we looked behind it. We went backstage to that command prompt. And in the command prompt, we said pnputil, plug and play utility. The drivers are over here. And where the drivers were, which is a funny thing because Damian called it, was actually on a tiny USB key that came with the motherboard in the bag. So you wouldn't be completely stuck if you were all alone. You just have to know these things.
They weren't in a format that you could use the help with the Windows help doc. Like it was like we assume it's a zip file, blah blah blah. No, it was an ISO seed Blu-ray image. So you need another machine ready to go, and you need to know how to do all that.
Now here it says set up for personal or set up for work. This is my personal computer that I am going to use for work.
So you do personal, and then you do work later.
Because if I ever get fired, I want my computer to still work.
Yeah.
So then we'll sign in. And now it's going to send me a Face ID, no password.
This is actually this part of the OOBE experience. If you're building your own machine, is really nice now. Like the fact that is so seamless that you just type your email in. And then you get an alert on your phone, you authenticate with your phone with biometrics and whatnot. And then you can do now. I would never restore like this brand new machine.
Yeah, so I don't do restores either.
It's like once every 5 years is enough. Like, you know, like this is the time to do it.
Set up as new device.
Right.
But we're working on some cool stuff, and you'll hear some things in the next couple of months about just making OOBE just that easier. OOBE or OOBE, out-of-box experience. We want to make that as easy as possible. Now create a pin. A lot of people get confused about pins
Yeah.
within the context. My parents don't, they think the pin is their password. The pin is a number that is unique to the computer and the person.
Right. It's actually using Windows Hello. It's attached to the TPM that we talked about before. So
The
it
trusted
is
platform module.
another factor of authentication, but it is not one that works anywhere else. Like the pin that you're doing here is for this machine, for this account only.
Yep.
So when you set it up on another machine, you could use your same Microsoft account on your laptop, but have a different pin, which is technically the more secure way of doing it. And that counts as multi-factor authentication, just putting your pin in every time.
Yep.
Because not only do you need the number, it needs to be on that machine. It needs to be that physical device. You can't watch me put the pin in and then go to your machine and then with my email address and my pin sign in. That doesn't work.
Right. Art in the TikTok chat points out, of course, that if we did the local account, we'd mount the ISO and we'd install everything from the ISO. And there was in fact a DVD setup.exe inside of that. They would have shipped you a disk in the past. So that's actually probably why the ISO was there. It's probably they had a disk imaging build system for their DVDs, and then they moved.
Well, that was the
USBs.
joke I was making before, is that someone got the job of moving them from DVD to ISO to USB, and that's what they did instead of.
And then Javi is asking what webcams we're using. Your webcam is different than mine because you have better. We have the same camera, but you have better lighting.
Yeah, we have the exact same camera. We both
Look,
are not using webcams.
now we're the same
both using
color.
Sony A6000 mirrorless cameras with the kit lens. I got mine on eBay for $300 at the beginning of the pandemic. They're actually very hard to get at that price now, unfortunately. You have the same camera, going through a Camlink 4K, and then I have two Elgato Studio lights, which I can like turn off like that. And so my camera is all set up manual, so it's fixed focus.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's talk about
ISO.
lighting for a second. I'll turn yours off and I'll turn mine off. Lighting matters.
Well, yeah, and to be clear, I have set my camera up in manual mode, so it is not trying to auto expose.
Yep.
You can leave the camera in auto expose mode. I know Glenn, my boss, he uses the same camera. His is in auto expose. Look at that. We're at the desktop. And so we are using the exact same cameras.
Hang on a second. Look at that.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I don't know how that, if that's because, I did say before, it will be offered to you as part of, once you connect, because it's in the Microsoft Store, and they did this thing now.
How did they do that?
They do this thing now where MSI Center is what you want. And see all the drivers?
Wow.
Oh, yeah. And some of them are already installed because you installed, it happened that you had the latest version.
I want to point this out, people.
Yeah, don't tick that.
Okay, this is important. If you've been watching for the last 3.5 hours, we work for Microsoft, but this is not a Microsoft stream. It's just two guys on the weekend. You don't need Norton. You don't need McAfee. Defender is just fine. If you go to your parents' house for Thanksgiving or the Christmas holiday, this is an opportunity for you not just to run Windows Update for your family, but to uninstall McAfee and Norton. You don't need them.
Make sure that you've got Windows Defender turned on. Open up the Windows Security Center. All right, so I would untick the wallpaper. You can leave Ada on. Ada is the memory stress test utility.
Yeah. Bluetooth, chipset.
Yeah, everything else that's a driver. You probably don't need, CPU. I mean, you don't need CPU Z, MSI gaming. Turn that off.
Okay.
Scroll down.
Why don't I need that?
It's CPU Z, like it's the CPU. I'm going to get you to install a better one. Don't worry about it. All right.
One thing I don't want to do is worry about this thing. I need it to run. I need it not to blue screen. I need it not to overclock and be stupid. While that's installing, I'm just going to come over here and do a little task manager love so we can see what's going on here.
See what's going on, yeah. So let's verify that the Windows is picking up the memory at the right speed. I would full screen that. There's your 13900K. So right mouse click on your CPU. Let's see all those wonderful CPUs. Yes. So now I've told you to full screen it. Can you unfull screen it? Can you drag it into shot?
I was going to say something about that, but I decided not to.
All right, so there you go. 24 physical cores because of the big little architecture. You've got
logical, and those are the other ones are these are efficiency cores.
Right. So what you've got there is you've got a combination of efficiency cores and performance cores. The performance cores are hyper-threaded, which is why you've got this staggered 24 to 32 instead of like 2448 or 1632, which is what you would get on an AMD CPU, where all the cores are equal and they're all hyper-threaded. On Intel, on this CPU, you've got, I think it's 12 performance cores. Does that make sense? Would it be 12? I can't remember.
How does it decide what goes on what core? Does it decide this thing?
Windows Thread Director. or Intel thread director, which works with the Windows kernel to decide which work goes on which core. Oh yeah, Team Big Cursor, well done.
Oh yeah, I'm all about the giant cursor. We call it Big Mouse Gang.
Yeah,
Hashtag Big Mouse
absolutely.
Gang.
So
You
go back
think
to
it's stupid,
performance.
but it's actually awesome.
No, I
Makes
do
things
the
better.
same thing. Go back to the performance thing again. Ooh, that's a lot of stuff. Go to memory.
So
It'll show you the speed it's running at.
memory's
So
at
top right hand corner, 5200 mega transfers, 128 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, that's great. Go to disk C
means I'm going to
drive.
be able to run Slack.
That's a
I'm very excited about the ability to run Slack on this computer.
Your C drive should show click on C drive. It should show you the name of the drive. Samsung SSD 980 Pro, 2 terabyte, all very good.
Look, it's writing right now at 100 and plus.
Right.
We should
So while
bursts.
this is happening, you can go to the Samsung website and download Magician, because you're going to want to do that early.
Click on the taskbar and turn off chat.
Turn off all the startup stuff. Do you don't use widgets on the desktop, do you?
I do like widgets.
Really? Do you use Task View?
I use them because there's an Xbox widget and a Spotify widget.
Okay. Do you use Task View?
Do I use Task View?
Yeah, there was a toggle. It's on by default, but it's a button that just shows up I don't need. I just turn that off.
Oh yeah, this one here. Virtual
desktop.
You
use that?
Yeah, I use it for virtual desktops.
You click that?
No, I actually use Windows Tab.
Yeah, there you go. So I turn all that stuff off. I don't want search on my toolbar. I hit the start key and search when I want to search. I don't want to dedicate a button. But that's why you can customize it.
And then you see all my icons are already coming in.
Yeah, Edge is already synced.
So I want
Samsung Magician download.
Samsung Magician, because earlier in the chat someone said make sure that we be aware of that firmware issue with the Samsung software. Now all of my password, all my extensions are coming in. Now you see how it's giving me an error?
Yeah.
This is probably because I have a Pi hole.
You have an extension?
No, I have a Pi hole, which is a DNS ad blocker.
Is it that, or is it this ad guard thing?
Well, let's turn off the Pi hole for 5 minutes and see.
Okay. Because I was just looking at the URL, but maybe it's strange that.
No, that is some weird link synergy BS.
Yeah, what is that thing?
There
you go. Must have been an ad as opposed to this one.
Integrated installer.
Oh, that includes the migration software, but that's fine. I'll
just get the Magician software.
Yeah, you just want Magician.
Oh, and then I got to turn this right-hand sidebar off because I hate that. And then I will turn off import favorites. And now I've got, these are all my, what is Ada Extreme? I guess Ada Extreme is an installer that got installed.
Cool.
We just bursted to 5.8 gigahertz.
Nice.
Which is a little excessive. I like that.
That's awesome. That's actually like, is that over what they do by default on a single core? Let me check. I'm checking the website. No, that's the max. That's the max out of box.
5.48 just came in.
5.8 on a single core out of box is what it'll do.
It's pretty good. I don't like waiting.
So it's very snappy from what I can tell.
The dev team on the chat is saying they want to use a different desktop for Spotify. Exactly. So you can
I have 3 monitors. I don't need more desktops.
Right? You can come in here and name the desktop.
Yeah. I think that's great on laptops. I've never quite understood. It just doesn't work for me on a multi-monitor setup. Like I have 4 monitors. I don't need multiple desktops.
I think that people don't talk about this enough. It's a cultural thing between Windows people and Mac people.
Yeah, Mac people. I know. But Macs are typically laptop or single screen users more than on Windows folks from my experience. So
yeah, it's funny. I've been seeing people on TikTok. They love their laptop vertical thing where they take their Mac, they close it, and they put it vertical, and they use a big monitor. And I'm thinking to myself, you got a perfectly good screen right here.
Yeah, I know.
Just closed it.
But a lot of the Mac Pros and Mac models don't support driving the panel and Mac Airs and stuff didn't, if I recall correctly. But
update your firmware.
There you go.
Okay, new version.
Do that.
Now, is that safe? There's something in the background happening that's going to cause it to be a problem?
I mean, I don't know.
What it actually does.
Like it'll tell you should. It's going to shut your machine down. Like when you hit OK, it'll shut it down and do it.
That's fine. What it's doing is it's staging it into a separate mini partition, and then it's going to do it as it reboots.
So, yeah, what happens is it doesn't reboot. It shuts it down. So it updates the firmware and powers the machine off.
Failed to update firmware.
Oh.
That's concerning. And then the other thing that I want to do is do some over provisioning.
Oh, you do that?
Oh yeah, I do that a lot, as I've had that happen before with drives where I need that space for
Maybe just wait till all your drivers are installed. Maybe it's just because there's so much stuff going on. And it might be because you have a pending restart, actually. It
everything's
may be
done.
saying you already have a pending restart.
You want to just restart?
I'd restart and then try it again. Wait till Windows gets stable.
Well, with the power of the Intel processor, I can reboot faster than ever.
and 128 gig of RAM running at 50,
Well,
200
the
mega
thing is
transfers
that
a second.
this water cooler is not leaking. Then I have to figure out if I want to return that thing or not.
Oh, so that's the other thing we should be doing. I forgot. We should be installing monitoring software so we can observe your CPU temperature while all this is happening.
Yeah, good point.
So you want to install, it's called Hardware Info 64.
Yep.
Or HW Info 64.
Husalo says, good night to you and your friend. We're awesome people. That's lovely. How are the YouTube chats going?
Very good. People like the big cursor, someone crying in 1600 megahertz RAM. Someone asking, someone commenting they remember me from the days of Signaler version 1, asking if Jabra is still around. No, Jabra is not still around. I'm sorry.
I may have a world for Shooter to have a new life. I'll talk
Shooter is still live.
No, I have an idea. Okay.
Someone asking about the camera. They asked what lens we had, and I said it's the kit lens, and which is a 16 to 50 millimeter lens, I believe, which I run at 16 mil.
Yeah, I'm on the same.
All the way back. Here? Max, it's like an f3.5, f4.0, I think, or f3.5. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you've changed your color balance. You look more orange than I do. I'm a little bit warm, but then again, it could be the color.
You're very warm. As the day goes on, I find, so if I can, because I've got a monitor I've got a video monitor on top of my camera, which has, so I can see my own image, and it gives me Zebra. You know what's it called? Zebra on a video monitor, where it tells you where you're overexposed.
Oh, interesting.
Right, so if I do like this, it's telling me that this part of my head is overexposed.
What's blown out? It's showing you what video is blown out.
Yeah, it puts zebra stripes in it for me.
Oh, interesting.
And then it also has focus assist, where it'll put red outlines on everything that's really on the sharp edges, because I've got manual focus turned on.
Folks are asking if I'm live elsewhere because TikTok is small. Yeah, we've been on YouTube the whole time. You can actually go to YouTube and back up.
Yeah.
And watch the whole thing. So go ahead and hit my username is S Hanselman everywhere. Jeebus Fish says, where are we in the building process? My friend, we are 3 hours and 46 minutes into the building process. We are done. We started from the literal, they were in a box.
Yes.
We were in the unboxing part of the building process just about 3 hours ago. We mounted the CPU. We overclocked the memory. We have right now a bench build. So this is the motherboard and the cooler all sitting open in the world here to prove that it would work. We have not put it in the box. We'll do that another day. You're welcome to go to my YouTube and see that if you'd like. And you can go backwards in time. We installed an SSD here. I'm going to put a second one. I think we're going to put it in this here.
That's right.
We installed 128 gigs of RAM. We put on a water cooler that is self-contained, although it is damaged, so I may be taking it back. Oh, Jesus was here 2 hours ago. That's awesome. Thank you for spending time with us this afternoon.
That's awesome. Look at that. There's your face already.
My goodness. That's me. I'm
amazed at how quick we can get Windows set up these days. Like with a modern machine, and like, it's
well, here's the thing. We're 3 hours into it, but honestly, we're less. Do I need to install this thing?
That's for your memory stress. You will want to do that at some point.
Well, I'll do it. We'll do it later.
It's installed already. It's just that you haven't run
Samsung Edition. We got to get that firmware updated.
Yeah, get the firmware updated. Check Windows Update is finished.
Well, Windows Update will never be finished.
Okay, so MSI Center is now installing, so you need to go through this as well, because it may add drivers. Oh, yeah, and then someone's in the YouTube chat is saying we had a bit of trouble with the white power supply cable. We realized that the custom cables that we ordered were the wrong ones.
The issue was we ordered custom cables because we are fancy.
Because they're pretty.
Because they're pretty for no other reason than they're pretty. They're white cables.
Yeah.
Wrong ones. Off by 4 pins.
Yeah. So it turns out that even though they are for a Corsair HXI power supply, which he has, there are multiple variants of the Corsair HXI, and we needed the black label cables, and we have the yellow label cables, which I don't know what that means. There's no black label, there's no yellow label. The box that the power supply came in was yellow. It's very confusing. But we need the black label cables. So, but we'll fix that.
So MSI is installing, almost done.
Joe is asking, did we check the motherboard firmware for update? So that will happen now in MSI Center, which is installing right now and is starting. One of the things it has is the driver updates for the motherboard. And so once that happens, you'll go into the support. There's a called live update. You click on that and it does the usual thing.
That'll be our BIOS update.
And that it's everything on the motherboard. So it's the Intel chipset, the Bluetooth, all that stuff. And the BIOS. And it also lets you install other MSI apps. So the apps to control your RGB will come through that. The apps to tune your fan curve in software, if you want to, will come through that. It has a bunch of overclocking stuff as well. You won't use that. To do your CPU overclocking, I will get you to install the Intel Extreme Tuner utility, or Intel XTU, and we'll use their one-button overclocking. It's called Intel Speed Optimizer 2.
Aren't we already overclocked, or we're just XMP?
No, we're not overclocked. We are memory XMP profile applied, and we've opened the power limits on the motherboard. So don't install that.
Don't install.
You don't need the supercharger rubbish. You don't. Don't choose anything. Yeah, go to support, up the top right, up the top in the middle, top left. Sorry, top left. Yep. Then go to live update, and then do the scan. It's going to offer Norton and crap again, so obviously we don't want Norton. We don't want. All right, so it says there's newer Intel network drivers, there's newer Bluetooth drivers, but there's no motherboard BIOS update. So
new ME drivers, extreme tuning.
We'll get the one from the Intel website.
So this implies that we don't have any BIOS, any firmware.
It implies there's no BIOS update available.
That's cool.
And Michael is suggesting in YouTube chat, updating the BIOS might turn off XMP. It's almost guaranteed to reset your BIOS.
So Linus in the chat is asking what application you're going to recommend for overclocking for an AMD CPU.
So AMD make one. So I have an AMD machine behind me, my gaming rig. They have a thing called AMD Center, AMD something, AMD overclocking, overdrive, AMD overclock. Is that what it's called? What's it called? I have it installed. Master Utility for overclocking, it's called. The AMD Ryzen Master Utility.
Third-party one?
Yeah, well, there's two ways. You can either do it in the motherboard BIOS manually, right? But that makes it difficult to test. It's a full reboot every time. Both Intel and AMD have software that runs in Windows that applies the settings live. So you click the buttons, hit apply, and then you do your test. And then if it's stable, it won't reboot. But the advantage of that is if they're not stable, it just undoes it, right? And so if you're trying to find the stable level of your overclock, you can use the software. For the Intel chips, what I've found is that the Intel Speed Optimizer 2, which is a one-button overclock basically in the software, is very good. And it has gotten, it's what I used on Brady's machine, it's what I used on Brennan's machine, and it got out a bunch of extra performance. It doesn't undervolt by default. So if you want to try and undervolt the CPU to run it with lower power, it doesn't do that by default. You can do that manually, but it won't do that with the just the click the button thing. But you have such a good cooling setup and everything, it's not really a problem. Like it's not really even worth doing. When you're air cooling, undervolting like the last generation, the one before it was definitely something that was worthwhile doing. So you could reduce the power draw, reduce the heat, and get the same performance. But for the new stuff, as long as you've got decent cooling. All right, let's hope that this works this time, this firmware update.
Yeah, that was a little concerning before.
Yeah. Looks like it's going now. There you go.
There we
Perfect.
go. Okay, so this was an important one because this is a Samsung 990 Pro, and we want to make sure that that firmware is updated because there were some challenges with that firmware.
So people are asking for the part list on YouTube. I'm just pasting it into the chat again. So Eric's asking, did we delid and apply some liquid metal? No, I did talk about delidding. And what they call direct die cooling, where you take the lid off the integrated heat spreader, you desolder the top of it using liquid metal, and then you apply liquid metal, which is literally conductive thermal material. So you have to be very careful that it doesn't get off the die. Usually there comes a little foam guard so that you don't do that. And then you buy a special bracket that lets you cool. Oh, background. You just somehow background blurring just got turned on and has destroyed the entire thing.
Sorry, I've got that Teams Stream Deck thing.
Oh, okay.
I bumped the wrong button.
So yeah, then you can delid the CPU and you get a special cooling block that will Yeah, it cools directly on top of the CPU. That is typically done with custom water loops. It's not something that you do with a all-in-one like we're using here. But if you and it's very risky. But the cooling performance is incredible.
I have a question. We may be in a
mm,
situation here. I think I know what's going on.
mhm.
So it says it's going to reboot.
No, it doesn't reboot. I told you.
It shut it off.
shuts
So I
down.
have to go and short the power.
You have to go
thing
and
again.
short the pins again.
So let's talk about that for our new friends who may have just shown up.
Yeah.
We're just getting ready to wrap it up here.
Yeah.
But we have a bench build or an open build.
Yep.
We have not put this motherboard into a case yet because we want to make sure it works, and it works very well.
Right.
This right here, these two pins right here,
Yep.
are the pins that the power button on a case would actually short if we ever wanted to turn this on. So I'm going to take these tweezers. I just think this is so crazy. Take these tweezers and take this 1,000-watt computer, and I'm going to touch these.
Which, to be clear, the voltage across
I know.
those pins
It's more
is
impressive
single-digit
that way.
voltage.
It's more impressive that way.
If you go back to my camera for a second, you can also buy one of these, which is an external USB a momentary power switch. It's so glary, I cannot get it to not be super glary on the screen. There we go. You can see it.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
to do exactly what we just did with the pair.
yeah, so it's $10, and I bought one of these because I build a lot of machines, and it also connects up to the power LED. So when you touch it, it powers. You can see the light on it, which is kind of nice.
Right.
But you can just short it with and more expensive motherboards have a button on them. So we talked about like the ranges of motherboards before. The next tier above yours, which is like another $100 and something, it has a button on the board to power on and off because they know people will be doing bench testing and bench overclocking with that board. So they've integrated a button into it.
Very cool. So I'm finding that the thing reboots into the desktop
Very quickly.
very quickly.
Yes, very quickly. Like we should show that on camera just so people can see it.
I don't know if reboot speed is a good reason to be excited, but yeah.
Oh, come on. Post screen, like after the post and then into Windows.
So I'm already on Windows 22H2.
Nice. That was quick.
Yeah.
Bring up Samsung Magician and just make sure that your firmware now says it's up to date.
So then another day, I will leave this here, and then another day we'll put it in a box.
Put it in its case. Yep.
We'll put the NVIDIA 3080 in it.
Yep.
You're currently using the latest version.
Woohoo!
Now I'll go over here, and I like to over provision my drive, which is a way of saying you don't believe in this, right?
Whatever. I like performance.
Well, I like to
You've
give
got two drives too.
10% to it.
That's fine.
Yeah,
do it. Go for it.
And
it just means
what this does is if it finds a piece of the drive that starts to be sick or slowing down, it just pretends that doesn't exist and then starts borrowing from that 10%.
Right.
So
the other thing I do in here usually at this point is I run a performance benchmark because it lets me do it. And I'll just say, run a performance benchmark, and we can make sure that the SSD is running at the speed we expect.
One thing that is worth pointing out is that we haven't blue screened yet. And if we had, we would suspect the memory.
Yes.
And we have 128 gigs here.
Gigs of DDR5 5200
XMP at 5200.
Yeah. So if you go to the performance, go to memory. Look at that, 5200 mega transfer.
You can see each slot, 32 gigs in each slot.
Just
and then
amazing.
we're running it just about 4 to 5 gigahertz, 24 physical cores, 32 logical. You hear that?
What's that?
That is the UPS. And that is
really
the UPS.
Overload?
Yep, that's the UPS.
Oh, this is when you were saying that you've got to replace it. It's not good.
Yeah, so that UPS is screaming. You can hear that, right?
Yes, I can.
That is screaming because we just pulled too much power. So the perf test here is pulling more than 400 watts off of a UPS that can't do more than 400 watts.
Folks may not realize that I/O is actually quite CPU intensive.
Yeah.
Once you start getting to the speeds that we're doing. And so what is your sequential? We can't read that. What is the sequential read speed?
Sequential read, 7 gigs a second.
And random read.
Don't stop it. Is 1.4 million IOPS.
1.4 million writes per second, or reads per second with a hover over it. 4 kilobyte block sizes. It was 4 kilobyte reads, I think.
4 kilobyte, Q depth of 32, 1.4.
116 threads. Yeah. So someone's asking what the CPU temp is. We should install HW info. Oh, open the MSI Center. MSI Center will tell you. Open MSI Center. It's in the system tray. Should be in the, yeah. That has a monitoring.
Sequential write, 66.5 gigs a second.
Nice.
I need to get it off this UPS or I'm going to get in trouble here.
Well, what will I mean, the UPS is just passing through. It'll be fine.
It might just shut down.
Oh, really? That's unusual.
I just updated this UPS over here. I need to update that one. It's got a 3-year-old.
So there's your CPU. 70. That's pretty
CPU's
high.
At 68 right now. 70.
It's pretty warm. Yeah. That's pretty warm. Your socket's only at 42.
Well, hang on. That was going full blast though.
Oh, okay. The CPU usage was kind of low.
Now what we want 40.
Do you have a power? Can you see power draw on the CPU specifically?
Just voltage.
Keep going.
No.
There's no okay, so there's no other graph or another chart that's showing you the power draw of the socket. Yeah. Okay, so you'll want to install HW Info 64 so we can look at the power draw as well, because that's what gives you heat, right? It's how much power is being drawn, not how fast it's going.
So I'm going to open up Windows Terminal. I'm going to hit Settings. I'm going to mark Windows Terminal as being the default console host. And then I'm going to switch back here and I'm going to go and I'm going to say winget search. And what is the thing you want me to install?
Oh, I don't know if it's on Winget. HW Info 64.
HW Info Realix.
That's the one.
Winget install.
So, answer a question for me. How do you know at this point, like, what package that is? How do I know that's genuine?
It'll tell you where it's coming from, and it'll tell you who it's.
So, like at the point that it launches the installer.
No, but it tells you who it is based on this ID.
But I don't know who that is.
Well, if you know the product you want, like if I'm going to go here and say winget search paint.net.
Okay. I've just never quite understood.
I know that's Rick Brewster's .net, paint.net.
Because like typically I would search for HW Info, go to their website, download it from one of their official mirrors, and I obviously know it's them, but I'm never quite sure with Winget.
That's a good point.
Scenario.
Okay, so I'm going to close this. Random writes 1.2 million.
Nice. Just stop for a second. Oh, never mind.
I can. That was just telling me for a beta version.
Yeah, you can untick the beta thing so it doesn't annoy you. Let me just do this
for you.
Nice. So, yep. Nice. So this is the summary page. It's just giving you the CPU, motherboard, RAM, and stuff. So that's fine. What we want to do is, if you zoom out, what I'll have you do is go zoom all the way out again. There's a sensors button in the other window. There's 3 windows this opened. That window there has a button on it called sensors in the ribbon. Click on that. Right. So in there, if you make that a little bit bigger, just the first column, make the first column wider. You're going to go down till you find one of the CPU categories that shows you what it is. So see core temperatures and CPU package. Double click CPU package. And then, and then just leave that there, move it somewhere.
Okay.
And then find the one that's CPU power.
CPU package power?
Yep. And that's how many watts is being drawn. Those are the 2 that we really care about. And you don't.
Did I close it or did it just?
Yeah, that's okay. Run it again, and then but don't click it. Like
it just minimized itself.
Ah, fair enough.
Okay, it says 40 watts.
Great. And so so go to where it says the CPU package temperature. Just click once in that graph to bring in the graph itself. No. Yeah.
Power or package?
No. You want that. Do that to the one under it again. So under, so we can see the number.
Bring up the right hand side. So 36 watts, 40 C.
Good. So what we want to see is when we hit it with load, what happens. So the other thing that you can see on the list of sensors, there's going to be a series of entries about thermal throttling under the CPU. So you see it says core thermal throttling, core critical temperature, core power limit exceeded.
Yeah, right there.
So the core thermal throttling in an ideal world, and it's very much dictated by what silicon you got. Like there's no magic that we can apply here to say that you will not get any thermal throttling under full load, even with this cooler. But in an ideal world, the silicon is good enough that you won't get thermal throttling even when we put it under full load. But that is not That is not normal for a 13900K. Most people, including myself, get thermal throttled when they run full bench tests, which is fine, right? As long as it's within the score that we expect to see, and it goes back down again.
You want to keep this up here?
Yes.
And see if any of those say yes? And
well, then we would run a test.
So
then we would go to the
Z, or what do you want to get?
No, we're going to go to Microsoft Store, and you're going to get Cinebench. You can do it in the Microsoft Store app.
Oh, well, it'll launch the app.
Sweet.
Store will want to update itself once.
Is there anything else updating now, or is this literally the only thing happening on the machine now?
Yeah, everything's already updated. You see all the updates happened already in the background.
Okay, cool. And that the MSI driver updates that you were doing, they all finished?
Yep. Okay. It's wicked fast.
Yeah. All right, so you should be able to, so that window on the right-hand side with all the CPU things going up and down,
yeah,
you can close that one. You don't need to see that one.
This one over here?
No, far right-hand side.
Here.
Close that. All right, so, now close that one that you just moved. Okay, now go back to that one underneath. No, sorry. Go back to the main window for HW info.
Yeah.
Move the other ones out the way. You can close that window, and then we're going to restart it. So close it. Now restart HW info, and it's going to ask you up front, do you just want to run the sensors? And you're going to tick the box and say, yes, I just want sensors. So say yes. Say, just show me the sensors, and then hit start. And now we're just going to get that list of sensors and the two that we popped out. My
desktop just showed up. That's so funny. See all the icons?
Oh, yeah, because it's synced.
It's all my OneDrive crap.
So you've actually, OneDrive is going bonkers in the background then, I imagine. So you've actually got a bunch of load right now.
Yeah, I'll just turn it off.
Okay. So let's see if we can get the machine idle before we run this test. And we want to be ready to stop the test if we observe the CPU going super fast, super quick.
When you say stop the test, why is that important?
Because we don't want to unduly put pressure on the CPU if it looks like there's a thermal problem.
Okay.
So let's bring up the performance monitor and just check what the CPU, the PC's doing.
Right now, it's chilling.
Like
9%.
Yeah, that's not chilling. What processes?
Search.
Yeah, so the search is still running. Okay, can you just stop searching? Pause searching. Oh, it says it's paused at the top right there.
Lie.
Index.
It's a lie.
It is totally lying because the number's going up. That's fine. That's fine. That's not too bad.
I mean, otherwise I got to go into services and remove
That's
it.
Fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so in your Cinebench, go to File and go to Advanced. Preferences. Go to Preferences. Is that what I wanted? Okay, cancel that. Go to Advanced. Go back to what it was. File, Advanced. That just shows extra UI. Okay, that's fine. We don't want minimum. We're just going to do run. Okay, so we're going to do where it says CPU multi-core.
Okay.
We're going to start that, and then you want to quickly Alt-Tab back to the HW info so that you can see it right here. All right, so we've started it. All right, so we're watching the graph. See, it went to 98, and you're drawing power. Good, so you're at 99, and it's thermal throttling, which is, it's fine. Look how much power you're drawing. 372 watts, 350 watts.
Oh.
And you lost it.
I lost for a number of reasons. The power is freaking out. The UPS is losing its mind right now.
Oh, that's not good.
Is it
Can
because
you just
of the
plug it into the UPS?
Is it? Do I need to plug it into something else?
Let's plug it in the wall.
Well, I'm going to pull the UPS then.
What else is on that UPS?
That UPS is only good for hang on. All right, I'm plugged into the wall.
Okay, what is that UPS?
It's just a little one that I use for my laptop.
Oh, like what's it rated at?
I don't know, 400?
Oh, what, 400 VA?
Yeah.
Watts? Oh, God, no wonder we killed it. Okay.
I'm telling you, that we pissed off the UPS more than we pissed off the motherboard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think that's true, or do you think that we just broke the motherboard?
No, we can't break it. Just like you just lost
No, but
power.
did it like thermally just like die and just
No,
like...
no. You just lost power. So as someone pointed out in the YouTube chat, there's no airflow under the back of the CPU mount in this configuration because it's on the bench.
Oh, that's a good point.
Right, and so like it's probably not helping in terms of thermal, which is fair. But I don't think it's problematic. But you might see different thermal characteristics once it's in the case. Yeah, typically in the case, the back of the CPU is kind of not in a high airflow area at all because it's it's got the case back right up against it, or maybe a little gap for cabling, but it's no airflow back there.
Yeah.
But it's not stuck down there. Anyway, so yeah, boot it in super quick.
Try that again.
Yep, let's try that again. Just let it boot and settle. You'll pause your OneDrive again. And as Michael says in the chat, it's very difficult to kill a CPU these days. Like, it won't kill itself. The CPU will just turn itself off, or it'll thermal itself down. It just clocks itself down if it's too hot.
I guess
even though we've removed all the power limits.
What have we done to this machine that is weird? It's just the XMPP
which
stuff.
is not weird at all. Like that's an Intel standard, right? So we've enabled XMP. The motherboard did its memory training with the memory. It's satisfied that it could run at that. We haven't memory stressed it yet. We haven't run a stress test on the memory. We'll do that later. We can do that, on a different stream or whatever. And we mounted the CPU using a CPU mounting frame. And we mounted the CPU cooler. We do have damage on the CPU cooler, but I'm not expecting where that damage is to cause cooling problems. And then other than that, yeah, we're just trying to stress test it. So.
But I'm trying to understand, like, what's our solution here? Like, if the thing doesn't work.
What doesn't work? What are you talking about?
If we don't make it through this, if we can't run Cinebench without the thing freaking out.
Without it like blue screening?
Or randomly stopping.
It won't. It'll be fine.
So hit start?
Yeah. If it fails, we have to look at how it fails. Like if it blue screens, it's a stability because probably memory, but I would be surprised if Cinebench causes that. We haven't even overclocked the CPU. Like we haven't run Intel XTU. Yeah, focus is gone on the Brio. So I'm going to expect a score in the high 30,000s. We're looking for 38,000. How long does this take? Like it's nearly done. All right, so go and hit stop. Go back to it and stop the test. Stop it. Why is it doing a continuous test? I just wanted to do one. Go back to file. Oh, that might, no, sorry, where you were. We just wanted to run once and stop. Go file, advanced. No minute. It's on 10 minutes. That's why. Put off. Then just start.
Just run?
Just run. Yep. So this will just run through once. And because this is such a powerful machine, it renders this scene once. So you can see it was bouncing off 100, which is good. That's fine. And it did say a thermal throttle, but that's not a problem. CPU package is red, but that's fine.
Okay. And this is going to go very fast, you think?
We want this to be 38,000 or above. Okay, that is really good.
Like it's already done?
Really good. We have not tuned this. You got 39,624. I want to put this into perspective. Linus Tech Tips, very well known. CPU, YouTube.
I know who Linus Tech Tips.
You know that
got
YouTube.
Hacked yesterday.
One got hacked yesterday, unfortunately. They did a video last week where they used an industrial cooler, a 6-figure industrial cooler, with a custom direct die mounted CPU cooling mount. Okay, this thing pumps water through at like crazy rates. So they were doing custom water cooling with a 6-figure industrial factory cooler. It's designed to cool like high-powered lasers. The core, the 13900K they were using before they started doing any of these modifications was scoring much less in Cinebench than what yours was just now. Like 30, it did like 36 or 37,000. They were excited when they got 40,000. You just got 39.
For no effort at all.
You got no effort. You got what? 39. What was it?
39.6. 39.6.
So when I will predict once we've run Intel XTU, the Intel Extreme Tuning Utility, and we click the button that says Speed Optimizer 2, and it says, it does some thinking, looks at your chip and goes, I recommend these settings. And you go, yes, do that. You'll get over 40,000.
Which is what Linus got.
Which is phenomenal. That means it's a very, very good stock 13900 speed.
Intel XTU.
Intel XTU.
And this will be reliable.
Yes. I mean,
but listen, the reason I'm pointing that out, the reason I'm saying that is that we have been streaming for 4 hours.
Yeah.
I've been running the CPU that I have today.
Yeah.
Full speed.
You haven't been working your CPU hard now.
Yeah.
This is not hard.
All right.
It's not.
At least it's
consistent.
Not.
It's consistent. Like, put it this way. You put this on, you turn it on, you run all your stress tests. You run Cinebench for 10 minutes. You make sure it passed. You run it for 30 minutes once it's in the case, right? And we close it all up. And we stress test it to make sure that it can handle it.
Correct?
Yep. And then you run AIDA, AIDA, and you do a memory stress test. And you run, there's a different one that they all use. I have to go and look it up. That they use specifically for memory testing,
People which you will want to about my desktop.
Which you will want to do because why are they upset about your desktop?
Because I have a lot of icons on it.
Oh yeah, you are very much a different breed to me. I do not do that.
I know where everything is.
So yeah, including the 4 gig ISO that you just download there and just uploading to OneDrive. You will run. You want to focus on memory testing because you have a rare memory configuration for right now.
Definitely an unusual one. Yeah.
And so we will do all of that, and then assuming that you get through all of that, then you start using it. And if you find there's any instability, then you've got lots of things that you can turn off or adjust, right? But none of what we're doing is extreme, nowhere near it. There's no custom timings, there's no custom voltages, there's not even any custom frequencies. You literally clicked the friendly box in the BIOS that says apply the XMP profile that the memory says it can do. It trained it, said it was fine. And then we told the motherboard we're using water cooling. It applied its default limits. Everything so far is fine. The only thing that we were worried about was the slight bit of damage to the radiator. But it's a great radiator to start with. So
well, and that's the thing. The slight bit of damage to the radiator, I could pause for a couple of weeks, get a new one, or I could put this one in and I'll always know it's broken. Yeah. Or I could get another one and have that one fail. You know, I just don't know.
So Michael in the YouTube chat, who obviously knows a lot about what he's talking about, says there's a risk that you'll get a lower Cinebench score after doing the XTU without undervolt, depending on how sooner it throttles. And that's true. But every time I've done this, I've actually seen improvements. Now, the other thing to weigh here is that there's single core performance and there's multi-core performance. Oh, so this is super interesting.
Yeah, core isolation, they don't like it.
I hit this on my machine as well.
So what do we think about that?
I couldn't figure out how to get around it, even turning it off. I couldn't figure it out.
So you're saying
the two machines the other machines I built recently, one for Brandon, one I didn't have this issue on. It just worked.
Well, I have to turn all this off.
I don't know, honestly. What does it say?
Core isolation is enabled. Turn this guy off.
Or no, it says or. Yeah, okay.
What I would have to do is call David Wizzle.
I did not think that XTU was incompatible with core isolation, but maybe I'm just wrong.
Yeah, they're putting me right here.
Okay. So yeah, you should talk to someone on the Windows team that you know about that, because I hit this problem on my work machine, the machine I'm on right now when I built it last year. Yeah. I was not able to get XTU to run, but on Brenda's machine and on Brady's, I had no problem. It just worked.
So then if
and
I
my
run
son's
it,
machine.
though, which runs the test and overclocks it, then can I turn core isolation back on?
No, because I think XTU has to be running for it to apply, maybe? Like a boot? I'm not sure, actually. It's a good question.
Turn off, undervolt, most 13. Oh, here we go. Windows 11 that have 13 gen processors may be informed that there are certain things to do real-time overclocking. Maybe it's just a BIOS thing.
I mean, you could manually check the BIOS, manually go to the MSI down the website and just ensure that there isn't a newer BIOS.
What did we say this guy was?
It's an MSI Edge Z790 DDR5 Wi-Fi. Is that one? So the point I was making was that there's single core performance and multi-core performance. Cinebench can either do a single core or all cores. It doesn't do like half
from
cores.
January. This didn't get picked up, and the other BIOS is now my BIOS is.
Yeah. So there is a newer BIOS. So
let's see if it can BIOS update in place.
You will very likely lose your BIOS settings when you do that. The only thing we changed was the XMP profile, but it means you'll have to reapply it. And it improves memory compatibility and updates the CPU microcode, which is typically why you do this, especially with newer memory and newer standards.
Right, which means I should pull this onto the USB drive and do all that.
They have an in Windows one. I usually update it in Windows, but you can do it via the BIOS. You can go into the BIOS and do it on the
for the Windows one though.
Or you can do it from the BIOS, or you can do it with no OS. You can plug it in, hold a button down on the back of the motherboard, and do it that way. But you can just do it in the BIOS. Put it on a USB drive, and then it'll read it from the.
Yeah. Well, let's call it.
Yeah, let's call it.
Let's call it. I think this is pretty cool. I will go and do that later, and then I need to go and run XMPP again.
Yeah, my guess is that when you install the BIOS, it's going to wipe the BIOS and put it back to factory settings, and you'll have to go back through the BIOS setup that you did before.
I'll probably
which
call
means
you later.
that it'll boot like you just turned it on. So it might be that you boot and it takes 8 boots before you see anything, like that type of thing.
Yeah. All right, cool. Very cool. Well, thanks so much. This has been super fun. Thanks everyone on YouTube and on TikTok for hanging out with us as long. We had over 2,000 people on TikTok. So yeah, this was good fun. Thanks a lot, man. This is good. We're getting close.
We are getting close.
I'll update the BIOS and install some stuff, and then maybe a couple of. Also, should I just call Amazon or call the Glacier people or
the Arctic people?
The Arctic people.
I mean, I'd start with Amazon. Yeah. I'd just go on the website and just try and do get the bot. Like if you can get the support bot, they'll just we'll send you a new one. Like that's the best way to do it.
All right, cool, man.
Cool.
All right, friends, if you just joined us, you're at the end of 4 hours. Go and take a look at. We'll back up in time, and we've got video going back a long way.
On YouTube,
If you just joined us on TikTok, go to my YouTube, same username, and all this stuff is there. Thanks for everybody in the chat for their help. We had a lot of good friends helping us through this. Certainly, we could have done this in an hour, but it's more fun to do it in 4 with good conversations. And thank you for your afternoon, and I'll see you all later.